Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to your Alpha live stream of round 2 of the 2024 Rally Replay SuperOne Series, coming to you from Glanny Gors in the county of Conway in North Wales. It's the first race meeting of the year. Round 1 was yesterday. Today is all about round 2 and sees us kick off our live streamed coverage, coming to you from Alpha Live, as we will have for each of the Sundays of this year's championship, so that's all of the even-numbered rounds. My name's Howard Mitchell, I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's my pleasure and privilege to be in the comms position to talk you through the action today, working alongside Alpha Live to bring you all of the action. And the weather, it's probably worth us raising that right off the start. It's been a little bit changeable in this part of the world. We've got Storm Kathleen barraging the UK at the moment, and this part of North Wales is no different. We've got gusts of up to 35 kph, that's about 20 miles per hour here today, and sometimes it's raining, sometimes it's blissful sunshine, but what we can say either way is that it's one of the most picturesque parts of, well, one of the most picturesque circuits that we visit, certainly on this SuperOne calendar. And indeed, yes, as I say, this is the first race meeting of the year. Saturday was round 1. We do have some interviews that we recorded yesterday that will play out throughout the day for you to bring you up to speed with everything that happened in round 1. But it's a repeat of that schedule here today for round 2. And we've got 10 classes for you across 24 races. That's going to be 16 heat races, and then the 8 all-important trophy finals. And we're going to be kicking off in a moment's time. We may as well start talking about the first race, because they're getting ready there in on the W grid in the pit lane. It's going to be our first race of the day, which will be Heat 1 for our Bambino C50s. Let's take a little look at the grid then for our first race of the day. Actually, I'll correct that. We will have the grid in a moment's time. There we go. There it is. Logan Hodgetts will take this one from pole position. Noah Wicklow will be alongside. Hendrix Fallett and Benjamin Schlevar, who took the win, debut win in SuperOne yesterday in round 1. Will be starting on the second row there in 4th. Will Wainwright is next. Then it's Harry Murphy on row number 3. Row 4 is where we will find Ollie West and Ernie Wade. Arlo Gamble and Henry Hells round out the top 10. Then it'll be Calman Simon and Rafe Owen on row 6. Row 7 is Arthur Bowers and Alex Marshall. John Stevens and Jesse Bailey are on row 8. Then it's Jax Wong and Santo Amico on row 9. Oliver Daniels and Max Armitt round out the top 20. And then Ava Garrett and Boston Wolf close out the 22 karts that will be contesting this heat. All of the heats will have the same format. It's 7 minutes plus a lap for the heat finals. The positions on the grid were determined by the qualifying session held earlier on, and that qualifying session, this is all true of all the classes by the way, as John Hoyle ushers the karts out onto circuit. This is one of the classes where we will have a standing start by the way. But yes, the qualifying in each of the heats determine the grid, in each of the classes, excuse me, determines the grid for both of the heats. So it will be a repeat grid for Heat 2, and then the finals grid will obviously be determined by the points accrued across those 2 heats. Championship points on offer in these heats, not so much as the trophy final, but it will be 34 points for the race win, 33 for second, 32, and then so on and so forth, reducing by 1 point down throughout the field. That's how the points are for heats, just by way of comparison. So 34 points for a heat win. It goes up to 60 points for a finals win. So that is where the big points are earned. These heats are about trying to bag as good a position on the grid for those finals. These young drivers then, in our Bambino C50, aged between 5 and 8. You can start competing in this class in the year of your 6th birthday. Our youngest drivers, some of the youngest drivers that we shall see here today. As I say, Benjamin Schlivar taking a first win yesterday in round one. We'll hear from him a little bit later about that. Right now the focus for him and the focus for his 21 other fellow competitors will be on maximising the start here at this Gleneagles circuit. Often a driver's favourite here. We've got a lot of height undulation. This is by no means a flat car park type of a circuit. And the slipstream here as well is quite significant. His eyes on the lights then, and the lights are out. We're racing at Gleneagles. It's a strong start from Noah Wicklow on the second spot of the grid, and he's immediately up into the lead of the race as they head around Club Corner and up the Dragon Straight for the first time in earnest in racing action today, heading up the hill. Here they go. They'll sweep through the right-hander and then to Spoon. Can Hodgetts fight Wicklow back for the lead? We look at the battle over third place, which I think that was Schlivar getting up into third. We'll have to double check that one as they head down the back straight here and head towards the carousel, this double apex corner, and it is Hodgetts who's got back to the lead there. And my apologies, no, it wasn't Schlivar, it's Will Wainwright who's had a great start there in the 21 to get himself up into third place as they come through compression corner and then down through the corner known as the Devil's Elbow, this big dip that happens after the right-hander through the left-hander and then swooping through to paddock, trying to carry as much speed as possible to begin another lap of this fantastic Gleneagles circuit. At the end of lap number one then, Hodgetts was able to fight back against a fast-starting Wicklow to retain the lead as they come across the line. And a great start by Will Wainwright up to third place. Ollie West is in fourth with Benjamin Schlivar in fifth place. Swooping up the hill once again. As you can see the wind. I believe at this precise moment it's not actually raining, although it's always threatening to do so here. As Hodgetts, I think they're taking a slightly shallower line there into the carousel just to deter any move from Noah Wicklow behind him. We've got a little bit of a breakaway group of four here now forming at the front with Hodgetts, Wicklow, Wainwright and West. Come through to finish lap number 2. Top 4 then will begin lap number 2. Just to cover what's going on just behind them, it's Ernie Wade in the number 11 who's in 6th place. Henry Hales in 7th. Oh, apologies, timing has just updated itself there. Hendrix Fallat is up to 4th place. Trying to hunt down these ones. He's top 4, I should say. Oh, and there's a moment there. That was a moment for Will Wainwright. And he's dropped there now behind Fallat. So I think it's now Hodgetts, Wicklow, Fallat and Wainwright. And it's Benjamin Schlivar now, sorry, in 5th place. Apologies, timing. Taking a little while just to update for me there. They go down through the Devil's Elbow once again. Now, this is for Logan Hodgetts. The challenge here at Gleneagles, I suppose, is it's a difficult circuit for race management, as they're the slipstream effect, and you can see how he's basically having to hug the inside line here as they come up the hill. The slipstream effect here is so acute that so substantial that race management becomes quite tricky here. So he's just got to not get too forced off of his conventional line here and just stay confident. He's controlling it well so far with just over 3 minutes to go. Do the double right-hander at the top. And down here through compression corner. And then the camera doesn't do it justice, by the way, the dip after the Devil's Elbow. There it is. And I tell you what, in a kart, it's quite a substantial dip through that corner. Further down the order, we've had a few moves. Raith Owen and Arthur Bowers have got by on Jax Wong on that last lap. That's a battle over 13th, 14th and 15th. As the top four back up the hill, this is Will Wainwright and Hendrix Fallat having a go at each other, but they stay as they were. Hodgetts, Wicklow, Fallat and Wainwright heading down the back straight towards the carousel. Through this top right-handers here. Around this Glanigors circuit. Slightly different lines being taken through compression this time amongst that top four. As they head round through the final sector. Through Club Corner onto another lap then. Amongst these top four, fastest lap of the race from Noah Wicklow. Really trying to put the pressure now on Logan Hodgetts as the race leader. Heading towards Spoon Corner at the top of the hill. Still a good battle going on, as I mentioned, that 13th, 14th, 15th battle. Jax Wong has got back past Arthur Bowers now for 14th place, so a good little battle being had there. This is a battle slightly further down. That was Ernie Wade battling away with Ollie West, I believe that was. And then here, further down the order, we've got a nice little battle going on between Calman, Simon Wraithowen, Jax Wong, Arthur Bowers. It's that pack that I mentioned. That is that was Henry Hales. Oh, that is, sorry, Henry Hales battling away with Arlo Gamble, or that's Alex Marshall actually now, who's with him. As they come through the corner, this is a frenetic little battle going on in the mid-pack. Up the Dragon Hill, you can see the drivers ducking their head. That's a technique known as shrimping to try and maximise the slipstream that they've got. Got to be careful, of course, because the straight does eventually start to kink round to the right, and you definitely don't want to be ducking your head down at that point. You want to make sure that you're staying on the tarmac. Back with our leaders, though, Logan Hodgetts versus Noah Wicklow, with Hendrix Fallat as well in that number 15. Will Wainwright just a little bit, a few kart lengths now off the back of these three. Towards paddock corner once again, and they'll see the final lap board this time around. How's this going to pan out then? Logan Hodgetts has controlled this one really nicely at the front of the field. He'll stay to the right to try and dissuade anyone from putting in a move as they curve round to the right and head towards Spoon Corner for the first time. He takes the tight line, but is that going to compromise his exit enough to allow Noah Wicklow to have a go down this back straight? Heading towards Carousel Corner, Hodgetts will take a shallower line again. And at the moment, Wicklow can't find a way to tuck under. Hendrix Fallat as well, not finding an opportunity to attack for second. Through this top right-hander then, and they'll go through the right and the left of Compression Corner. Through the Devil's Elbow. I think that's the opportunities run for Wicklow to challenge. As they come through these final corners then, it's going to be Logan Hodgetts who comes round paddock corner and takes the win in Heat 1 for round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne for Bambino C50. It's a fantastically controlled race by Logan to get his day off to a perfect start. Noah Wicklow in second, Hendrix Fallat in third, Will Wainwright in fourth, Benjamin Schlivar in fifth, then it's Ernie Wade, Ollie West, John Stevens, Henry Hales, Wraithowen, Arthur Bowers, Jax Wong, Alex Marshall, Jesse Bailey, Arlo Gamble, Santo Amico, Max Armitt, Oliver Daniels, Ava Garrett and Calman Simon is how they round that one up for the first heat of the day. Coming up next then, it's going to be our first heat for Honda Cadet GX200. Let's take you through the grid then for our Honda Cadet GX200 first heat. it's going to be our winner for round one, Cian Sullivan, who takes this one from pole position with Luke McGall alongside. Joshua Bailey and Sebastian Burlington are your second row of the grid. Charlie Quine and Charlie Gregg are on row 3. Row 4 is going to be where we find Ricky Junior McIntosh with Archie Rutter, and then Daniel Hulse and Eloisa Burlington round out our top 10. Our 10 strong grid. It is indeed the whole grid for this Honda Cadet GX200 class, who will be taken to the track shortly. I got that all done early, didn't I? They've got to come around yet. But another class of young drivers. These drivers are aged between 7 and 12 in these Honda Cadet GX200 karts. Delighted that as we start the stream today, we've already got nice sunny conditions. I can tell you it's been like that all the way through, but I'm afraid it's not entirely true. But this is part of the challenge of racing in North Wales, particularly at this time of the year. Changeable conditions, all important stuff for our drivers to become adept at. Yesterday we had short, sharp showers. And this, with such high winds that frankly after a rain shower had finished, things became dry really within 10-15 minutes. So we had a lot of instances of karts out on slick tyres in the wet, and I would wager that we'll get very similar here today. Here we go then, ready for the start. Cian Sullivan will lead them away for heat number 1 of Honda Cadet GX200, and it's a great start from Cian as they head up towards Spoon Corner for the first time. Down towards Carousel, and it looks to me that Cian has been able to retain his lead. That's side by side there between a fast starting Sebastian Burlington and Joshua Bailey. Side by side as they go round the top of the hill, and still side by side as they're going to come down through compression and then again through Devil's Elbow, and that looks to me like that's gone the way of Sebastian Burlington. Nice little move there to get things started off. Cian Sullivan leads then at the end of lap 1, Luke McGall in second, Sebastian Burlington in third, Joshua Bailey and Charlie Quine rounding out your top 5. Out of Spoon they come then, through the carousel. This is second, third and fourth there, McGall, Burlington and Bailey. The nature of sprint racing, you don't want to pounce too early and slow both of yourselves up and drop too far back off the leader. Cian Sullivan at the front at the moment trying to show them as fresh a pair of heels as he can, and he reinforces that point with the fastest lap of the race, 49.283. Some drama potentially has befallen Ricky Junior McIntosh out there. Unfortunately, dropping to the bottom of the field. Is that? No, that was a timing glitch. Apologies, it's just jumped back up to 6th. Sorry about that one. Hope it didn't give anyone a bit of a heart attack there if they're a McIntosh fan. He's still there running in 6th place as we're looking at that second, third, fourth battle, which has seen a change there actually whilst I was looking at timing there, because Sebastian Burlington is now up to 2nd place, the driver in the 22 kart. Down through compressions. Pack behind them, by the way, is Charlie Quine and Ricky Junior McIntosh. Charlie Gregg battling away. That's the 5th, 6th, 7th place battle. Another fastest lap from Cian Sullivan, though. He's doing, I was talking about the challenge of race management about this Glanigors circuit. He's doing the best way, well, he's controlling this one in the best way that he can by laying down a pace that at the moment at least his fellow competitors can't meet. This is Ricky Junior McIntosh all over the back of Charlie Quine in their battle over 5th place. We've got Charlie Gregg and Archie Rutter with them as well, and he's through there as they come into compression, and yeah, he holds a nice line there as well through compression, the Devil's Elbow, and that is going to see Ricky Jr. McIntosh up into 5th place. Nice little move there against Charlie Quine, who holds the Isle of Man plate. Here we go then. Our leaders coming up through the hill. They'll swoop through this right-hander at the end of the Dragon Straight. Still Sebastian Burlington there in 2nd place. Luke McGall would dearly like to get that position back, and he's looking for any which way through here as they go through the carousel. It'll be very hard to execute a pass through there. The swooping double right-hand, double apex right-hander, I should say, and then we've got these 2 left-handers that lead you into compression. Really fun track, this one to drive. Not the easiest track that we visit for executing a pass, not that it's by any means impossible. We shall see plenty of them, no doubt, throughout today. But it can take a little bit of setup over the course of a few corners. In the slipstream then is Luke McGall, trying to look for a way through into Spoon, but Sebastian Burlington's positioning his car really nicely through Spoon here at the top of the hill to not allow the gap for McGall. Joshua Bailey just stationed, ready to pick up any spoils that might come his way off the back of this, or indeed if a general opportunity should open up. And through the compression, and then Devil's Elbow swooping through, and then towards Paddock, trying to carry as much pace as he can through the last corner. Through Club Corner then. Onto the Dragon Straight once again. Still quite windy conditions here, but the rain holding off for now. Cian Sullivan controlling this one really nicely in this this Honda Cadet GX200 first heat of the day. Any opportunity for McGall this time around? He's trying to tuck underneath with the nose, but it's so hard to do there. And you know, you put a lot of faith in the other driver as well to leave the room, which the room was left, to be absolutely fair to Sebastian Burlington. The battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th comes down through Devil's Elbow once again, and if anything that went a little bit more the way of Joshua Bailey there. McGall coming a little bit back into his grips, but McGall had really good drive there through Paddock and again up the Dragon Straight. Good battles as we've seen further back. Still McIntosh, Quine, Gregg and Rutter having a great battle over 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. As we're definitely heading into the final phases of this heat. Less than a minute left on the clock. Cian Sullivan controlling this one beautifully at the moment. 1.7 seconds ahead of this battle that we've been watching for the majority of this race, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place battle. And then there, you just caught sight of the 5th through 8th place battle. Just coming through the shots. Here, the high winds that these drivers are having to race in at the moment. Still, Ricky Jr. McIntosh leading that 5th place battle. Here it is. Charlie Quine in the IAME plated car. The 6 is Charlie Gregg, and then the 20 is Archie Rutter. So they've been having a good old battle throughout this race. Clock has now hit 0, so they'll get the last lap board next time around. Any way through there for Charlie Gregg. Didn't look so this time through. Down through the Devil's Elbow corner there. Last lap board is shown then to Cian Sullivan. And is there any last opportunity here in the battle over 2nd, 3rd and 4th? Seb Burlington knows he has to defend this one. He's keeping it nice and tight on the inside all the way around to Spoon Corner. Will there be a bit of a switchback move though? Opportunity from Luke McGall. He's going to try and tuck underneath maybe through the carousel, but we've seen how difficult that is to do. Sebastian Burlington positioning his car really nicely here. Just hold, well, I'd say hold at arm's length, but he's not being afforded that that kind of luxury. It's been a brilliantly controlled race by Cian Sullivan. Cian Sullivan's going to come round and take the win for Honda Cadet GX200 Heat 1 at round 2, repeating his result from Heat 1 yesterday in round 1. Really nicely controlled race by Cian Sullivan, that. Sebastian Burlington holds on for second ahead of Luke McGall and Joshua Bailey. Ricky Jr. McIntosh holds on to fifth ahead of Charlie Quine, Charlie Gregg and Archie Rutt. Daniel Holz and Eloisa Burlington rounds out our top 10 for that one. We shall see them again out after the lunch break in the second rotation of heats. Next up though for you here on your Alpha Live stream, it's going to be heat number 1 for our Micromax and restricted IAME Water Swifts. Wind picks up here then at Glanigors. Let's take a look at your grid for Heat 1 of round 2. This is our first race that's going to have 2 classes on track at the same time, so we'll keep you abreast of how that all works out. Xavier Ramsey will lead this one from pole. In Micromax, Alfie Garrett alongside Ansel Murray and Toby Cannon are on row 2, with Oscar Kenny and Marley Fisher on row 3. Row 4 is where we're going to find Morgan Weston and Ethan Lloyd. Jack Daniels and Elsie Gannon round out your top 10. Daniel Stangerine and Travis Giddings are on row 6. Oscar Churches and Isla Parsons are row 7. And then we get the restricted the IAME Water Swift restricted runners, excuse me, on the last 2 rows of the grid. William Crombie in the 115, Theo Jepson alongside, and then Ethan Taylor to round out the grid. 17 runners in this one, 14 of them in Micromax, 3 in IAME Water Swift restricted. It was William Crombie who took home the spoils in IAME Water Swift restricted last time, and I believe we're going round into formation. Yes, excuse me, sorry. I'm just making sure I've got my eye on the right camera here in the box. So they'll get up into rolling formation. So yes, William Crombie in IAME Water Swift Restricted was your class winner yesterday for round 1. And Ansel Murray was the driver who took the win in Micromax. So starting from 3rd on this grid. See how he gets on. Another 7 minutes plus a lap heat here for the drivers to maximise their points. Here they are then. In grid formation, rolling start of course. They'll come around, eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go for Heat 1. And immediately that looks to me like Alfie Garrett may have bested Ramsey off of the start as they head up the Dragon Straight for the first time. Let's see. Snowdonia National Park in the background there. Such a spectacular setting to go racing as they come up the hill. They won't be focusing on that so much as they come through Spoon Corner though. Jostling for position on lap number 1. At the front though, I believe that is Alfie Garrett who has got to the head of the field. Through the top 2 corners. Indeed it is Garrett from Ramsey. And then Ansel Murray in 3rd place. Little breakaway group of 3 there by the end of lap 1. It's Toby Cannon who leads the charge behind them in 4th place. I am constantly looking out my window to double check that it's not raining because it looks from that shot like it's so close. Chances of rain increase as we head into the afternoon here. But of course the afternoon is it's 11:45 local time here, so that's actually quite soon. Through the carousel though come our leaders. Alfie Garrett, great start for him off of 2nd place on the grid to take the lead off of Xavier Ramsey. As they come down through compression. And behind them pushing hard is the battle of 4th and 5th. That is Ethan Lloyd in the 66 being followed by Oscar Kenny. Might mean Marley Fisher got past, yes. Oscar Kenny got by on Marley Fisher that time around for 6th place. further down the order as well. William Crombie got by on Theo Jepson, so that's a change for the lead in IAME Waterswift Restricted. As side by side here through Spoon Corner, that's Ethan Lloyd attacking Toby Cannon. That's over 4th place. Still side by side as they head down towards the carousel. And that is still Toby ahead as they come down through the hill. Oh, excuse me, that is Toby. That was Toby just holding off against Oscar Kenny, wasn't it? So Ethan Lloyd has got by. Lloyd up into 4th, Cannon in 5th, and Kenny in 6th place. A new fastest lap from our race leader, Alfie Garrett. As there's been an incident there, yes, tumbling down the order. I just wanted to double check it wasn't a timing issue, but yeah, Morgan Weston in the 27 you just saw there getting going again. Fortunately has fallen to the back of the order after some drama there. As that's side by side there between Kenny and Cannon once again. And once again, Toby Cannon is able to hold off Oscar Kenny just as they head into this latter sector of the lap. Ethan Lloyd in the 66 there in 4th place. Toby Cannon, who would dearly like that 4th position back again. Of course, as they have this battle, they have dropped back somewhat from the top 3. Leaders head up the hill. Alfie Garrett with half a second in hand over Ramsey and Ansel Murray, who took home the spoils in round 1 yesterday. Here is Ansel Murray. The car behind him is Morgan Weston, so he's a lap down. He did the sportsman-like thing and didn't hold up the top 3 too much. And then there's the 4th, 5th, 6th battle that we've been looking at. That's the 81 of Marley Fisher and the 99 there of Elsie Gannon. And then was Theo Jepson, Daniel Stangerine and Jack Daniels were the next 3 that you saw through your shot. The top 3 going through the shot. And then there's the 4th, 5th, 6th, and oh, there's contact there in amongst the 4th, 5th, 6th place battle there between Toby Cannon, Ethan Lloyd and Oscar Kenny. Didn't quite see with the glare off of exactly who was where in that, but it's side by side either way at the moment between Kenny and Lloyd, and it's gone the way of Kenny. So it's now Toby Cannon in 4th, Oscar Kenny in 5th, and Ethan Lloyd in 6th. Frenetic battle keeps going between those 3. Gap has closed to the leader, by the way. Xavier Ramsey was faster the last time around. Gap's now down to 0.3 of a second. There is the top 3 of Alfie Garrett, Xavier Ramsey and Ansel Murray. And then it was still side by side just as we cut to our leaders there. And well, we might, because there is a battle on for 2nd place there. And that is through for Ansel Murray. Nicely done on the stretch down towards Carousel. Really nice move from the winner of round 1 from yesterday. And gave the universal gesture of let's work together to stay in touch with the leader. You can see how much the wind is baffling against our camera equipment here at the circuit. As the lead 3 come through the shot again. That 4th, 5th, 6th battle are going to come upon Morgan Weston. Look to put a lap on him as we're inside the last minute on the clock. Don't forget 7 minutes plus 1 lap on this one. So Alfie Garrett, your leader. As we're looking here at the Dragon Straight curving around up to Spoon Corner. Here come your leaders again. Still Garrett, Murray and Ramsey. You have to wonder, Ramsey would definitely like that well, that second place back, ideally the lead, of course, but that was the last significant change in that top three, was the switch between Murray and Ramsey. At the moment, though, it's Alfie Garrett, who stands to gain the full 34 points for the win in this first heat. He's got to get round the final lap. That last lap board will be shown this time around. This is that top three pack. Here we go. They'll get the last lap board shown. Here we go then. Alfie Garrett's controlled this one brilliantly after a good start from grid 2. Is there any last opportunity for the two drivers pursuing him to put in a move? There is a little bit of traffic actually on this lap potentially. Still the battle's raging away for 4th, 5th and 6th. Still Oscar Kenny, Toby Cannon and Ethan Lloyd, your order. Here they are then around the top part of the lap through the right-hander. They'll come down through the compressions, and it is difficult to set up a move after this point. So I think Alfie Garrett just has to bring this one home now to take the win in Micromax for Heat 1. And he does so. Alfie Garrett takes the win in Heat 1 ahead of Ansel Murray and Xavier Ramsey. Oscar Kenny will finish in 4th. 5th will be Toby Cannon ahead of Ethan Lloyd. Marley Fisher will be in 7th. Elsie Gannon in 8th. In 9th place we will find our winner for IAME Waterswift Restricted. That's Theo Jepson in the 116. Daniel Stangerine will round out the top 10 ahead of Jack Daniels, Travis Giddings, Isla Parsons in 13th. 14th for Oscar Churches, and then it will be two more of our IAME Waterswift runners, William Crombie and Ethan Taylor, and Morgan Weston will complete the finishes of the 17 karts in that one. Coming up for you next here on your Alpha live stream then is going to be race number 4, and that will be our first heat for IAME M1. Let's have a look at your grid then, as IAME M1 are coming out onto track. Apologies, we're going to rate. In fact, you can see some of the rain now starting to hit the circuit. So have we got, well, we've obviously got changeable conditions now. Just looking out the window though, it's not, I assume that's rain and it's not just water being blown off of the tree line. Because, well, I'm stationed at the other end of the circuit to where we are right now on this camera. And it's not raining particularly noticeably out of my window, but it's well, never mind me. I'm sure the camera operator station there is telling me, at least in their mind, no, it's definitely raining where I am. This has been the nature of the conditions all weekend, as we're just waiting to bring you the grid here for this one. Nice strong field here, 29 entries for our IAME M1. And here is your grid for this one. Freddie Baker will lead them away from pole position. Bodie Batch alongside Ralph Martin and Max Santana are on row 2. Mickey Gonzalez and Ollie West on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Heath Smith and Patrick Wood, Oliver Woodall and Leo Harang round out the top 10. Jesse Plowman and Ethan Holm are row 6. Presley Knight and Daniel Genoff is going to be your 7th row. Elijah Sang and Jensen James Williams. Charlie Hunt and Buster Scott on row 9. Row 10 is Freddie Dye and Noah Myberg. Hugh Riley and Logan Evans row 11. Seth State Mackey and Nicholas Ansar are row 12. Then it's going to be Jack Morrell, Teddy Smith, Harley Baird, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite and Archie Ashworth to round out your 29 karts in IAME M1. Standing start for this one. Apologies, we do a bit of work to try and keep... Mother Nature's making things a bit of a challenge for us here. We're trying to keep everything... M1 runners to get underway. Another pack of our young drivers here, aged between 5 and 8. They're going to be just waiting for one last car to get into position, and then we'll be under starters' orders. Freddie Baker then will lead this one away in the 92. Now we've seen some strong starts off of the second spot of the grid. And away we go for heat number 1. It's a really strong start there in the middle. Was that Leo Harang, I think, who had a really strong start as they head away through Club Corner and onto the Dragon Straight. Less rain on this camera now than when we were last with them. Heading up through the right-hand kink towards Spoon Corner for the first time. And through the top of the lap. That's still Freddie Baker at the front as they come through the carousel. Looked to me as though we've had any major incidents there in the first half of this first lap, which is fantastic to see. That's Jesse Plowman chasing the, I think that's Daniel Genov. He may have been chasing there. If so, that's a fantastic start for Genov. We just saw Nicholas Ansar there turning in at the end of lap 1 though. It's Freddie Baker still leading, Ralph Martin up to second place, Bodie Batch in third, Mickey Gonzalez in fourth, and Heath Smith to round out your top 5. Strong starts for the likes of Jensen James Williams and Daniel Genov. It was a good start for Genov. Up 3 positions on that first lap. The rain, though, is coming down now, and this is going to be challenging for these drivers. So I'll wager they're on slicks throughout the field here. So greasy conditions, and you can see there Baker running wide there through the carousel. They're all starting to squirrel around trying to find grip. That's Heath Smith and Ollie West in the 81 and 24 respectively. That's battling over 5th place, and they're all just trying to find grip, and they're all into the grass. Well, there's 3 drivers off into the grass there at the top of the hill. And it's the greasy conditions coming to bear here as it just starts to rain. I say just starts, that looks like quite significant rain now there at the top of the hill. And the drivers are going to struggle. There's another 4th driver who's spun off there but has been able to stay on the tarmac. What's this going to do for the running order then as they come through? So we've lost our leader in that. Ralph Martin now leads ahead of Bodie Batch, who's ironically, in spite of all this meteorological drama, is exactly where he started on the grid in second place. Patrick Wood is up to 3rd place. Max Santana in 4th. Freddie Baker in 5th. This is the rule. This is one of those races where the rule is keep it on the grey stuff and you'll be on for a decent result here. Mickey Gonzalez has fallen off. Heath Smith has fallen off. Ollie West has fallen off. Charlie Holmes. Goodness me, there's so many who have fallen off the road here. But it's Ralph Martin here in the number 32 who's reading these conditions nicely, just taking it nice and easy. If you've never driven a kart on slick tyres in wet conditions, as that's the 44 off to his right. That's RG Ashworth now, who's off the track. There's several karts. I mean, obviously these are young drivers learning their craft, cutting their teeth at this level. But there's several drivers falling off at various points here around the track. Now Patrick Wood, I'm afraid, is dropping down the order. He was running really well in 3rd. And it's Ralph Martin, Bodie Batch, Freddie Baker. Freddie Baker now back up to 3rd. So whatever drama befell him, it wasn't so bad that it's taken him out of the running here. He's in 3rd. Max Santana in 4th. 5th for Daniel Genov. He's run really well so far. But if you've never driven a kart in the slicks in the wet, expect severe understeer right up until the point where the kart bites into the corner, and then you get constant oversteer. The tail really fighting, wanting to kick out. You've almost got to drive it like almost got to think of it like a boat, in that if you don't propel yourself, it can help to keep some power on, to get turning. So keep a bit of throttle on. It's almost like if you don't power yourself, as that's a move there. I might have been putting a lap actually. We're back here with our leader. That's Ralph Martin putting a lap on Jack Morrell. And it is really challenging for our drivers. There's the 61. That's Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite making sure that the drivers go either side of him. As I say, these are some of the most challenging conditions you will get in karting. When I'm saying these drivers are falling off, that's not to take away from their ability at all. This is something that you've just got to learn, and it's a very unnerving feeling when you experience it. Ralph Martin, though, is reading these conditions, brilliantly. That's a battle on track there. That was between Freddie Baker, Max Santana. The 13 there is Daniel Genov, and that's Ethan Holm. So this is 5th and 6th. Well, no, sorry, it might not be anymore because they are now ahead of Max Santana. So there's definitely been some changes there. Jesse Plowman is the 12. So in the top 10 now, they're sort of coalescing together after everyone's spread out in the early parts of the rain. Indeed, it has been a change. So Daniel Genov is now in 4th, ahead of Ethan Holm in the 11 and Max Santana in the 93. Jesse Plowman in the 12. This is really the closest battle on track. There's been a lot of field spread in amongst the rain. Ralph Martin leading by some 2.6 seconds, and we do need to keep an eye on that lead gap, by the way, because Bodie Batch in the 88 has just put in a significantly faster lap. This is what can happen, obviously, in changeable conditions. I think as quickly as the rain arrived, it looks to me that it has actually stopped. So the greasy conditions remain, but are no longer getting any greasier. This is exactly the kind of stuff we had yesterday with these short, sharp showers that just shock a field on slicks, and they just have to deal with it. New fastest lap of the race from Ralph Martin, but immediately bested by Bodie Batch. This battle may be on here for the win, although there's not too much longer for Bodie to get on and close that gap. Freddie Baker as well in 3rd place, going faster than both of them at the moment, as there's a battle there. Ethan Holm versus Max Santana as they go up the Dragon Straight, heading up the hill for lap number 7. That was the confirmation of the fastest lap of the race for Freddie Baker. Here comes the battle that we were watching, the likes of Genov and Plowman and Holm. The 11 there is Ethan Holm. The 93 there is Max Santana. Is there a move on for Santana? This is obviously the other aspect of wet weather driving, is suddenly a different line can pay dividends for a driver. New fastest lap of the race from Ralph Martin, and this time it is faster than Bodie Batch, but again Freddie Baker goes faster. I think he's just going to run out of time because we are on the final lap. Ralph Martin's just going through Spoon now and down towards the carousel. I think he's been able to put in the pace that means he can hold them off. Here he is then in the 32. When the conditions throw things like this at you, you've just got to try and read things as best as you can and control it. He's got traffic to deal with, of course, as drivers are finding their way through these conditions. But he's read the conditions beautifully as the driver of the number 32. Ralph Martin is going to come through to take the win in what's been a somewhat chaotic but brilliant Heat 1 for round 2 of the IAME M1s. Bodie Batch comes home in 2nd place. Freddie Baker showed really good pace. Would maybe have liked that race to have gone on a little bit longer. Had really good pace at the end there, but finishes 3rd. Daniel Genov, great drive from him to 4th. Jesse Plowman in 5th. Max Santana in 6th. Got by on Ethan Holm for 7th. Buster Scott in 8th. And then we expect it to be Elijah Sang in 9th, ahead of Noah Myberg in 10th. And there's a lot of field spread as they come through, but some drivers with really good big results there for them. Off the back of reading those conditions well and being able to keep their kart on the grey stuff. When you're onto the grass, it's just, it's the grass here, there's been so much rain in the area, it gets so boggy, you've lost all traction. Leo Harang in 11th, 12th for Oliver Woodall, Patrick Wood in 13th, Jensen James Williams in 14th, Freddie Dye in 15th, Logan Edwards is next. Then it's Heath Smith, Mickey Gonzalez, Hugh Riley and Ollie West to round out the top 20 finishers. Seth State Mackey, Presley Knight, Charlie Holmes in 23rd, 24th for Nicholas Ansar, Teddy Smith in 25th, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite in 26th, ahead of Jack Morrell and Archie Ashworth. Well, that was drama aplenty in race number 4. Coming up for you next will be race 5, which is going to be 2 classes in that one, Intermax and Honda Cadet R200. The rain's gone as quickly as it arrived here at Glany-Gors, but it left its mark on that IAME M1 Heat. Here's your starting grid for our 5th race of the day. Then JJ Plowman will lead this one away ahead of Jensen Sale. Noah Moulton and Lucas Esser are your second row of the grid ahead of Cian Sullivan and Ashton Redpath. On row 3, row 4 is where we will find Jay Birmingham and Bailey Wolfe, Jack Holmes and Charlie Hobbs to round out your top 10. Layla Bell and Rio Wardley are your 6th row of the grid, and then it will be Lewis Hall on row 7 with Oscar Roach alongside Alexander Adams and Stanley Stafford. And then we have our 2 Honda Cadet R200 runners in the form of Peter Webster in the number 25 there on 17. Austin Mayhew in the 67, rounding out the 18-kart grid for this first heat of the day for Intermax and Honda Cadet R200. Intermax then, if you're unfamiliar, forming this category that sits, I think, really nicely between your sort of cadet and junior level. Just a really, you know, nicely positioned class, allows you to move on up before perhaps entering the frenetic sometimes ranks of junior max. So I think it's a really nice class, positions nicely there on the ladder that's provided here by SuperOne as the karts come out onto circuit. Now what I'm afraid I don't have information on is what tyre choices people are making out there as they come out onto circuit. We did have yesterday some big results. Oh, as there's a driver off already at the top corner. So that's going to be, imagine that driver at the back of the grid as they're squirreling through. Certainly looks like a lot of them are trying to make slicks work here. Well, they might. I'm not personally got raindrops outside my window at the moment. As I said earlier, the rain has already left its mark. Greasy conditions nonetheless here at Glany-Gors. Midway between Corwin and Betsy Coed. Beautiful part of the world if you've never visited. Highly recommend it. But do bring an umbrella, because traditional Welsh weather can be in store from you. Here we go then, JJ Plowman. It's a full start, we're going to go round again. We'll go round again before we get going with this first heat of round 2. Just to talk then about how things panned out in round 1 for these classes. In Intermax, it was JJ Plowman who won the final yesterday for round 1. But Noah Moulton actually accrued the most points through good consistency through all the races with a 3rd, 2nd and a 2nd. So Noah Moulton leads the championship as it stands right now off of round 1 yesterday, but it was JJ Plowman who had the winner's trophy. And then in R200, Austin Mayhew bested Peter Webster yesterday in terms of points. So he had the trophy for that. It looks to me like conditions are worsening. I think the rain has come back. So this could be very interesting here for this grid of young drivers. How's this one going to go? The next 7 minutes plus a lap will tell us. JJ Plowman is your driver in the number 5. They're struggling to hold grid formation. You can see how the rain is coming down now here. It's going to be a case of nursing it around this first lap. Through Club Corner they go. We've got a spin there for the 27 of Charlie Hobbs as they all head up the hill for the first time, and the rain is barreling down now at this Glany-Gors circuit. This is going to be so challenging for these drivers. The aquaplaning is going to start so quickly with these slick tyres that surely, maybe someone's taking a punt on wets, but I would have thought the vast majority of this field are going to squill around. We've got drivers on the grass there trying to pilot their kart back to the tarmac as they come through the carousel for the first time. I have to say I'm impressed by so far by how many are managing to keep it on the road in these tricky conditions through the top part of the lap that you really want to try and avoid falling off there. And that was a hairy moment there for Lucas Esser, I think it was, in the 55, who just about managed to get it back onto the tarmac. The way that the grass falls away off the, if you come off the racetrack there, makes it particularly challenging. At the end of lap number 1, though, my timing is suggesting Oscar Roach has got himself up to the head of the field. So he's got by on JJ Plowman. We're watching there Lewis Hall following Cian Sullivan up the hill. Tricky conditions here. As well, bearing in mind, this is a track where, you know, you've got height undulations, sudden crests of hills, so the kart will go light as well, which just adds to the difficulty for these drivers. See them starting to try and take a bit of a wet line. There's the battle going on between Lewis Hall and that looked to me like it was Stanley Stafford. As coming down through compression corner, that's Cian Sullivan taking it slow and steady there, and Noah Moulton seizes the opportunity and gets by in the 54. There's a nice opportunistic move there by Moulton, but you can't begrudge Cian for carefully piloting it through there, because these are the conditions where you can very quickly be humbled by a lack of grip. So just trying to fill the grip, but a nice move there by Noah Moulton. Oscar Roach leads then ahead of JJ Plowman. Bailey Wolf is in 3rd place. Jensen Sale in 4th. Noah Moulton, that was a great lap for Noah, up 3 places. And again, showing good, consistent pace here in what are some very, very trying conditions. Here is a battle over, well, that's Noah and Cian again. So Cian has clearly had a better start to this lap, challenging no, excuse me, it's Stanley Stafford who's had a good lap to get on by. So Stanley Stafford, I think, has got by on Cian Sullivan there. So they all come through the compressions once again. The 44 is Lewis Hall. Can't quite find the traction. They're all trying these different wet lines as they go down through Devil's Elbow, because, you know, the classic theory is take a slightly wider line where there's a more abrasive surface, less rubber embedded into the surface of the track. The trouble is that the line there is the 44 of Lewis Hall pulls alongside with Cian Sullivan, and that's the 33 of Layla Bell as well, trying to get involved as well. Through Spoon Corner they'll go. The issue with the wet line theory through that latter section of the lap is that it doesn't entirely hold true. You know, it can often feel like you want to be on rails through those corners. Taking the wet line can take you so far off and really change the nature of the corner through that section. So it's not always the fastest. It's actually quite hard to chart a wet line, a wet weather line through this circuit, I always find. Lewis Hall has, though, got by on Cian Sullivan in this lap. Sullivan looking a bit more confident, though, through that last sector this time around than when we saw Noah Moulton getting by. There's Layla Bell, Ashton Redpath and Jack Holmes. That's the battle over 9th, 10th and 11th. Say as well that Peter Webster currently leading in Honda Cadet R200 in 14th place in the number 25. So he's having a good race, making things interesting in the R200 class. It was Austin who took home the spoils yesterday in R200. Fastest lap of the race from our leader in the form of Oscar Roach. Who I think he must have thrown. We haven't spoken much about him. I think he must have thrown a pair of wets on here. He is 23 seconds to the good over JJ Plowman. Fantastic stuff there by Oscar. I think he's taken the gamble and it's paid off. And it's going to pay off even more because once again the rain is chucking down here at Glanny Gores. So the conditions are not getting any easier here. As that is Jack Holmes in the 36 we were just looking at there, trying to chase Layla Bell to get himself into the top 10. Rio Warderley as well is with them. Look at the rain coming down here And I think it's a gamble that's paid off for Oscar Roach here. And that's what these kind of conditions can produce. That is Rio Wardley. And trying to get by on Jack Holmes in the 36, and they're side by side there. They've got to be so careful though, because if you lose grip there, you'll be going a bit. You'll be going onto the grass ahead of them. Layla Bell is attacking Ashton Redpath in the 99. All getting a bit checked up here through Devil's Elbow. As the battle continues on to another lap. I'm just checking, as one of our rookies, I'm going to assume that this is, yeah, Oscar Roach wasn't with us in 2023. He is one of our rookies. So I think this might be an inspired choice, which is going to lead to what by my records will be a first win, certainly in Intermax for Oscar. Lewis Hall. Going through, and that was, this is Layla Bell still battling away, this time with Rio Wardley though. So there's definitely been a change of position in that battle. The last lap board, I just got caught out then. The clock has hit 0. The last lap board will be shown to our leader, will be shown to the leader now, because that's where our leader is. Here is our leader. We've barely seen him in Oscar Roach. And yes, those are the wet weather tyres. Well, I think this has been an inspired strategic call from Roach. He's taken the punt, and he's going round Spoon. Second place JJ Plowman is just coming to compression corner. It's a huge percentage of the lap. That's about half a lap or more that Roach has over the field, and he's made that call. And, you know, as I look out my window, I think the rain's just stopping about now, but it won't matter. Making the perfect call at the perfect time here for the driver of the 96. He's going to bring it down through Devil's Elbow. What a brilliant call by Oscar Roach, and it's going to give him his first win in Intermax in the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Brilliant win there for Oscar Roach, making the call, and Mother Nature honouring the call with the rain coming down. And we will have to wait a long time, some 24, 25 seconds, I think, before we see JJ Plowman, who took the winner's trophy yesterday in round 1, will come round to bag some good points nonetheless for heat number 1. Such is the nature of these wet weather races, but a great call by Oscar Roach and his mechanics. And there is second place. There is JJ Plowman taking the 33 points for second place. Then is going to come through third place. There's Bailey Wolf. Noah Moulton getting by on Jensen Sale on that last lap as well for fourth. Good solid points again for Noah Moulton. Lewis Hall in 6th. Stanley Stafford in 7th. 8th for Cian Sullivan ahead of Ashton Redpath. Then it's Layla Bell, who's got by on Rio Wardley, as did Jack Holmes. Excuse me, no, that's timing is updating to tell me it is Wardley still. Wardley rounds out your top 10 then. Layla Bell in 11th, 12th for Jack Holmes, Lucas Hesser in 13th, Jay Birmingham in 14th. Peter Webster takes the honours in Honda Cadet R200 ahead of Austin Mayhew. Then it was Charlie Hobbs and Alexander Adams. And that's how they came home in that one. Brilliant choice by Oscar Roach to go with the wet weather tyres, has rewarded him with a win. Well done to him. Coming up for you next on our Alpha Live stream is going to be race number 6, and that is Heat 1 for Senior Rotax. Let's take you through the grid then for Heat 1 for round 2 in Senior Rotax. Billy Edgecombe will lead them away with this one. John Hobbs alongside Morgan Hudson-Brown and James Kochalek are on row 2. Harry Pullen and Tom Taylor are row 3. George Sanders and Lewis Wild make up row 4 with Zach Fletcher and Marcus King rounding out your top 10. William Young and Ollie Naylor are on row 6 with Elliot Thomas and Jake Riches on row 7. William Eberhardt and Jay Pearson are row 8 ahead of Salvador Newman and Kira Harris on row 9. Row 10 is where we'll find Max Davis and Ethan Priest. Daniel Beards and George Sherwood are next on row 11 with Sky Fraser and Alfie Barron Oxbury on row 12. The 25 cut grid is rounded out by Cameron Crockett in number 5. Well, yesterday Billy Edgecombe took the spoils home in round 1. It was his first win in senior Rotax, of course. We've seen him in junior Rotax. But this is going to be seen as it looks like we've got the full start flag out. Indeed we do. Everyone's not practicing their favourite dance move. That is their universal symbol for we're going around again. Also a strong day yesterday for Harry Pullen. 2/3 and a 2nd place, putting him 2nd in the championship off the back of round 1. And you can see exactly what I mean. Just as quickly as that rain arrived, it's still going to be very well. It's lovely sunshine beating down on this Glannygore circuit. Once again, as we keep saying, it will have made its mark. Greasy conditions. And what I'm not 100% on is what tyres people have elected to go with on this. I'm just trying to get a look. Those look like slicks to me. '21 then is Billy Edgecombe. John Hobbs alongside in the 69. Will we be good for the start this time around? Yes, we will. Away we go then. Billy Edgecombe leads them through Club Corner as there's contact in the mid-pack there, involving the 22 and the 89. That's William Young and Lewis Wild respectively. But they're all still pointing in the right direction, I'm delighted to say, as they peel up through the hill and towards Spoon Corner. Through Spoon they go and then down this back straight. Good start from Billy Edgecombe. He's already got a few kart lengths in hand over those behind him as they head through the carousel. There's James Kochalek fending off the attack of George Sanders from behind. Come round to finish lap 1. Strong start from Billy Edgecombe, as that's a moment there for that's a moment there for the 25. It was of Morgan Hudson-Brown. He was 3rd as he crossed the line, but I think he was compromised down the straight there. And through the carousel. There's James Kochalek in the 73. Really under some pressure as we're looking at Jake Riches in the 12, chasing Marcus King. This is over 8th place. Oh, and there's a driver off there to driver's left. That is the 21 of Billy Edgecombe. So that's our race leader. Race leader off. Now, how did that come about? We only caught the end of it. But that's high drama there for the leader. That's Billy Edgecombe off into the wall to driver's left, and it's at the start, basically at the start line. That's a really unusual place to see a kart off, frankly, because you sometimes see people having incidents through paddock. But that was really late on for a driver to be off at driver's left. He was clearly unhappy about something. Well, he would be unhappy. He was formerly leading the race. That, one assumes, we'll double check on timing. We're looking here at James Kochalek chasing John Hobbs. So what's happened as well to, George Sanders is in the lead. John Hobbs in 2nd, James Kochalek in 3rd, Tom Taylor in 4th and Jake Riches in 5th. Billy Edgecombe now being registered in 6th place. As there's drivers skirting the grass at the top of the hill there. They're really pushing each other hard around this Glannygore circuit. Sanders leads then. Hobbs in second, Kacholek in third, Tom Taylor is fourth, Jake Rich is in fifth, Billy Edge coming out in sixth, having formerly led the race. Morgan Hudson-Brown in seventh. When I said he was saying a drama, he did drop a few positions, but he's gathered it all back up. Marcus King in eighth, Zach Fletcher in ninth, and Harry Pullen, your top 10 at the moment. Salvador Newman had a bit of a drama last lap, dropped 4 positions to fall behind Jay Pearson, Ethan Priest, Daniel Beers, Max Davies. They all benefited from whatever drama befell him there. Elliot Thomas on the move as well, has just got by on Harry Pullen for 10th place. As the main body of the field all go round Spoon Corner there. Head down the hill towards the carousel. Through the double apex there. We're looking at that battle in the middle part of the field. The likes of William Young, Ollie Naylor, Jay Pearson, Ethan Priest. There's the 77 of Tom Taylor and Jake Richards in the 12. This is the battle over 4th place. Coming up the hill, they're trying to stay in touch with James Kacholek and John Hobbs ahead of them. The 77 there of Tom Taylor has got Richards all over the bat using the absolute limit, and there's contact between the two of them, and that's off for the 77 of Tom Taylor. Disappointment for him. Jake Richards, there's Billy Edgecombe in the 21. Presumes he's got by on the 12 of Richards now. Not sure if Jake was able to keep going with that. I think he's been able to keep circulating, but definite drama there between the 12 and the 77. George Sanders still leads in the 56. And then it's John Hobbs in the 69. James Kacholek is next in third. That's in the number 73. We're looking at the battle here. That's Crockett, isn't it, in the 5? That's Cameron Crockett working his way up through the field. He started right at the back of the grid, so he's gaining some nice positions here. Harry Pullen is in the number 3 on his tail. This is all over around the 8th, 9th, 10th place region. Fastest lap of the race from our race leader in the form of George Sanders. John Hobbs is some 7 seconds further back. And then he's he's 1 second ahead of Kacholek, who's being pursued by Riches. That's Marcus King and Elliot Thomas going up through the top of the hill there towards Spoon. We'll head down this back straight here, where you can see Snowdon in the distance on a clear day. I'm not sure I'd define this as a clear day, so they're probably not looking at that. That's the battle going on there then, as I say, for about 8th, 9th and 10th. As there's been a change for 3rd place out there between Jake Richards and James Kacholek. Elliot Thomas now with Cameron Crockett challenging for 7th place. That's what we're looking at right now. Battle for 7th place. Crockett, can he find a way to tuck underneath? He's been making good progress up through the field, up the inside of Spoon, and that looked like a lovely move there by Crockett. He's not made it stick, you know. Oh no, excuse me, he has made it stick. There he is ahead of the 37. So beautifully done move there by Cameron Crockett, by Elliot Thomas, and up into 7th place from the back of the grid. One has to wonder what the tyre setup might be for this. The last lap board, though, has been shown, though, to George Sanders, who's some 8 seconds to the good now. He's just going around the top of the hill now. There's 2nd place John Hobbs in the 69, the orange helmet and the black suit. 8 seconds up the road now, just pulling into the carousel will be George Sanders. And Jake Richards recently getting by on Kacholek for 3rd place. All these drivers have driven nicely through these difficult conditions. Coming down through Devil's Elbow though now is George Sanders. He'll be rounding the final corner, and he takes the win George Sanders takes the checkered flag in Heat 1 for Senior Rotax. John Hobbs will come home in second. There he is. And then Jake Rich is in third. James Kacholek in fourth. Billy Edgecombe recovers to fifth place, having led early on. Marcus King is your highest placed rookie in this race in sixth place. Cameron Crockett, some good driving up through the field to seventh. Elliot Thomas in eighth. Ninth for Harry Pullen. Morgan Hudson-Brown rounds out your top 10. Zach Fletcher in 11th, ahead of Kira Harris, Lewis Wild, Ollie Naylor, Ethan Priest in 15th, Jay Pearson, William Young, Daniel Beards, Max Davies, and Alfie Barron-Oxbury to round out your top 20. Then it was Salvador Newman, Sky Fraser, George Sherwood, Tom Taylor, and William Eberhardt is how they rounded out the 25 finishers of that first heat for Senior Rotax. There'll be the penultimate Heat 1 race up next. The last but one of the races in this cycle before the lunch break. It'll be Junior Max coming up for you next here at GYG. So your Junior Max field ready there on the dummy grid to go out. Let's take a look at how they line up for this one then. Lucas Blanford will lead them away from pole. Riley Bishop alongside. Harris Roberts and Ben Horner are your second row of the grid. Emily Cotty, who won the Girl Power Award yesterday for round 1, will be on row 3 with Kieran Denier alongside. Tom Holden and Jack Dimbleby are row 4 with Jasmine Taylor and Max Rowley to round out the top 10. Emily Ackerts and Harry Cottrell are row number 6. Harry Hurstgrover and Archie Dyson are on row 7, ahead of Owen Keenan and Lewis Holt on row 8, Rory Hinkley and Archie Flint on row 9. It's going to be Max Greatrex, Sam Flynn to round out your top 20 on row 10, Lucas Reeves and Elliot Foster on row 11. Harney Sadiq and Alex McCulloch are on row 12, Noah Sales and Jaden Robinson are on row 13, Molly Pugh and Arthur Frey are row 14, Toby Dukes and Freddie Snelling on row 15, Oliver Lomax and Archie Doherty on row 16, and then Theo Gartside and Karthik Kameta round out the maximum size grid here that we can have here in Super 1 of 34 karts. So it's a nice full grid that we've got for our Junior Max. And gosh, how do you read the conditions on a day like today? So challenging for these drivers out there at the moment. Now be on the starters orders. The 59 is Lucas Blanford, who was a winner in round 1 yesterday. We'll hear from him later on. And away we go then for Heat 1 in Junior Max. And it was a really robust start there from Blanford. Clearly wanted to position his kart to deter any move from those behind. He's immediately been demoted though, because that to me looks like Riley Bishop in the 35 has got through and up into the lead as they head down towards the carousel for the first time. We've got a driver already on the infield there who looks like they've had to park it up. It looks to me like Ben Horner may have had a very strong start as well there in the 12. Indeed he has. It's he who chases Riley Bishop down through Compression Corner, down through Devil's Elbow, as they come round to complete the first lap of this 7 minutes plus a lap heat in Junior Max. Riley Bishop leads, Ben Horner in second, Lucas Blanford, your pole sitter, down for third place. And then it's a battle between Emily Cotty and Jack Dimbleby going on over fourth place. That's how your top 5 round out at the end of lap 1. Riley Bishop able to hold off a challenge there from Ben Horner, positioning his kart nicely at the moment to hold off a move. As they come round the top part of the lap here, down through the compressions. Conditions starting to come back to them here. You can feel it and see it in the body language of the kart, frankly. I think it's Harris Roberts actually who is there in fourth place. Apologies, that's a bit of a timing glitch happening there. So the 43 is in fourth place ahead of Emily Cotti. So it's the 35 of Riley Bishop, the 59 of Lucas Bamford, the 12 of Ben Horner. Then, although it's not showing on your timing towers at the moment, it's the 43 of Harris Roberts, and then it's the 7 of Emily Cotti. Indeed, there is the 43 chasing the sort of black and gold kart. That's Harris Roberts chasing Ben Horner down through Devil's Elbow. And the 7 is Emily Cotti trying to stay in touch with his top 4. Riley Bishop now starting to pull away, but the rain is back again. There it is, you can see it really clearly on this shot now. So the conditions are going to change, and Emily Cotti's got a great drive of the Dragon Straight, and driver off there from the top 5. And I think, well, we're going to have to double check who that is on timing. But Ben Horner has stayed on. There's Emily Cotti. She's got by on Harris Roberts, who's struggling as the greasy conditions return to Glanny Gores. As we've got a few carts off as they readjust once again. That might have been the cart of Toby Dukes. We'll have to double check a few of these as they come around on timing again, folks. There's been a lot of change there. Riley Bishop still your leader. Ben Horner in second. Emily Cotti in third. This is the 33 and the 64. That's Max Rowley and Jack Dimbleby. And that's through for Dimbleby. Dimbleby past Rowley up into 5th place. So I don't think we lost anyone from the top 5. I think the driver we saw going off was nearly a lap down. Jack Dimbleby, though, getting the better of Max Rowley in that 33. Still the rain comes down on these drivers. Given the conditions that they were seeing when they went out, I can't think too many people have, I can't think anyone's taking massive tyre gambles out there. I think many of this field are having to struggle with slicks on a greasy surface. Riley Bishop leads, Ben Horner in second, Harris Roberts in the 43 in third. As Emily Cotti has dropped down on my timing. I'm going to wait to see if that's, can't see her out there at the moment. That might be a timing issue, we'll have to see. Archie Flint, that is, under attack as they go through Spoon Corner in the 22. I think Tom Holden's got by on him in the number 87 there. Indeed he has, so that's a change for 6th place. Let's look at them all trying to find the grip out there. Owen Keenan is in the 29 now, trying to get by on Archie Flint if there's an opportunity. This is the 34. Going by, that's Max Graytrix. Riley Bishop leads this race in the number 35. There is your race leader in the form of Riley Bishop. 1.2 seconds to the good over the 12 of Ben Horner. And then Riley pilots the cart out of the carousel, takes a bit of the curb there through the top right-handers. But so far reading the conditions really nicely is Riley. And there's just 1 minute left on the clock. Then that was Max Graytrix next. Has there been a major change there, or is that? There is a major change there. That's showing as a change for the lead there between Graytrix and Bishop. Apologies, it's hard to tell in these conditions at the moment. The timing is suggesting we did just see Max come through the shot. I think that might be a legitimate change for the lead there. Was that a moment for Riley Bishop? And Max Graytrix appears to have read this brilliantly. Now, did he have... That, to me, looks like he's got wet. I think he's taken the gamble on wet, and the heavens opened at just the right time for Max Greatrix, which would explain it. And he'll get the last lap board this time around. Well, if so, this has been even more so a beautifully timed call than we saw earlier with Oscar Roach, because the gamble wasn't quite paying off until the latter half of the race when the heavens opened. And I think that's provided Max with the... He's definitely on wets. We saw that at the top of the hill, and he's just been able to drive around everybody. Riley Bishop still in second place. Harris Roberts in third. Arthur Frey in fourth. The dropping down the order of Emily Cotty unfortunately looks to have been a legitimate one. I wondered if it was a bit of a timing glitch at my end, but it does appear unfortunately that she's dropped down the order. How about this then? Max Greatrix, another rookie in class, this time in junior Max, who with wet weather tyres is destined. There's Riley Bishop in second place. And that's Harris Roberts challenging him all the way. So the battle is still on for second place. But it's a beautiful strategic call with wets, and that's through for second place for Roberts. But great call by Max Greatrix means he takes the win on wet weather tyres in these changeable conditions at GYG. And then here is the battle for second place. That is Harris Roberts, who has bested Riley Bishop at the last. And Ben Horner is right with them as well. That's through for the 43 of Harris Roberts. Arthur Frey, apologies, has come through to take second place. Is that another wet tyre shod runner who at the last there got by? So it's Max Greatrix who takes the win. Arthur Frey in second, Harris Roberts in third, Riley Bishop in fourth, Ben Horner in fifth. Then it was Tom Holden in sixth, Max Rowley in seventh, eighth for Archie Flint, ninth for Owen Keenan, and Jasmine Taylor to round out the top 10, ahead of Rory Hinckley, Sam Flynn, Elliot Foster, Kieran Denier, Archie Dyson in 15th, 16th for Oliver Lomax. There was Lucas Reeves in 17th, Noah Sales, Jaden Robinson, and Emily Cotty to round out the top 20. Emily Ackett was next, Harry Cottrell in 22nd, 23rd for Molly Pugh. Then it was Archie Doherty with Theo Gartside in 25th. Then it was Alex McCulloch, Harley Sadiq, Karthik Kameta, Jack Dimbleby, Lucas Bamford, Freddie Snelling and Toby Dukes. That's your provisional result at least for another frenetic race in the form of Heat 1 for your junior Max. We're nearly at the end of this first cycle of heats, but we've got one more to go, and that's going to be your Rotax 177 class. Goodness me, we are seeing a few surprises with the conditions here at GYG. Still high winds at all times, by the way, even when it's not raining. Let's look at your grid then for Heat 1 of the Rotax 177 class. Luke Oliver will lead them away from pole position with Richard Evans alongside Shaden Collins and Scott Smith on row 2. Ian Bramfield and round 1 final winner Ben Hitch alongside on row 3. Stephen Horner and James Foster next, with Andy Collinson and Zach Bolton rounding out the top 10. Ben Johnson and Dan Milner on row 6. Andy Ward and Reese Llewellyn are on row 7, with Keith Mason and Sam Winter rounding out a 16-kart field for Rotax 177. And we're going to have our heat race for Rotax 177 before we go into a half-hour lunch break. And during that lunch break, we'll be playing out as the sun's coming out again now. Goodness me. I'm glad I'm not making the call with tyres on these for these drivers. During that lunch break anyway, we'll be showing you the interviews that we did yesterday with our class winners for round 1. So do stay tuned during that period so that you can hear how the drivers went. Very similar themes to today, I have to say. Yesterday they were battling with changeable conditions. And yeah, we're seeing even more instances today, I think, at least thus far, of people making some heroic calls, very much zero to hero calls with the tyres. then we'll get going again after the lunch break at around about 1:25. Well, our second round of heats, and then of course we'll go into the finals. Do hope you're enjoying the coverage. Coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live of this second round of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. My name's Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, talking you through the action here in North Wales. As the drivers get ready for their first race. After this, all drivers will have had a race. Obviously, all drivers were racing yesterday anyway. It's a carbon copy format across the 2 days. Alpha Live providing you with streamed coverage of all of the Sunday racing across this SuperOne Series season. So that's each of the even numbered rounds, but we will always aim to bring you those odd numbered round interviews, if you like, to make sure that you're up to speed on what happens on those days as well. Just getting ready on the dummy grid. Do let us know as well on the comments if you're tuning in to support a particular driver. Don't forget that each driver is assigned a race number that they will carry through the whole season as well. So if you are supporting a particular driver or drivers, it's well worth just making a quick note of what their race number is, just in case that there is the odd moment where in the heat of the moment I might only just get out the number before I'm able to name each. If there's multiple karts involved in a moment, for example, then there can be it can be prudent to know the race number so you can pick up on things nice and quickly. And don't forget, if you want to supplement your watching of this coverage, obviously we have the timing tower on the left-hand side of the stream when the karts are out on circuit. But if you want, if you've got a spare device or monitor, then definitely recommend heading over to live.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne. It is live.alphatiming, and it's Alpha Timing, not Alpha Live, alphatiming.co.uk, and click on SuperOne, and then you'll get the full timing page, which will show you the track map, which predicts where the drivers are around the track. You can also highlight particular drivers as well if you click on, I think it's their number board or their position board. I'm going to try this out in a moment's time and confirm it for you. But it'll highlight the dot of that driver on the driver tracker. You'll be able to follow them around on that driver tracker. Really useful for if you want to support a particular driver. You will also see some information about climate conditions. So, for example, right now it's telling us that the track is damp, and I agree. And if there are any messages in relation to the race, you'll see them as well. So, for example, a false start, and also, yes, penalties as they come through, but hopefully we won't see too many of those. But yeah, live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on SuperOne for enhanced live timing. Luke Oliver then will lead them away. Here we go then for Heat 1 in 177. It's a good start from Richard Evans in the number 17 as our Rotax 177 field head up the Dragon Straight in racing anger for the first time. Looks to me, though, like Richard Evans got the better of Luke Oliver, though, as they come over the crest of the hill into Spoon for the first time. And head down towards the carousel. Battle going on for fourth place. That looks like a costly moment for Shane Collins in the 52, dropping down there. And I think it was to the benefit of Ian Bramfield, but we'll double-check that one as they come around. Heading towards compression corner. The drivers able to feel the grip out there. Doesn't look to me, just eyeballing it, I couldn't get a camera shot close enough in the pit lane, unfortunately, but it doesn't look to me like we're running wets, but the grip suggests perhaps otherwise. Richard Evans leads, though, at the end of that one. He did have a good start from second on the grid. Luke Oliver
in second, Scott Smith in third. That is a battle between Ben Hitch and Scott Smith. Coming through Spoon Corner. And Scott Smith put to the outside there, and Ian Bramfield's got by as well. So I think that's 2 positions lost for Scott Smith to Ben Hitch and Ian Bramfield in the first half of this lap. Down through the hill they come. Ian Bramfield is the driver in the 46th, red suit, white helmet, and he's now ahead of Scott in that white 38 kart. Richard Evans still leads then and puts a new fastest lap of the race to take the gap out to just shy of 2 seconds. Luke Oliver is in second place. Ben Hitch now up to third, and Ian Bramfield followed him through to get by on Scott Smith as well. That's how your top 5 line up. Ian Bramfield now having a bit of a look at Ben Hitch, see if there's a way through there. That's a wide moment for James Frost, that was, through the carousel. Perhaps gave a little bit of an opportunity for Zach Bolton, but I don't think he was able to capitalise on it. Down through compression, down through the Devil's Elbow, which is a great name for the corner. I think that's a very apt name for that corner. It's a lot of fun, but it takes some getting used to be perfectly honest. Richard Evans again extending the gap. He's got the pace in these conditions. As that's a move for, that was Ben Hitch, I believe, in a battle there. As they come through carousel. Yeah, Luke Oliver is under pressure here from Ben Hitch. I think that's what was happening there. Hitch through. And Ian Bramfield has followed through as well, so they've both got by on Luke Oliver. There's Luke Oliver in that 97. So change for second place now. Now, as Richard Evans sets a new fastest lap of the race, and Ben Hitch is confirmed there in second, as that's James Frost getting by on Luke Oliver as well, as they came onto a new lap. So that's James up to 5th place. So it's Richard Evans, Ben Hitch, Ian Bramfield, and Luke Oliver ahead of Scott Smith. Your top 5, oh, excuse me, James Frost ahead of Luke Oliver. So it's Evans, Hitch, Bramfield, Scott Smith in 4th, and James Frost, your top 5. Costly lap for Luke Oliver, but so easily done. If you lose the momentum in the sprint race battle, you know, you won't necessarily be losing 1 place, you'll be losing 2, 3, 4. If your rhythm is upset, particularly around a circuit like this. The question has got to be, what is the pace of Ben Hitch like relative to Richard Evans now that he's up into second and in clean air? 5.2 seconds is the gap, and the rain has started to come down again here at GYG. And it's heavy and sideways is the summary there. It's raining sideways, and how are these karts? How are these karts on their setup in the wet? How are they on their tyres in the wet? This is a challenge on Ben Hitch. Ian Bramfield, who's been following him through, up through the top 10 so far in this race, I think now fancies his way by. Down through the S's they come, through compression. Down to Devil's Elbow. I just felt like Ian Bramfield suddenly got a bit of confidence then in his pursuit of Ben Hitch. Richard Evans controlling this one nicely. Another faster lap than those pursuing him. Puts him 6.2 seconds to the good. Ben Hitch, who's your winner from round 1 yesterday, there in second place, but he's wide as they head up towards Spoon. He returns back to the inside line, but that's surely compromised him. It's going to hold up Ian Bramfield behind him, and Scott Smith is going to fancy his chances. They're 2 wide, even 3 wide, coming down towards Carousel. Luke Oliver chooses to duck out of it in the 97. But that is through for Scott Smith, the 38 now ahead of the 46, and that's a change for 3rd place as they round the top of the circuit. Ben Hitch in the 41, the white kart with the white helmets is is the now third place Scott Smith. There it is confirmed on your timing tower. Richard Evans leading, Ben Hitch in second, Scott Smith in third, Ian Bramfield fourth, Luke Oliver in fifth, James Frost at the moment, Dan Milner, Zach Bolton in eighth, Shane Collins in ninth, and Stephen Horner rounds out the top 10 for now. 30 seconds left on the clock. Ben Hitch is going to go super defensive here down towards Carousel because he knows how much a threat he's under. That actually causes Scott Smith to get a bit held up and allows Ian Bramfield to try and tuck underneath. He'll be on the outside though for the left-handers, and he's got the job done. That's a really nice move from Ian Bramfield to take himself back up into third place. And it sort of worked in a similar way. Ben Hitch held Bramfield up a couple of laps ago, and that allows Scott Smith to get by him. The same has happened here, and Bramfield's going to go for the move on Ben Hitch into paddock. That is a bold move, and he's paid off, but how's that going to affect their speed along the Dragon Straight? Scott Smith senses the opportunity. Luke Oliver senses the opportunity in the 97, but he's not going to be given the room by Scott Smith on the right-hand side, so he just has to tuck behind the 38, and they both have to try and fight through. Scott Smith is through on Ben Hitch into third place. Bramfield started all of that cascade with a bold move into paddock corner. Nicely done and into second place. Scott Smith in third, Luke Oliver having to fend off James Frost now getting involved in the 81 at the back of this pack. Richard Evans will have to keep an eye on though. He's just navigating his way down through Devil's Elbow now, and he'll see the last lap board this time around because the clock has hit 0. So he just needs to bring this one home now. But who on earth is going to finish in frankly any of the other positions? Last lap board has been shown then. Ian Bramfield in second place, Scott Smith in third. Bramfield and Smith have actually been able to open up a little bit of a gap. It's really about Ben Hitch in fourth place in the blue and red helmet there, being pursued by Luke Oliver in the helmet with the yellow details. They both hold each other up, and that's a big move there from the 81 of James Frost, but he couldn't do anything with it as the rain's getting even heavier now down on these drivers around this Glannygores circuit. And there's contact and spin, and that was Hitch and Luke Oliver, and that's going to allow James Frost through. Dan Milner, Zach Bolton, they're all going to benefit from that one. But here is your race leader. We've barely seen him because of how well he's played this one. Richard Evans takes the win in Rotax 177 for heat number 1. And it's going to be Ian Bramfield who finishes in second ahead of Scott Smith. And then coming through, it's going to be all change because of that issue, because of that moment between Ben Hitch and Luke Oliver. It's going to be Dan Milner in fourth, Zach Bolton in fifth, sixth for Andy Collinson, seventh for Shane Collins, James Frost in eighth place. I think he got held up by that incident as well. Stephen Horner in ninth, and then Luke Oliver classifies in 10th, with Ben Hitch in 11th, 12th for Ben Johnson, and 13th for Andy Ward. Well, that rounds out a very frenetic and dramatic series of first heats here today in the Rally Replay SuperOne Series for round 2 here at GYG. We're going to take a bit of a lunch break here at the circuit. Everyone's hopefully going to dry out a little bit, and we'll be back with you for the next set of races. In the meantime, please enjoy some of the interviews and highlights that we've taken from the Drivers' Parade this morning and from our round 1 class winners yesterday. See you in about half an hour. Thank you all.
I hate you. That was crazy.
well done. And then there's a random draw. You have to be here to win it. So, where's one you can draw it out to? You can help.
Oh, you want to show me?
You have to be here to win it.
13, Daniel Ganov.
Daniel Genov. Is here, come on, well done. There we go. Live stream. And then Stu. Well done. Thank you everybody for attending.
I am my perimeter. My perimeter is me.
Yeah, sheep.
Here on the podium then for round one of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. The winner in Bambino C50 today and a first time winner in SuperOne, Benjamin Schliver. How does it feel to be a SuperOne winner?
Very good, and it was a bit of a battle at the last lap.
Yeah, and indeed, talk us through your day because you had the win in Heat 1 as well, right?
Yeah.
And changeable conditions at times as well here at GYG today. Did the rain, how was that?
It was a bit slippery for the first lap, but on the second lap it was a bit dry.
Brilliant stuff. And is there anyone you'd like to thank today off the back of your win?
My dad and my mechanic and Gordon.
Awesome. Well, fantastic. Massive congratulations on your first win and all the best for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Thank you. Here on the podium then with our winner of Honda Cadet's GX200 class and picking up where we left off last season, I think, in terms of getting the trophies. Cian Sullivan, how does it feel to be winning at GYG?
Good. Really good.
Excellent stuff. So talk us a bit through your final. How did it, well, it obviously went well, but what's the story of the race?
I got overtaken by Luke McGold, then I got past him into the double right, and then we were just pushing together from then.
And tell us a bit about the broader story of your day as well. How did your heats go as well?
First in one of them, then like last in the other because I came off and spun on dries in the wet. Like it was wet and I was on slicks.
Yeah, and that's been a big challenge of today. So on the slicks in the wet, how was that?
It was really slippery. It was like ice.
Do you enjoy changeable conditions?
When I don't come off, yeah.
I find that as well. Setting yourself up really well for this 2024 campaign. Is that on your mind at all, or just early days at the moment?
Early days at the moment.
Fantastic stuff. And anyone you'd like to thank off the back of the win here today?
TWR, Swift Fastenings, Vision, and my mum and dad.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Cian. All the best. Here on our podium then for our winner in our Honda Cadet R200 class today, Austin Mayhew. Really well done on the win. How has the day been for you?
Good, you know, I've had the good overall pace in the final there. I just sat behind him for a couple of laps, you know, just sussing out what was happening. Went past him and just, you know, pulled the pin, drove as fast as I could and won, you know. Pretty easy race.
Brilliant stuff. And tell us about your heats as well. What's the story of the rest of round one?
I won all the heats. You know, there was one heat where I made a mistake on the first corner, ran wide and had to catch Peter back up. But apart from that, fairly easy day, just winning.
And quite changeable conditions here today at GYG. We have short, sharp showers. How has that affected your running?
Heat 1, I think it was, or 2. I gambled and went on a slick. I started P19 overall and finished 3rd overall. So I went up 16 positions. You know, I was only 2 on slick, 1 out of 2 people, and it worked. So, and I thought I might start up there, but I was put at the back again. So I had to drive back and did so, you know.
And how do you find this GYG circuit in general? Is it a circuit that works for you?
I like it. It's quite physical. You know, it's quite hard on your neck, but like, I like it. Nice scenery to look at.
It is. When we can see it, it's lovely. And how do you enjoy driving your Honda R200 Cadet car? How's that?
Yeah, good. Nice engine. Very quick, you know. I can keep up with some of the inters every now and then. You know, it's good. I like it, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Is there anyone you'd like to thank today off the back of the win?
I'd like to thank my dad. I'd like to thank Zipkart, RPM, and of course, Prosperity. Thank you.
Lovely stuff. Well done, Austin. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here on the podium then for round one of our Rally Replay SuperOne Championship for 2024, winner in the IAME M1 class, Ralph Martin. How do you feel?
I feel great. I hate this track, to be honest, and because there's a long straight and I'm really heavy, and I think it was great because won my first round of SuperOne and I've won it.
Absolutely golden start to your SuperOne campaign. And might you like the track a little bit more after today's success?
Well, at the start, I got in first, and the front two was on on slicks and new, but the third driver was on scrubbed ones because they done it in quali, and I just got away and I just carried it to the win.
Sorry, what tyres were you on, sorry?
Brand new slicks.
So was that fairly greasy out there? We had changeable conditions today. How has that been?
I didn't feel the difference, to be honest, because it just sprinkled down a bit and then it stopped. So I'm fine with the wet on slicks, but I think it's good to be here.
Awesome. And how do you find driving an IAME M1 kart?
I find it faster than the Mighties because I still drive the Mighties in BKC.
Awesome stuff. I've got to ask, given your take on this track, what's your favourite circuit?
Probably Shennington.
Decent answer, and well done because I put you on the spot there. Anyone you want to thank off the back of today's victory in round one?
My mum, RCE, Amanda, and my mechanic.
Awesome stuff. Looking forward to tomorrow, round two?
Happy.
Here on the podium again then for round one of our Rally Replay SuperOne Championship, and our winner in Intermax here today, JJ Plowman. How does it feel, sir?
Brilliant. My first win at SuperOne. Been doing it for 2 years, SuperOne now. Second year, 5th in the championship last year.
Fantastic stuff, brilliant, as the heavens might be opening up on us again here in the paddock. Talk us through that then. What is there anything in particular you've been working on in the off-season or that's gradually progressed over the 2 years? How have you got to this spot?
Mainly my wet driving. I've not been the best in the wet always, but now I've got it sorted, being with help with some teams.
Fantastic. So, yeah, obviously came in today. How were the conditions out there? Very changeable throughout the day.
Yeah, it was quite difficult with changing conditions, really. We went for slicks in the second heat that worked, and yeah, just with them wet lines really helped.
And what was the story of the final? Talk us through how that race went.
Started second, first lap kept in second, and then halfway through maybe made a move down the inside and just went off after that.
Brilliant stuff. And obviously it's been a very changeable track to drive on today, but how do you like this GYG circuit?
One of my favourite tracks, probably one of my best as well.
Brilliant stuff. Looking forward to tomorrow?
Yes, certainly, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. And anyone you'd like to thank off the back of the win here today?
To my dad for being my mechanic and all my sponsors.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, JJ. All the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Here today then with our winner in Junior Max, Lucas Blanford. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good, I think first race of the season, hoping for many more.
Absolutely, and as the continuity of these podium interviews I'm sure is showing, it's been changeable conditions here today. How has that been for you?
It's been quite annoying with rain, sun, rain, sun, rain, sun. It's been quite hard to get the kart set up right. So it's just been really trying to get the kart spot on and just adapt to the conditions, really.
Yeah, and was it a case throughout the day of just slicks and work through it, or have you had to? What were you on in what conditions?
It was mainly slicks all day. I think it started raining a bit in Heat 1, which caused a few crashes. But yeah, it was a pretty good day.
Excellent stuff. And how does the GYG circuit suit you across the conditions?
Yeah, I really like the track. It's got quite a few high and low speed corners, so I think it suits my driving style and just really like it.
Anyone you'd like to thank off the back of today's win?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mum, dad, brother and sister for continually supporting me. My team, who are currently at PFI, Ultimate R Racing, KR Sport Racing Engines, and my dogs.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you for the laugh there was because the rain started going in my eye. Thank you for soldiering through the interview, and well done, Lucas. All the best for tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
The dogs.
Here then, back on the podium with our winner in Micromax here today, Ansel Murray. How does it feel to be a winner in Super 1?
Great. It was really, it took quite long to get here. I was last in February at I think it was Sheddington. It was really fun to. It was quite. RCE. I would like to thank RCE and Force Engines to help me get through this.
Brilliant stuff. Now, how have you found today? We've had changeable conditions here today. How did that impact the driving out there?
It fiddled with it quite a lot. I don't really like it here in the wet because it gets very slippery.
And how do you find driving this Micromax kart?
Great. I think it's better than the Bambino.
Awesome stuff. And looking forward to the season ahead?
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. You did thank a few people there. Was there anyone else you wanted to thank?
My dad.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations on a fantastic bit of racing today, Ansel. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're here with our, in increasingly worse than conditions here at the track, we're here with our winner in Rotax 177, Ben Hitch. Ben, congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk us through the story of your day then, through the heats and then the final.
Oh, the day has been pretty awful, to be honest. We've been at like every session on slicks and it's rained for every single session that we've had. So I've had a couple of bad heats and yeah, so I was starting near the back, so I thought I got nothing to lose, put the wets on, and then yeah, it just came my way in the end. So yeah, happy days at the end of the day.
Making the right call at the right time.
I had nothing to lose, to be honest. The first few laps I just backed off because it was dry, so I thought if I cook the wets then, you know, that's no good anyway. So yeah, I just backed off, waited, crossed my fingers, the rain came, and then I just I had to catch up to Ben Johnson, who was also on wets. So yeah, managed to catch him on the penultimate lap, and that was it.
Briefly, for anyone who's not had the enjoyable experience of driving in the wet on slicks, how would you describe it to the people out there?
It's fun in testing. In a race, it's not that fun, to be honest, because yeah, you just don't want to bin it like and write your car off. So yeah, I was much happier being on the wets. And that's the first time I've been on the wets, and it's been a wet track every single session we've been at today. So yeah, great.
We'll take that as a debut on wet tyres. Anyone you want to give a shout out to off the back of the win?
Yeah, to my mates Richard Evans and John Hobbs for all the help that they've done today. So.
Brilliant stuff. Hardiest interviewing so far today for making it through those conditions. Well done and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Here with our winner then in Senior Rotax here today at GYG, Billy Edgecombe. You're a winner in Senior Rotax as well now.
Felt like a long time coming. But yeah, first senior win in general, so I'm happy with it. Yeah, proud. Yeah, just in general, happy for once. Yeah, good.
And as we're experiencing now on the podium, changeable conditions today, not the easiest circumstances to take it in.
No, first race, it was weird. It was dry to start, then it rained, then it dried up again, and it rained again. so just a pain. Heat 2 is dry, and then it was looking like it was going to rain, and then it didn't. So I was lucky because I don't think I had much pace in the wet, but luckily we managed to get it in the dry, so we're all right.
Felt like the weather was matching you throughout that answer. That was great. GYG then, how does that rank for you as a circuit?
I had struggles with it in juniors the first few times I came here. Last time I came into SuperOne, we did all right. I always like the track. It's a technical track, lovely track, but I definitely like it now. Now I've got something I can say I've won here. I definitely like it a lot more.
And as you say, your first win in a senior category. Has there been any particular preparation, and then how does that differ as a class to race in, do you find?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be a lot more technical with it, but we've had a lot of new changes. We've gone on to a new kart, so not on an OTK anymore, on a Kart Republic. We've gone for a new engine builder. I'd like to thank Danny Sweeney for all the continued support throughout the year. That's a new engines we're trying. And just, yeah, thanks to the whole team, my dad, my mum, and all my family behind me for pushing me to where I am today.
And without going, I don't want to take us too far down the rabbit hole, but making a change like that, what's the real thing you have to focus on with that sort of change?
It's just a lot different in how the chassis handles. It's like, it's got a lot of mid-corner grip compared to where the OTK had exit. So it's just getting to grips of how this new car handles and how to drive it differently. But I think we sort of get to grips with it a little bit more now, got to familiarise ourselves with it, and hopefully we'll be able to push it further on during the year.
What conditions are you hoping for tomorrow?
Dry. I don't want it to rain, not at all. I mean, I haven't tried new wets yet here, but I mean, we'll just have to see, won't we? It's Wales, anything can happen.
I'll hope with you. I'll hope with you. You've already mentioned Danny. Anyone else you want to thank off the back of today's win?
Yeah, just my dad for being a big support, Momentum Motorsport for being there, and just my whole family. And Aram Racing Engines, that's Danny Sweeney. And Jake Howarth, lad, he's been there from the beginning, like, you know what I mean? And he's just a sound lad, you know what I mean, like?
Brilliant stuff. Well, I can't top that with any other questions, so well done, Billy. All the best for tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Here then with our winner here today for round one in IAME Water Swift Restricted class, William Crombie. How's it feel to take the winner's trophy today?
Good.
Good stuff. And how was it out there? Changeable conditions today at GYG?
Yes.
And talk us through a little bit that final race. How did it go for you? Well, obviously well, but
Good. Got past most of the micro maxes, but on the final lap I had to battle with them, and then they just pushed me a bit onto the curb on the start-finish straight.
And the heat races as well. How did heats 1 and 2 go for you here today?
Good. I finished first in both of them.
All good stuff. And how do you find this GYG circuit compared to other tracks that you've been to?
A lot more changeable weathers.
I think that's the nature of racing in North Wales. Do you enjoy a bit of changeable conditions?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And were you always on the right? Were you always on the right tyre today, or did we have some slick? Was it slicks in the wet? How greasy was it?
Slippery.
Absolutely. And is there anyone you'd like to thank off the back of the victory today?
My dad, Liam, Velocity Race Engines and RCE.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Will. All the best. back to live here then at GYG, and during the lunch break the heavens have opened even more so. I'm not sure we'll see too many instances of people making strategic calls between slicks and wets anymore. I think it's it's squarely in the wets category at the moment as we head into our second cycle of heats, and we're going to kick that off with our Bambino C50 class. Here is your grid for that race. Logan Hodgetts, who won Heat 1 earlier on, will lead them away. Noah Wicklow alongside Hendrix Fallat and Benjamin Schlivar on row 2. Will Wainwright and Harry Murphy on row number 3. Row 4 is Ollie West and Ernie Wade, with Arlo Gamble and Henry Hales on row 5. Calman Simon and Rafe Owen on row 6. Row 7 is where we will find Arthur Bowers and Alex Marshall, John Stevens and Jesse Bailey on row 8. Jax Wong and Santo Amico on row number 9. And then we have Oliver Daniels and Max Armitage rounding out the top 20. Ava Garrett and Boston Wolf round out a 22-kart grid for this second heat of the day. Second opportunity for these young drivers to maximise the best possible position on the grid for the finals. 34 points on offer for a heat win, don't forget as well. So all valuable stuff. And Logan taking his first heat win of the season earlier today, because whilst he had some consistent results yesterday, he didn't actually get the heat win yesterday. The heat winners yesterday were Benjamin Schlivar, who we heard from in the break, who went on to win in the final, and Ernie Wade was the other heat winner yesterday. Conditions have worsened significantly though here at the circuit. You can see the increase in standing water since you were last with us for live pictures, at least. It's in some ways though, these are easier conditions. I say that only because it's not, there's no longer a sort of difficult decision to make between wet and dry tyres. It's wets. It's no longer therefore trying to drive in greasy conditions on slicks. You've got the best tyres on that you can have, and the conditions are wet and not looking particularly likely to change. So I'm not going to by any stretch of the imagination pretend that the conditions are easy. They're not, but at least they're consistently wet rather than changeable, and that can make things slightly easier. Going to be interesting to see how these young drivers go in these challenging conditions. You're watching the Alpha live stream of round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series, coming to you from GYG, Glanny Gores kart circuit in the county of Conway in North Wales. It's a beautiful part of the world, even if we're maybe not experiencing the most beautiful weather that you could do. But nonetheless, we've been treated to some really good action so far. Do please let us know who you're supporting on the comments, or where you're watching from, or anything really about how you're enjoying this SuperOne Series, as we're under starters orders here, and away we go. Logan Hodgetts leads them away, but it's a good start by Noah Wicklow in a similar fashion to what we saw in Heat 1. And as they head up the Dragon Straight for the first time, it looks to me like Noah is in the lead. Behind them, Will Wainwright is challenging Hendrix Fallat over third place. They're side by side for the lead, though. Better drive for Hodgetts on the outside as they curve round at the top of the hill, and he's back into the lead by the time they hit the first braking zone at the Spoon Corner at the top of the hill there. Ollie West making early moves as well against Schlivar, and Schlivar is off onto the grass, and that's gutting for him. That's a real change of fortunes compared to yesterday when he took his first win in Super 1. But he's still got some time to make up. Still worth pushing in these conditions. Pretty much anything can happen. But costly moment nonetheless for Benjamin's day. Down through Compression Corner, it's Logan Hodgetts who leads. Noah Wicklow in second. And Fallat was able to hold off that early attack by Will Wainwright. Then it looks to me to be Ollie West to round out the top 5 as they come round to finish lap number 1 of this 7 minutes plus a lap heat in our Bambino C50s. Hodgetts, Wicklow, Falat, Wainwright and West. Indeed it is the top 5. Carmen Simon with a good start on that first lap. Up to 7th place. We've got a driver there out of the race there. I think it might be Max Armit, unfortunately, who's retiring from this one. Just see a driver with a marshal there off to driver's left at the top of the hill. Really good stuff from Hendrix Falat in the number 15, sat there in 3rd place. No, Wicklow, though, keeping the pressure on here with Hodgetts for the lead of this one. Hodgetts is your driver in the 74. Wicklow, your driver in the 53. And there's Falat and Wainwright in 3rd and 4th. Looks like a drama has befallen Oliver Daniels, I'm afraid to say. He's dropped far down the order on the last lap. Once again up the Dragon Straight. In the slipstream is Noah Wicklow. The trick is how you open up the opportunity here at the top of the hill in Spoon. I don't think anyone's close enough to make a move this time. Will Wainwright, though, putting good pressure on Hendrix Falat. He'll know, though, that he doesn't want to lose too much time having a battle with Hendrix when there's some greater rewards just up the road. That's one of the key things about particularly sprint racing in karting. It's not always, surprisingly, about all-out attack all of the time. It's about keeping your powder dry and knowing when to go for a move, such that you don't lose too much time. And in making a pass, lose a lot of time to the next opportunity that would be up the road for you. The sun coming down now on this wet Glanigore circuit. Fastest lap of the race from Noah Wicklow. Thought he maybe just could have tucked underneath them, but he didn't quite have the drive up the Dragon Straight. He'll have the inside line through this right-hand sweeper, but as we saw from Logan Hodgetts fighting back against him on literally the first run up the hill a couple of minutes ago, that doesn't pay off, and indeed it doesn't this time around. Still Logan Hodgetts controls this one nicely at the lead of the race. Wicklow has a look to the inside of Carousel, though. There's a bold move there. He'll skirt out to the outside, but if he can just bring it round, and he can, and that was a really good move there by Noah Wicklow to bring himself up into the lead of the race. Textbook pass, but the phrase textbook pass belies how difficult it is, particularly in these conditions. It's not the longest braking zone for the Carousel here, because it's actually quite a high apex speed. It's quite a short, sharp stab of the brakes. It'll be slightly longer in these conditions, but it's not actually as easy as you might think to execute a pass on the brakes into Carousel, and that was really nicely done there by the driver of the number 53. This is the 3rd place battle. Hendrix Falat absorbing the pressure here of Will Wainwright. You get the sense that Will is keen to find an opportunity to get by here as they head up the straight. Further down the order, Benjamin Schlivar is trying to get back up the order. He got by on Oliver Daniels last time around. The battle for 3rd place stays in order. Further down behind them, Henry Hales, by the way, has got by on Ollie West to bring himself up into 5th place now. There's some 3.8 seconds back from these two that we're looking at right now. So it's Henry Hales in 5th, Ollie West in 6th. And he's actually in a battle now, is West, with Calman Simon and Arlo Gamble. They're all quite close together. That's the 0, the O plate, the 12 and the 72 battling away. We stick with this battle over 3rd place, though. Hendrix Falat, one of our rookie drivers in this class, defending against Will Wainwright. In that battle further down, there has been a change. Calman Simon got by on Ollie West that time around, so change for 6th place as well. And actually, ironically, maybe I jinxed it, because I said at the start of the race, at least the conditions are consistently wet. It's actually so sunny now, and again, still that frost breeze at the circuit. But conceivably, I think actually the drivers who are going out in the next race, there is going to be a crossover point here, unless the rain returns. Battle for the lead, though. Logan Hodgetts out of Carousel has good drive, and he will try and hang on around the outside of Noah Wicklow. This could be interesting. What's the grip like on the outside there? Bit of a more wet line, but Noah's able to cut across and hold on for now, and it goes back to single file running as they go down through Devil's Elbow and head towards paddock at the end of another lap. They'll get 2 more laps after this one, because the clock hasn't quite hit 0 as they cross the line. So it'll be this plus 1 more. And here's Will Wainwright having a look for 3rd place. Pulls alongside Falat through club corner, and he'll have the inside line, but it's not a done deal. We saw for Hodgetts how the outside line could work. Can Hendrix Falat utilize that grip on the outside to fight back? I'm not sure he can. I think he's lost too much by the time they get to that at the end of the Dragon Straight, and that's a nice move, all told, by Will Wainwright to bring himself up into 3rd place, and he's been eyeing that move up for a while. Meanwhile, Logan Hodgetts pulls to the outside of Noah Wicklow at the same point that Wicklow got by on him a few laps ago. He'll try and get the switchback move out of Carousel in a similar fashion to a lap ago, but can he do anything with the advantage is the question. It's 2 right-handers next, which makes it very difficult for him to hang on. He can go deep here and try and hang on around the outside. We see people do that sometimes in the dry. It's easier said than done, though, in the wet, although you might conventionally think that there's a good wet line around the outside of that corner. It's not necessarily always the way through these corners. Last lap board shown there then for Noah Wicklow. Can he hang on for this one? Jesse Bailey, by the way, has put a move in on Wraith Owen further down the order for 12th place. That's so good battles going on through the field, and as a show of what we might come to expect, actually we've got to focus on the lead here, because pulling alongside is Logan Hodgetts. This is similar to lap 1. He's going to be ahead at the corner, but he's going to be on the outside, and they got very close there. I don't know if there was a touch even as they came through there, but it's gone the way of Wicklow there as they come out of Spoon, and he now knows he has to go defensive for the whole rest of this last lap. I was just going to say, by way of a sign of what we might be in store for in the final, I know this heat hasn't gone his way, but Benjamin Schlevar with the fastest lap of the race a lap or so ago, and he is recovering back up. He's now up to 14th place, having got by on Arthur Bowers, so still could be interesting to watch come the final for our winner in round number 1 yesterday here at Glanny Gores. But it's been brilliantly judged by Noah Wicklow. He's going to round paddock corner and head to the line and take the win for Heat 2. It's going to be a close run thing, mind. It's going to be less than a tenth that separates them, but Noah Wicklow takes the win. Logan Hodgetts in 2nd, Will Wainwright in 3rd, Hendrix Fallas in 4th. Good points for him. Henry Hales in 5th. 6th for Calman Simon, ahead of Ollie West, Arlo Gamble, Alex Marshall, John Stevens to round out the top 10. Then it was Ernie Wade, Benjamin Schlevar in the end recovering to 12th. Not a bad recovery after that off-track moment in lap number 1. Jesse Bailey in 13th, 14th for Wraith Owen, Arthur Bowers in 15th, then it was Jax Wong, Santo Amico, Oliver Daniels, Ava Garrett, and unfortunately we saw Max Armitt pulled over at the side of the road. That then is the Heat 2 done for Bambino C50. Coming up next for you here at Glanny Gores will be Heat 2 for Honda Cadet GX200. Let's take you through the grid then for Honda Cadet GX200. It's going to be a 10-kart grid for this one, as they just get ready in the dummy grid. It's going to be Cian Sullivan who takes this one away from pole position. Luke McGall in 2nd. Joshua Bailey and Sebastian Burlington are on row number 2. Charlie Quine and Charlie Gregg, and all Charlie 3rd row on this 10-kart grid. Next is going to be Ricky Jr. McIntosh and Archie Rutter, and then it's going to be Daniel Hulse and Eloisa Burlington to round out the 10-kart field. And as a reminder, it was Cian Sullivan who won Heat 1 earlier on, and indeed took the win in the final yesterday as well in the Honda Cadet GX200. This is an interesting one in terms, again, of what do they put on, because already the track is, to me, showing signs of drying here. be ushered out onto circuit. It might be a bold decision for these young drivers, but well, to be honest, by this point in the weekend, they're seasoned pros at having to drive in these greasy conditions, to be honest. So who knows? Maybe there is something to be said. That looks to me like they've gone with wets throughout the field. But if conditions stay as they are, there is going to be some crossover point. And just to be clear, as I keep saying, it's not like putting wet weather tyres on suddenly makes it easy. It's still challenging conditions, but at least you've got some grooves on your tyres to clear the water. Here we go then. Under starters orders for Honda Cadet GX200 Heat 2. And full start flag is shown. I wonder if that might have been a break in formation there. In these greasy conditions, it can happen. Just to take you through the full results in terms of wins that we've had so far in this class this weekend. I mentioned how Cian Sullivan took the final win yesterday, and he also won the heat earlier today. He also won Heat 1 yesterday, but Heat 2 went the way of Joshua Bailey in the 81 in this class, so it's not been a clean sweep for Sullivan, and his fellow competitors should take heart from that as they ready themselves to do one more heat battle ahead of the final later on. Will we be good for a start this time around? A second full start would see the race time reduced, but we're good and we're racing. Away they go then. Cian Sullivan retains the lead round turn number 1. Sebastian Burlington in the 22 seems to have got up to third place ahead of Joshua Bailey there, but Bailey's trying to fight back as they come up through the hill but can't find a way through. So it remains Burlington, Seb Burlington that is, in third place. Through Spoon Corner they come. McIntosh having a bit of a look at Greg there, but Cian Sullivan goes defensive on the way down to Carousel Corner to hold off the attack from Luke McGall. That's Charlie Quine with the IM plate on the tail of Charlie Gregg as they come down through the sweepers, down through compression. Luke McGall keen to not let Cian get away too easily at the start of this one. Through Paddock Corner they come. And on to lap number 2. Not too many changes in that first lap, but plenty of promise for the race ahead as we already, look at this, McGall really taking the attack to Sullivan. Couldn't quite find the drive on the outside, but he's trying to prise open the door there. And there is a great move for third place. Joshua Bailey up the inside of Sebastian Burlington. And challenge for the lead. McGall down the inside of Cian Sullivan into the carousel. Can he make that one stick? I think he can. In two corners, two textbook moves around GYG. And again, I come back to the fact that doesn't mean they're easy. But really nice moves there for third and first place, respectively. And that is a fight back there, though, from Bailey on Burlington. So I think that's swapped twice in that lap. So Luke McGall now your leader. Cian Sullivan in second. Joshua Bailey, who won the equivalent race to this yesterday in this class, in third. Sebastian Burlington in fourth. And still under pressure is Bailey from Seb Burlington as they go up the hill. Is he going to find a way through? He's got the door open. He can't quite get it done under braking. And he's now under pressure from Ricky Jr. McIntosh in the number 14 as well. They're side by side as they head down towards the carousel. And Archie Rutter in the number 20 kart is right with them as well. And if anything, Seb Burlington's fallen off the back of Joshua Bailey somewhat and is having to think more about the threat from McIntosh behind, although actually he's had a strong run there through compression and is reeling in the 81 again. A contact warning has been issued to Ricky Jr. McIntosh. I wonder if that's to do with the little touch between himself and Burlington out of Spoon Corner, across the line, and that is through. Great drive off of Paddock Corner for McIntosh, and he's just by on Sebastian Burlington, like he thought nothing of it. That was quite the move there. Luke McGall with the new fastest lap of the race, your leader then. Cian Sullivan trying to keep him honest, still within 1 second. Bit of a switchback move on there by Burlington against McIntosh, and he's going to get by, but is he going to go deep into the carousel in the 22? He is, and the 14, Archie Rutter in the 20, Charlie Gregg in the 6. Another look here from Sebastian Burlington on Ricky Jr. McIntosh as they come down into the compressions. It's going to be a wide line through there for Burlington, but in these wet conditions he probably won't lose out as much as he would otherwise do so. Charlie Gregg would like to have a go at Archie Rutter, but also doesn't want to lose the momentum that they're gaining on the karts ahead of them. Another fastest lap of the race from Luke McGall as the drivers get more bedded into these conditions, and indeed, you know, it's not currently raining. The conditions get slightly better with every lap. You find sometimes running a fleet of karts over a wet track is a surprisingly good way of drying it out. So, you know, it's all going. You can even see a few little dry patches forming on the centre line there of the circuit. What can mean is that the grip conditions are changing every single lap, and these drivers are just having to adapt every time around. Archie Rutter in the 20, that was challenging the 22 of Sebastian Burlington over 5th place. And once again, McIntosh with good drive through that corner, but can't quite find a line to attack Joshua Bailey. And actually, it's going to compromise him all the way down the Dragon Straight. And that might allow Sebastian Burlington in the 22 to have a look at the end of the straight. He's going to have his nose alongside. That's going to be very close at the point of the corner. And he's had to duck out of it, did Burlington then. But I think McIntosh had great drive through the paddock. He had a look at Joshua Bailey for 3rd place, but in doing so, just compromised his pace down that Dragon Straight, but has been able to hold on to the position nonetheless. He'll now work to try and get back onto the back of Sebastian Burlington ahead, who in turn is trying to stay in touch. And is, to be fair, there he is, all on the tail of Ricky Jr. McIntosh. But McIntosh seems a bit more confident just through this last part of the circuit, as there's a little flick there up for Charlie Gregg. I'm not sure if that was just a bump with the curb or if there was some contact there. It's hard to tell from that angle as they dip down through the corners. But it stays running and on the hunt for 6th place either way. Luke McGall controlling this one nicely now. A 2.8 second gap at the front of this field from Cian Sullivan, who in turn has 2.5 seconds over this battle that we've been watching so much, headed up by the 81 of Joshua Bailey. He's absorbing the pressure well at the moment. There is your race leader, Luke McGall. There he is into compression. And, as I've covered when we were forming up just after the full start, hasn't had a win yet this season. And one of our rookie drivers, I'll wager, will go for an inaugural win here. Another fastest lap of the race, 54.404. Comes up to the top of the hill. He's just reading these conditions really nicely, feeling that grip. There's Cian Sullivan, still on for some good points at the moment there in 2nd place. And there's the move from Sebastian Burlington on Ricky Jr. McIntosh, and he's got the move done through Spoon. Not for the first time we've seen that move from Sebastian Burlington. He's making it work really nicely. Immediately gives the gesture to say, let's work together to catch up onto the back of Joshua Bailey. How compliant is McIntosh going to feel with that one? Archie Rutter right with him as well in the 20. Clock has hit 0. We're going to have the last lap board this time around. Indeed, it has been shown to Luke McGall, who begins his last tour of the circuit in this 2nd heat. Change of position confirmed between Burlington and McIntosh after that move at Carousel last time around. Luke McGall has just read this one really nicely. Got the trophy for the highest placed rookie yesterday in this class. He just has to get through this last sector in what is just a challenging day, a fun day of racing, but a challenging day with these conditions. But this one was a no-brainer to go with the wets for the time being. But finding the grip and finding the pace to take the win is Luke McGall, who takes the win in Heat 2 in Honda Cadet GX200 for round 2. Cian Sullivan with good points in second place there. Joshua Bailey in third. Sebastian Burlington in fourth with some lovely overtakes en route to it. Ricky Junior McIntosh in fifth. Archie Rutter in sixth. Charlie Gregg in seventh. Charlie Quine in eighth. And then it will be Daniel Hulse in ninth. And Eloisa Burlington we expect to come through to secure 10th place. There's Daniel across the line. And that was, you can start to sense the drivers gaining their confidence in these conditions. As I say, whilst I did talk about it changing, those weren't fully changeable conditions. Those were wet conditions, as that's Eloisa coming through as well to check the checkered flag. And it's just leading to a few more overtakes out there, a few more attempts, which is great to see. We'll be back then with your next race in a moment. It's Heat 2 for Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted next here at GYG. Let's take you through the grid then for this second heat. Remember, 2 classes out on track in this one, Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted. Xavier Ramsey will lead them away on this one with Alfie Garrett alongside. Ansel Murray and Toby Cannon are on row 2. Oscar Kenny and Marley Fisher on row 3. It'll be Morgan Weston and Ethan Lloyd on row 4. Jack Daniels and Elsie Gannon on row 5. Daniel Stangerine and Travis Giddings are your 6th row of the grid, and it'll be Oscar Churches and Isla Parsons on row 7. That is everyone in Micromax. We then get on to our IAME Water Swift Restricted runners in the form of William Crombie in the 115, Theo Jepson in the 116, and Ethan Taylor in the 167. That's how they line up on the 17-kart grid. And it was Alfie Garrett who won within Micromax earlier on today, and Theo Jepson was your highest placed IAME Water Swift Restricted, so that's how it went earlier on. As they're rounding the top of the lap now. I have to say, ironically, given that it's actually I think I'm still seeing wet weather tyres on these cars, just as they came around then. This is the clearest conditions in terms of visibility we've had all day. There's something, and as I say, it could lead to an interesting crossover point later on where conditions allow. Away we go then. Xavier Ramsey leads them away, but it's a good start from Alfie Garrett from second on the grid in a similar fashion, if I recall, to what we saw in Heat 1. The 42 of Garrett immediately up into the lead. Ramsey left to defend hard against the likes of Ansel Murray and Toby Cannon, and they come up the hill into the braking zone for Spoon Corner. Usual jostling for position at the start of the race. Isla Parsons looks to have made a couple of moves there in the early stages. Xavier Ramsey defending, though, against Toby Cannon there in the 17. As they come around the top of this last sector, swooping in. There's Elsie Gannon with Daniel Stangerine for company in the 22 behind. It's Alfie Garrett, though, who leads them down through the sweepers, down through Devil's Elbow and through Paddock at the end of lap 1. And it's a good start from Ethan Lloyd as well, who's got himself up into 4th place in the number 66 at the end of that one. And in fact, he's attacking Toby Cannon there, is he, as they come over the crest? Is he going to make that one stick? It's side by side at the apex, but it is going to go the way of Ethan Lloyd. This is fantastic stuff from the driver of the number 66, another one of our rookie ranked drivers in this class. And he's buying up into third place ahead of Toby Cannon. I'm not sure Toby wants to leave that standing, though. He's looking racy here, but it's difficult to find a way through in this part of the lap. And that is also Xavier Ramsey now having to fend off Lloyd as well. So Lloyd is immediately like, come on, we can go, I can do one better here. But Ramsey positions his kart well and holds off the attack. The 96 is Ansel Murray, your round one winner, and the 48 is Oscar Kenny, who's holding on to the back of this pack. There's Alfie Garrett, your race leader, and then here's the pack for second place. It's just over a second that Alfie has in hand over these 5 drivers. And that is another little look there by Ethan Lloyd, by Toby Cannon on Ethan Lloyd, but there wasn't. It was never really coming good. And has he actually provided the opportunity for Ansel Murray to have a look? Murray is going to try and find the gap on the inside, but it's so difficult. And actually, he's got to be careful now. As ahead of them, Ramsey is under attack from Lloyd there. And Lloyd is trying to get a switchback move on here. He's trying to go for a later apex than Ramsey's doing and give himself better drive off the corner. But it stays as they were. Little gap forming though between Ramsey and Lloyd, and now the Cannon, Murray and Kenny battle. And there's Ansel Murray again trying to find a gap to get by on Toby Cannon, but it's so difficult. Meanwhile, that's Ethan Lloyd trying to find a gap. Racing room given by Xavier Ramsey on the inside, but not enough pace at the apex for Ethan Lloyd to get by. And in fact, he's left himself exposed to attack by Toby Cannon. That's a bold move. They're still side by side on the exit of the carousel. They're still side by side through the right-handers. This is close run stuff between Ethan Lloyd, and it's going to provide the opportunity for Ansel Murray as well. They're all 3 wide coming through the compressions nearly. Ansel Murray's got by on Toby Cannon. And what started as an attack by Toby Cannon on Ethan Lloyd ended with Ansel Murray getting by on him. In fact, even more so than that, it started as Ethan Lloyd having a go at Xavier Ramsey at the start of that last lap. And look at the gap now that's opened up. Almost a second between Ramsey and Lloyd. That is the cost. If a move that you go for doesn't pay off, it can really upset your rhythm. I told you the drivers were getting a bit more confident. There's a move as well. Toby Cannon back up the inside of Ansel Murray at Spoon. And Oscar Kenny behind them just sort of, yeah, I'll bide my time here. In some ways he wants to get stuck in and get by, but in other ways I can see why he might want to keep his powder dry for a moment. Good little battle this. Alfie Garrett 1.2 seconds to the good, but the thing is, because Xavier Ramsey now doesn't have Ethan Lloyd attacking all the time, as there's a really big bold move there by Toby Cannon. Can he keep that one together? That was beautifully judged with the runoff of Devil's Elbow. The 17 is by on the 66. Toby Cannon ahead of Ethan Lloyd. Alfie Garrett, I was about to say, Xavier Ramsey now, he's in clear air, he's showing some really good pace. Alfie Garrett, though, with a good response there. Fastest lap of the race. Oh, and that's squirreling around there on the brakes. That was Ansel Murray, got a little bit out of shape, and that's allowed Oscar Kenny through. So Oscar Kenny through into 5th place now in that 48 kart as they're through the carousel. That's the thing, you can't forget how greasy the conditions are out there. They may have put the wet weather tyres on, but it's still challenging. And if you just have a moment like that, as Ansel just did, you'll lose that momentum and you'll lose positions through compression corner. I'm sure Murray would like to find a way to get that position back, but it's far easier said than done. 90 seconds left on the clock. It's 7 minutes plus a lap, remember, as they come through club corner. So out in the distance, there's the 14 of Xavier Ramsey. The 17 there is Toby Cannon. And now this is the 48 of Oscar Kenny, trying to have a little look there at Ethan Lloyd, but he can't find a way through. Doesn't want to overcommit either, else he'll allow Ansel Murray back through. Will he have a look in the inside of carousel? He will. They're 3 wide towards the carousel. On the inside is Oscar Kenny. Can he keep that one good? Yes, he can. And he's through. Oscar Kenny past Ethan Lloyd into 4th place. And Ethan Lloyd immediately has to think about the threat from Ansel Murray behind. But back through at compression. That's beautifully done by the 66 of Ethan Lloyd. Love that. That was a great counter-attack. Just had more confidence through compression corner. And we've not seen too many moves, particularly since it went wet through that sequence of corners. Great racing here at GYG between these young drivers in our Micromax class. Looking a little bit further down, by the way, William Crombie is your highest placed in the IAME Water Swift Restricted. He's running in 9th place in the 115. Theo Jepson is in 12th place overall. And then Ethan Taylor in 17th. That's the situation in IAME Water Swift Restricted class. We stay with this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th between Ethan Lloyd, Oscar Kenny and Ansel Murray. It does mean, though, that Toby Cannon's managed to get a little way up the road. I don't know if they can work together, whether they'll be able to find enough time to catch up to. And that's quite a gap to make up. And the final lap board has been shown. So Alfie Garrett is going up the Dragon Straight now. And he's controlled this one brilliantly. Got a great start off the grid, immediately took himself into the lead, and has controlled it from there. Here he is. Xavier Ramsey as well. When he was given the opportunity, he pushed away from the battle behind him and has been able to secure a good second place. Then it's Toby Cannon, who had to fight a lot for that, but has now found clean air. And Ethan Lloyd still having to defend against Oscar Kenny and Ansel Murray on this last lap. Changes further down, by the way. Marley Fisher and William Crombie have got by on Morgan Weston last time around, though Morgan Weston having a much better time, I'm happy to say, than he had in Heat 1. So he'll have some good points there. But Alfie Garrett is going to come round Paddock Corner and take the win in Heat 2 for Micromax here at GYG for round 2. Xavier Ramsey in 2nd, Toby Cannon in 3rd. Then it's Ethan Lloyd in 4th, 5th for Oscar Kenny, Ansel Murray in 6th. William Crombie gets by on Marley Fisher on that last lap, finishes 7th, but is your highest placed of the IAME Water Swift Restricted class there. Marley Fisher in 8th, 9th for Daniel Stangerine. Morgan Weston rounds out the top 10. Jack Daniels in 11th. Theo Jepson in 12th and 2nd in IWR. Isla Parsons in 13th. Oscar Churches in 14th. 15th for Travis Giddings. Elsie Gannon in 16th. And Ethan Taylor in 17th. That's how it all went then for Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted. Next up here at GYG, it's going to be Heat 2 for IAME M1. Let's take you through the grid then. 29 karts there are on this one for IAME M1. Freddie Baker starts this one on pole with Bodie Batch alongside. Ralph Martin, who took the win earlier on with Max Santana alongside on row 2. Mickey Gonzalez and Ollie West on row 3. As that looks to me like the rain's coming down again in the background. Heath Smith and Patrick Wood are on row 4. Oliver Woodall and Leo Harang round out your top 10 with Jesse Plowman and Ethan Hulme on row 6. Presley Knight is next with Daniel Genov alongside on row 7. Elijah Sang and Jensen James Williams are row 8 with Charlie Holmes and Buster Scott on row 9. Freddie Dye and Noah Myberg round out your top 20. Hugh Riley and Logan Edwards are next on row 11. Seth State Mackey and Nicholas Ansar are on row 12. Jack Morrell and Teddy Smith are row 13. Harley Bebb and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite are on row 14 with Archie Ashworth to round out your 29 competitors in this IAME M1 Heat for Heat 2 of round 2 at GYG. And not for the first time, we've got, well, we don't have to have an eye on the sky for the weather. The weather's hitting us in the face, sideways here at GYG. And one has to assume, one has to hope, frankly, that everyone's gone with the wet weather tyres. So just as I was saying, maybe conditions are improving. They do worsen again. But these drivers did have, I'm trying to think, I think this was one of those heats where they were on slicks and got hit with the wet weather earlier on. So it'll feel a lot better than it did earlier on, at least, because at least they're on the right sort of rubber now to try and take on these conditions, and they'll all have, the other thing we haven't really spoken about at all so far, I hope everyone's had rain suits on at the right times as well. There's nothing worse than being in a kart without a rain suit and a rain shower comes, because your race suit, your standard race suit, can be really absorbent and it can get very uncomfortable very quickly. So, yeah, I do hope everyone's had rain suit on at the right times today. Can be the kind of thing. I've definitely had situations where it's like, well, never mind whether the wet weather tyres are on. Let's at least have the rain suit on because I don't want the discomfort or the chill of not having a rain suit on. Standing start, of course, for our IAME M1 as the drivers get ready to get going. Parents, mechanics, carers allowed on the track, of course, just to give them the final little bit of encouragement and support. And we're under starters' orders, and we're away in IAME M1. It's another good start there from the 22 of Mickey Gonzalez, in a repeat, I believe, of what we saw in Heat 1 earlier on, as they round club corner in these, once again, treacherous conditions and head up the hill. I believe Freddie Baker's been able to retain that as they come up the hill, but once again, raindrops on the camera start making my job a little bit tricky as they come out, and look how it's pelting down now at the top of the hill. This is probably the heaviest we've seen it all day as they come down towards Carousel, and it is nonetheless Freddie Baker who leads them through, and that looks like Ralph Martin, who dealt with the conditions so well earlier on, has slotted into second place as they come down through the hill. The 88 of Bodie Batch in third place there, having started second on the grid. The 81 is Heath Smith having a good start. As they come around to finish the first lap, Freddie Baker leads ahead of Ralph Martin. Mickey Gonzalez showing us in third place, excuse me. Has just got by on Ollie West. I wonder if we've got a transponder issue though for Bodie Batch out there, because I definitely saw him. So he might. Oh no, sorry, he is classifying up there in fifth. There's your lead battle then: Freddie Baker, Ralph Martin. Baker taking a slightly tighter line through the carousel. It's still hosing down here at GYG as these young drivers try. Well, you're not going to get better acclimatization to wet weather driving than this this weekend. They've had wet weather with slicks, wet weathers with wets now. There's Bodie Batch in the 88, fending off Mickey Gonzalez. There's your leaders across the line: Freddie Baker and Ralph Martin. Ollie West then up to third, with Heath Smith in fourth, Bodie Batch in fifth, and Mickey Gonzalez in sixth. So if we just look, there's Ollie West and Heath Smith. Heath Smith in the 81 trying to find a way through on Ollie West. But this starts to be really even harder to judge where to make a move, because where's the standing water going to start forming? Where's the grip truly compromised? It's all well and good taking a wet line, but if there's a puddle on the outside of it, it's not going to help you go faster. Freddie Baker there and Ralph Martin, your race leaders. Here then is the battle for third place. There's Ollie West, Heath Smith, and then Bodie Batch in the 88 ahead of Mickey Gonzalez in the 22. Under attack round the outside by Patrick Wood there in the 36, and he's made that work. That's a lovely move from Patrick in the number 36 there. By on Mickey Gonzalez for sixth place. Not much Mickey could have done though. He held a pretty much standard racing line, but there was just good grip on the outside ahead of the compression corner. The little right-hander before compression, and that allowed Patrick Wood through. Driver in the white helmet and the blue, well, I say blue suit, blue rain suit. Everyone sort of changes what they're wearing in these conditions, and rightly so, because you want to be protected as much as you can be from the elements. Top two now with quite a tidy gap, and that's because these two are battling away, and that's a change as they come over the crest of the hill. Heath Smith in the 81 ahead of Ollie West. So he's somehow found a way to prise that door open. As they come through Carousel in the top 10 there. Further down the order, Elijah Tsang has made a move on Buster Scott. That's for 16th. As we've got a driver off there. The number starts with a 1. I wonder if it's Teddy Smith. But I won't. Don't call that. Don't hold me to that this time. I'll double check on timing when they next come around. The 81 there of Heath Smith back through on Ollie West. It was the 12 who's off. Apologies. That doesn't make it Teddy Smith. That makes it Jesse Plowman who now indeed unfortunately drops down the order. Apologies for that. The car well off into the grass, difficult to make the call. There's Freddie Baker though, still holding off Ralph Martin. And you know, in these conditions it can be hard enough to just pilot the car. To position your car defensively is yet another thing to have the mental bandwidth to stay on top of, frankly. But going well so far for Freddie Baker. 2 minutes to go on the clock. And as we get towards the end game, this is where Ralph Martin, from his perspective, will want to be ramping up the pressure. And he's got good drive on the Dragon Straight, pulls to the inside, and he's through. He's through, just got great drive through Club Corner and change for the lead. Ralph Martin, who took the win in the heat earlier on, took the win in the final yesterday, and he won yesterday actually as well, is through in these conditions where he's shown so much ability this weekend. Freddie tries to stay in touch with him. And there is some traffic as well up ahead. But good move from Ralph Martin there. He's through up into the lead. Freddie, though, the only other driver who's taken a win this weekend in this class, won Heat 2 yesterday. So this is, so that's the recovering 12 of Plowman. And this is some other drivers finding a way by. That is Daniel Genov, I think, now in the 13, who's just trying to find a way through there. And that's because this battle still goes on. Heath Smith in the 81, Ollie West in the 24, and then Bodie Batch now in the 88 there, under pressure from Patrick Wood, who we've already seen make some bold overtakes there. The 36 is definitely challenging that 88. That's Genov going by and putting a lap on the number 12. And that's contact. Oh, and that's contact between Mickey Gonzalez and Daniel Genov. And that left Genov facing the wrong way. And he loses some positions there. And then onto the grass there is, I didn't quite catch who that was having to take to the grass. It was the 93, was it, of Santana maybe having a bit of a hairy moment there on the grass. Or was he maybe the beneficiary of who was having a moment there? Down through compressions and Devil's Elbow. Last lap board has been shown to Ralph Martin, who's coming around the top of the hill. On this last lap, though, still have stories to be written. Heath Smith in third, Ollie West in fourth. Bodie Batch still under pressure. A lot of pressure from Patrick Wood in that 36. And is that him through? That looks to me like Patrick Wood may have made a move there on not just Bodie, actually. He's challenging the 24 here of Ollie West. So Patrick Wood through on Bodie Batch, but Bodie Batch is going to try and fight back off the corner in the 81. The green and black suited driver is Ollie West, and he feels the need to go defensive here into the carousel. Battle still ranging here. Patrick Wood will have a good switchback move out of the corner, but he'll be on the outside next time around, but he's through. Coming round, though, to take the win is going to be Ralph Martin. He judged it brilliantly this race, and he'll take the win just ahead of Freddie Baker, dealing with a lot of traffic on that last lap as drivers try to find the way in these difficult conditions. Who's coming through, though, for third place? They're coming down through Devil's Elbow now. We'll see them come into shot. It's going to be Patrick Wood who comes across the line in third. What a great series of overtakes from him to take that. Heath Smith, really nice points in fourth there for him. Ollie West in fifth. Bodie Batch in sixth. Ethan Holm in seventh. Ahead of Mickey Gonzalez in eighth. Max Santana in ninth. Oliver Woodall rounds out your top 10. And it's Jensen James Williams, Daniel Genov, Leo Harang, Presley Knight in 14th. 15th was Elijah Sang. Noah Myberg in 16th. Buster Scott is next in 17th. And it's Freddie Dye, Hugh Riley, Logan Edwards to round out the top 20. And Seth State Mackey, Charlie Holmes in 22nd. Jack Morrell, Teddy Smith, Harley Bebb in 25th. Ahead of Nicholas Ansar, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Jesse Plowman, and Archie Ashworth. Wow, plenty of action in that one. I still feel somehow the drivers are still gaining more confidence, even if it pelts it down with rain. Coming up next then, it's Heat 2 for Intermax and Honda Cadet R200. Let's take you through the grid then. Round 1 winner JJ Plowman starts this one on pole with Jensen Sale alongside Noah Moulton, and Lucas Esser are on row 2 with Bailey Wolf and Cian Sullivan on row number 3. Ashton Redpath and Jay Birmingham are on row 4 with Jack Holmes and Charlie Hobbs to round out your top 10. Layla Bell and Rio Wardley are on row 6. Lewis Hall and Oscar Roach are next on row 7 with Alexander Adams and Stanley Stafford on row 8. And then our runners in Honda Cadet R200 class will be Peter Webster and Austin Mayhew on row number 9. Well, I really do. I mean it, folks. I really do love this part of the world, but I'm not sure today's allowing me to sing its praises on the weather front. It's still raining sideways here at GYG. But the thing about this place is, you know, stop any driver, or stop most drivers. I do know drivers who aren't so keen on this place. But for a lot of drivers, this is quite a driver's favourite. You know, the challenge that it poses is part of the fun. You know, nobody wants to run around, you know, an easy track. The driving challenge is part of the fun. And, you know, this is a really fun track to drive. I've always liked coming here. In fact, there's a prime example. I never had any particular success here, but I always liked driving it. You know, it's a fun track, and I'm not sure if I've ever driven it in conditions quite this wet, though. To be honest with you, yeah, that's a challenge that I can't necessarily speak to, not at least to this extent. I'm sure I've been here a few times in the damp, but this is something else compared to what I've seen here. Nonetheless, all of these drivers having wet conditions to deal with in Heat 1. Now, surely all wet weather tyre shod ready for this one. I don't think anyone's going to take that gamble. And we'll see how it goes for our Intermax and Honda Cadet R200s. Heat 2, last chance to optimise position on the grid for the final. Away we go. Good start by JJ Plowman off of pole. And it looks to me like Noah Moulton as well got the better of Jensen Sale off of the start. It was a good start in general, it seemed, from the pole side of the grid there as they come up the hill. Look at the sprays. We've got a driver off to driver's left there. Pretty sure someone in the grass there who unfortunately we'll double check who's dropping down on the timing as they head towards carousel for the first time. Noah Moulton having to fend off an attacking Bailey Wolf there in the 13 cart. Maybe it wasn't Noah that I saw getting up to second place, or maybe Wolf has had a particularly good start. We'll double check it as they come through at the end of this lap. There's the usual jostling for position on lap 1. There's Layla Bell having doing battle with Rio Wardley on this first lap, and we've got a drive around towards the back. I think that might be Austin Mayhew potentially. That looked like to me. We will double check. I think yes, it was Austin Mayhew. JJ Plowman leads then at the end of lap 1. Noah Moulton is in second ahead of Bailey Wolf, and Jensen Sale in fourth, and Ashton Redpath in fifth. I think it might have been. Now, shockingly, given the success he had earlier on in Heat 1, I think that Oscar Roach may have been the driver who went off to driver's left, because he's gone down towards the back of the field now, although he is still with the main pack, so he's not fallen, you know, miles off. He can still salvage something from this. But yeah, different experience in these conditions now for Oscar Roach after such a good time of it in the heat earlier on. We're looking at Cian Sullivan challenging Jay Birmingham. That's the 26 battling against the 41, and that is through for the 26. So Cian Sullivan by Jay Birmingham up into 7th place. As Rio Wardley, I'm not sure about Wardley. There might be a timing issue there, because it looked like Wardley had an issue last lap. And, we'll just wait to see if that's a transponder. It is a transponder. Rio Wardley is still running out there. As they come down the hill towards carousel, the 22 there of excuse me, not the 22, the 27 of Charlie Hobbs having to hold off Jack Holmes in the 36. Going down through the compressions. Through Devil's Elbow. Clip of the curb there for Lewis Hall there. And JJ Plowman with a 1.6 second gap over Noah Moulton. The gap did come down though slightly on that last lap by a whole 76 thousandths, but it's 1.6 second the gap that Plowman has. As over the rise comes the battle for 5th place. Ashton Redpath versus Lucas Esser and Cian Sullivan. That looked like Sullivan had good drive off of the corner and was going to try and be through, and he is through against Lucas Esser through Carousel. Really nice move there by Cian Sullivan. He's one of the few drivers competing across 2 classes here. In fact, he might be the only driver. I need to double check that. Driving well and showing that he's taking the opportunity to be well bedded into this GYG circuit. JJ Plowman with the new fastest lap of the race. Maybe he heard us last time around. Just pulled the gap out by a further 0.6 of a second over Noah Moulton. So he's looking to bag some good points and a win for this heat if he can at all help it. There is a move. That's Cian Sullivan on Ashton Redpath now. So he's got to the head of this pack, has Cian now. And will try and set about catching up onto the back of Jensen Sale in the number 40. Good car control by Lucas Esser as they come down through compression. Pushing what the limits are of the car in these conditions. Coming through paddock corner now. Slightly wide line there by Ashton Redpath, but you can see in these wet conditions how that doesn't really deter him, although that might deter Cian Sullivan as he pushes the limits there and kicks up a load of mud and grit on the edge of the circuit there. Manages to keep going, but that will have caught his attention, definitely. 2.5 seconds that Plowman is to the good now at the head of the field, as there's an attack on Redpath by Lucas Esser. This is the 99 of Redpath, it's the 55 of Esser. He couldn't quite make that stick, but it was a good look there up the inside of Carousel. This is Layla Bell, who's battling away with the likes of Charlie Hobbs ahead of her, and Oscar Roach trying to recover something from this one in the 96. And here into turn 1, this again is the battle between Redpath and Esser, and there was a moment for Esser on the curb there, and it's just slowed him down on this Dragon Straight, and he'll have to make that time all back up again. Presumably just as the rain is back heavier again now, hitting the drivers on the tour of this circuit. Here at GYG, goodness me, it's I think everyone's going to need a nice cup of tea at the end of this one, I think. It's a tricky day. But the drivers nonetheless are pushing on and providing us with some really good battles here. Just in the background there, that looked to me like Jay Birmingham and Stanley Stafford beginning to have a nice, an interesting battle over 8th place. There is your race leader, JJ Plowman. Controlling this one nicely, really consistent pace as well. These last 2 laps were both within a 1/10 of each other, and when every corner can feel a little bit different, that's quite something. So he's in the zone quite nicely here at the head of the field. Noah Moulton keeping it honest though. Personal best last time around, and indeed a little bit faster by, again, a few thousandths of a second last time around. I think we could be in store for a very interesting trophy final later on in this class. At the moment though, it'll be the last lap board that Plowman will be looking for as he comes around now, for the clock has hit 0. Coming on to this last lap, another fastest lap of the race that JJ does there, 53.788. Noah Moulton in second, Bailey Wolf fairly comfortable in third as well. Jensen Sale is also relatively comfortable in fourth, and then it's Cian Sullivan who's still battling away with the likes of Ashton Redpath, and we saw how Lucas Esser as well was challenging him. He's still trying to make up for the time after that little moment he had at Club Corner. Stanley Stafford in clean air. The next battle down really to watch out for, possibly changing in this last lap, is Lewis Hall in 10th versus Jay Birmingham and Rio Wardley, which is that battle just there. Good pick up on the cameras there. Coming down through Devil's Elbow now is the man who took control of this race and has done a pole to flag victory here, basically. JJ Plowman rounds the final corner and takes the win in Heat 2 for round 2. Noah Moulton in second. Bailey Wolf secures brilliant points there in third place. Jensen Sale is next, ahead of Cian Sullivan. Ashton Redpath ahead of Lucas Esser. That's in 6th and 7th. Stanley Stafford in 8th. 9th will be Jack Holmes. Lewis Hall holds on to 10th ahead of Jay Birmingham. Change on the last lap though for... Oh no, sorry. Then it's Wardley. Then Oscar Roach in 13th. Charlie Hobbs in 14th. Layla Bell. Austin Mayhew finishes the highest place of the Honda Cadet R200 runners. Alexander Adams and Peter Webster rounds out the positions on that one. Still challenging here at GYG in the wet conditions. Senior Rotax Heat 2 is up for you next. Probably don't need an update on the weather from me, do you? Let's look at the grid for Senior Rotax Heat 2. Billy Edgecombe starts this one on pole. John Hobbs alongside him. Morgan Hudson-Brown and James Kocholek are row 2. Harry Pullen and Tom Taylor on row 3. George Sanders and Lewis Wilde are row 4 with Zach Fletcher and Marcus King rounding out the top 10. William Young and Ollie Naylor are next on row 6. Row 7 is where we'll find Elliot Thomas and Jake Riches, William Eberhardt and Jay Pearson on row 8 with Salvador Newman and Kira Harris on row number 9. Max Davies and Ethan Priest are next with Daniel Beards and George Sherwood on row 11. Sky Fraser and Alfie Barron Oxbury on row 12. The 25 kart grid is rounded out by Cameron Crockett, who, if memory serves, we saw charging up through the field during Heat 1. Interesting to see how things pan out with this one. This was that period in the Heat 1 cycle where we saw a few 0 to hero calls on tyres. Maybe not so much the case at this point in the day's proceedings. It's wet tyres all the way around, all the way with this field. Oh, as we've got a slow-moving kart there. Didn't quite catch who that one was. Just back up to speed on this parade lap, this formation lap, I should say. Mentioning visibility in these conditions, you know, when you've got, if you think about the way the wind's blowing, as they come down the straight towards Carousel, the rain is hitting them in the face, and also as they come down through, say, compression as well. Those are the corners where it's hitting them squarely in the face. Real challenge. Here we go though. Billy Edgecombe leads them away once again for heat number 2. Through turn number 1 they go 3 wide, nearly 4 wide actually at one point there, as they all go up the Dragon Straight. Look at the spray. The visibility challenge for the drivers in the mid-pack here is really quite something. They've got to pick their turning point carefully for the curve at the top of the hill, but they all judge it well by the looks of it as they get through Spoon for the first time. And that looks like a change to me at the front of the field as well. We'll just wait to see them come through at the top of the lap, and that is a moment over onto the grass for James Kocholek, who manages to get it back on to the grey stuff. Down through Devil's Elbow, that is Marcus King under a bit of pressure there, as they but holding them off as they come through at the end of lap number 1. Then John Hobbs it is. I thought it was, although in these conditions it's hard to spot the plate, so I didn't want to call it. But John Hobbs leads ahead of James Kocholek, and then it's Billy Edgecombe. Harry Pullen then in 4th place in the number 3, as that is the 26 of Marcus King being demoted by Elliot Thomas in the 37. Through carousel they come. Around the right-hander at the top of the hill before heading down through the S's, through compression. Through the right-hander, down through the dip at Devil's Elbow, which I promise you feels a lot more significant than the cameras make out when you're in a kart, just a few millimeters off the ground. Hobbs leads then, only by 0.3 of a second. Through the top of the hill. Any challenges on this lap into Spoon Corner. Elliot Thomas definitely looks confident in these conditions. He's challenging George Sanders there at the moment in the 56. Can't quite make it work, because was that a driver off to driver's right I just spotted just before we switched shot? It was, and it's frustration there for the 48. That's William Eberhardt, and he'd worked his way up to 16th place in that one, so your heart goes out to him. Clearly a bit of frustration there. That's Kacholek coming through, excuse me, in second place, but under serious pressure now from Billy Edgecombe and Harry Pullen, and indeed Morgan Hudson Brown behind them. All of those drivers, I think, are getting a little bit impatient here. They fancy themselves as having better pace at this stage in the race than Kacholek. And is that because... Where's the... Oh no, that has been a change. That's why it's all checked up. There's been a change there because Kacholek and Edgecombe have got by on Hobbs. Pardon me, didn't spot that one. The 69 is now in third place in this train. This is your lead battle. This is your lead battle. Apologies for not spotting that change on the last lap. I think whilst we were looking at Eberhardt off the road, that all started to unfold. So yeah, that is the battle for the lead now. Kacholek, Edgecombe, then it's John Hobbs who until then led the race. And this is Elliot Thomas arriving on the scene now and challenging Hudson Brown. Harry Pullen, I'm pretty sure, is still in this pack. I think his transponder's having a few issues, so he keeps dropping down the order and then jumping back up again. There he is in the 3. He's definitely there. He's challenging the back of Morgan Hudson Brown. Battle for the lead, though. Billy Edgecombe trying to find a way through, trying to open the door on James Kacholek, who makes sure it is duly shut again as they enter the part of the lap where it's so hard to set up an overtake. Mind you, it must have been around this part of the lap that the lead changed last time, because I don't think he caught it. Kacholek, your driver in the 73. Billy Edgecombe, who won round 1 yesterday. He goes to the inside at club. It's going to be a bold move there. The door is closed by Kacholek. You're going to have to try something else, he says, with the body language of his kart. John Hobbs holding on for third place with the pressure coming from Morgan Hudson Brown. But Elliot Thomas, who's been working his way up steadily, is now by on that number 3 of Harry Pullen as well now as Elliot Thomas. Look for that driver in the blue suit and helmet and matching kart there in the 37. Really hounding the bat now of Morgan Hudson Brown, and Hudson Brown's through on John Hobbs there around the outside going into compression. Nicely done there, and that's a change for position for third place. It's now Kacholek, Edgecombe, Hudson Brown, and Elliot Thomas is through on Hobson as well now, and Hobson needs to try and fight back here. He does indeed fight back. Has he got better drive on the inside in that number 69 kart? He does. So he has a counter-attack to Elliot Thomas, and that's the first time in this race I think anyone's managed to have a counter-attack on Elliot Thomas, because he's been so racy in that number 37 kart. Really good driving from Elliot Thomas. And the top of this final sector. That's the 26 and Marcus King battling away with George Sanders at the back of this pack. As there they are going down through Devil's Elbow. So they're in an interesting position. They kind of do want to battle. And here again is Elliot Thomas through on John Hobbs. Now, will John have a response this time around as the race leader Kacholek puts the fastest lap of the race to take the gap out to 0.6 of a second? I don't think John Hobbs can find a counter-attack opportunity this time, and indeed he's under attack from Harry Pullen. Pullen goes through, the JWR driver there, going through on John Hobbs. They go into carousel once again. Harry Pullen goes through and up into what will be 5th place, I think, once timing's updated itself at the end of this lap. And what it's done is it's brought George Sanders and Marcus King right into this battle now with John Hobbs. A one-time race leader, but he's been fighting for pretty much the last half of the race. Kacholek leading there now by 0.8 of a second from Billy Edgecombe. Morgan Hudson-Brown running well at the moment in 3rd. Your highest placed rookie at the moment in this one. There is Kacholek in the 73. There is Edgecombe in the 21. And Hudson-Brown just behind him in the 25 kart. Just reading these conditions really nicely. This is Kacholek, the L Racing Team driver. With that pressure from Hudson-Brown. Will Hudson-Brown fancy a move on the last lap? The last lap it is, because the final lap board is shown to Kacholek. Elliot Thomas once again looking racy. It's actually he who perhaps fancies a challenge here on Hudson-Brown. Elliot Thomas has really had the pace this race. I think definitely could be one to watch in the final. Further down the order, William Young has got by on Zach Fletcher. That's for 9th place. Salvador Newman as well by on George Sherwood. That's down in 18th place that he's making that progress. It's a good battle all the way through this senior Rotax field. Billy Edgecombe having to think more about defence than attack as we go into the final sector of the race. It's going to be James Kochelek who comes down through Devil's Elbow now, and pending any major mistake, which there doesn't appear to be, he will come round paddock corner and take the win for Heat 2 as Elliot Thomas dives down the inside of Hudson-Brown in the final corner. It's Kacholek with the win. It's Edgecombe in 2nd. It's Elliot Thomas who has fought up to 3rd place there. Morgan Hudson-Brown in 4th. 5th for Harry Pullen. John Hobbs in 6th. George Sanders in 7th. 8th for Marcus King. William Young in 9th. 10th for Lewis Wild. Timing just updates. Zach Fletcher up in 10th. Lewis Wild in 11th. Ollie Naylor, Jay Pearson, Ethan Priest, Max Davis, Kira Harris in 16th. Then it was Daniel Beard, Salvador Newman, George Sherwood, Alfie Barron Oxbury in 20th, ahead of Sky Fraser, Cameron Crockett, William Eberhardt, we saw having some issues, and Jake Riches, I think had to retire early on. Well, you can see how the conditions are unchanged here at GYG. We're going to have heat number 2 for Junior Max up for you next. Let's take you through the grid then for Junior Max Heat 2. This is the full 34 kart grid. Lucas Blanford on pole, Riley Bishop alongside, Harris Roberts and Ben Horner on row 2, Emily Cotty and Kieran Denyer on row 3. Row 4 is Tom Holden and Jack Dimbleby. Jasmine Taylor and Max Rowley round out the top 10. Emily Ackett and Harry Cottrell are on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Harry Hurst Grover and Archie Dyson. Owen Keenan and Lewis Holt are row 8, with Rory Hinkley and Archie Flint on row 9. Top 20 is rounded out by Max Graytrix and Sam Flynn. Lucas Reeves and Elliot Foster are row 11. Harney Sadiq and Alex McCullum are row number 12. Noah Sales and Jaden Robinson are next, with Molly Pugh and Arthur Frey on row 14. Toby Dukes and Freddie Snelling to round out the top 30. On row 16, it's going to be Oliver Lomax and Archie Doherty. And it's Theo Gartside and Karthik Kometa who round out the full quota, the 34 kart grid for Junior Max. Our penultimate heat of the day. We'll have this, Rotax 177, and then we'll be into the all-important finals. And somehow the finals look destined to be even wetter than the heat, or the second cycle of heats, which sounds preposterous given how wet it was when we started the heat, the second cycle of heats. But yeah, it's not letting up here at GYG. Good time for us to acknowledge all of the circuit staff, all the marshals who are out there making this possible. come rain or shine. And there's been a lot more rain than shine so far. So shout out to all those marshals without whom we could not go racing. Do hope you're enjoying this Alpha Live coverage of round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series 2024. Myself, Howard Mitchell of Double Dash Motorsport Media in the comms position. We're getting ready to begin Junior Max Heat 2. Lucas Blanford will lead them away, and away we go. That looked like a much stronger side for the second side of the grid. We've got drivers off on the grass on the inside of turn number 1. That looked like a hairy moment for Amelie Ackett, who was on the grass there. As you can see, the amount of spray as they head up towards the first braking zone. But Riley Bishop looks to be at the head of the field there as they come through Spoon Corner and head down towards Carousel for the first time. The 12 of Ben Horner has slotted in there. Looks like the anti-pole side of the grid got a good start there as they loop round the second sector. That is a cheeky little move there by Owen Keenan, I think that was, in the 29, finding a way through as his competitors got a little bit held up with each other on the outside there just before they went into the compressions. At the end of lap 1 then, it is indeed Riley Bishop who leads ahead of Ben Horner. Tom Holden as well with a good start up to 3rd place. Emily Cotty in 4th as well. Good start as well for Harry Hurst Grover, who's up to 7th place. According to my timing, up 5 places. And Owen Keenan, another driver, getting up 5 places on lap number 1. That was Harry Hurst Grover and Jack Dimbleby we were just looking at, in fact, having a battle. It looks like to me like the 14 of Hurst Grover may have got past the 64 of Dimbleby. Riley Bishop leading though, as they start to head back down the hill again, and that's a move for 2nd. Tom Holden through. No, apologies, that is someone through. It's not Tom Holden. That is Harris Roberts, who I think again is having some transponder issues out there. That is definitely the 43 ahead of the 12, which would make it Bishop ahead of Roberts, ahead of Horner. And now Harris Roberts is challenging Riley Bishop for the lead round the outside at the top of the hill. Has he got that one done? He has got that one done into Spoon. So Harris Roberts, and this isn't full, if you're following along on live timing, on Alpha Timing, this is not what timing shows, but that is definitely the 43 ahead of the 12 of Bishop. As they come around the top of the lap once again. There you are, timing tower now on the left. But Harris Roberts isn't at the top of it, but there is undoubtedly a kart with the number 43 and a Harris Roberts sat in it at the head of this field, ahead of Riley Bishop, ahead of Ben Horner. And it's Tom Holden. There we go, timing's updated itself. Fastest lap of the race from Hurst Grover. There is Tom Holden, I think that was, in the 87, just challenging Ben Horner. That's the battle over 3rd place there, coming out of Carousel. And through the top part of the lap, Hurst Grover trying to get on touch with that battle as well. And Emily Cotty running well at the moment in 6th place, the winner of the Girl Power Award yesterday here at GYG. That's for the female driver who has the best success across any of our classes. And Harris Roberts is dropping down the order, but we know he's got a few. There he goes, he immediately jumps back up. So timing just having a little bit of an issue with registering, but he's definitely there. He's definitely controlling this one at the front of the field. Still this battle going on for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Well, that looks to me like Hurst Grover may have got by on Tom Holden. There's the 12 of Ben Horner. And it looks to me like he's behind Hurst Grover as well. I'm pretty sure that was the 14 ahead of us as we looked ahead there. So it's all change, I think. And there is Hurst Grover battling away with Tom Holden. Is he going to have a move there into paddock? He is going to have a move there into paddock. And that's up into 3rd place, I believe that will be, for Hurst Grover, who's been really on the attack in this race and will now set about attacking Riley Bishop for second place. There is Harris Roberts in the lead. Riley Bishop is next. Then it's Harry Hurst-Grover, then Tom Holden, then Ben Horner. That's your top 5. And coming through the top part of the lap, down the hill, there's the 87 of Tom Holden with Ben Horner behind him. Emily Cotty is then just over a second back. There she is, just coming into shot there as they cross the line. Riley Bishop under increasing pressure from Hurst-Grover over second place. And it is second place. There is Harris Roberts restored to the top of the timing again. Into Spoon Corner. Such difficult conditions. Visibility so poor in conditions such as this. And that's a cheeky little move there. Out of the carousel. A little difficult to find the focus in these conditions. I think that was Archie Flint. But I won't lie, that was a bit of a difficult one to call. There's Harris Roberts, your race leader. That one's not difficult to call. And there is Riley Bishop absorbing this pressure from Hurst-Grover. Hurst-Grover's been building up to this, and he tries to find a way through. Can he find one around the outside? He's had a go, and he's through. That is Harry Hurst-Grover through, up into second place, ahead of Riley Bishop. Ben Horner and Max Rowley staying with them as well, looking for any opportunities that might come their way, but Riley Bishop is immediately back up to speed, or finds his rhythm again after being demoted a spot. Harris Roberts will not quite see the last lap board this time around. Riley Bishop now falling a little bit back from Harry Hurst-Grover. If anything, coming slightly back into the clutches of Ben Horner. Carousel, top of the lap. Difficult conditions here. When you're this low down to the ground, it's as well. It's, you know, you can just skirt a puddle. It doesn't even have to be your wheels that aquaplane. You can have parts of the chassis. As there, better drive off the corner there for Horner, allows him to attack Riley Bishop as we come on to the last lap. Harris Roberts leads by some 3.4 seconds. Harry Hurst-Grover is up the road. That's a tiny move there from Ben Horner that he's been eyeing up for a little while to get through on Riley Bishop as the spray continues to pelt down on these drivers. But this man here has read the conditions well, had a great start, and then got by Riley Bishop. Harris Roberts has set himself up nicely for this victory, and he just needs to bring it home now through the last sector of this lap in these trying conditions for everybody here at GYG. Round the final corner comes Harris Roberts to take the win in Heat 2 of Junior Rotax. Harry Hurst-Grover has fought hard and finishes in second place. Ben Horner in third, Riley Bishop in fourth, fifth for Tom Holden, sixth for Max Rowley, Owen Keenan in seventh, eighth for Jack Dimbleby, excuse me. Archie Flint in ninth, and Archie Dyson will round out your top 10 as they continue to come through for Junior Max. But it's a good win for Harris Roberts in the wet. We'll take, as they stream through to finish that one, we'll take a little bit of a break here in the competition ahead of the final heat of the day, Heat 2 for Rotax 177. Back here in just a moment. Rotax 177 Heat 2 then marks the last heat of the day before we go into the all-important finals. We'll take a look at the grid in just a moment's time. Here we are then. Luke Oliver will start this one on pole position. Richard Evans alongside him. Shane Collins and Scott Smith on row 2. Ian Bramfield and Ben Hitch on row number 3. Row 4 will be Stephen Horner and James Frost. Andy Collinson and Zach Bolton round out the top 10. Ben Johnson and Dan Miller on row number 6. Row 7 is where we'll find Andy Ward and Rhys Llewellyn. And it's Keith Mason and Sam Winter who ran out the 16 kart grid for your Rotax 177 class here, the last class for us to have in these heats. Heading out on track now. I do hope you're enjoying the racing action here. I also hope, I just don't want to say this in case someone around the paddock is streaming it. I hope for the majority of you that you're warm and dry wherever you are watching this. It's definitely a challenging day though for those who are here at the circuit. As I say, the race officials and the marshals who are out there. I'll give them a proper shout out at the end of the stream as well, but fair play as well to the Alpha Live camera crew. They're soldiering on through these conditions as well to bring you these pictures. So, yeah, it's, I do hope you're enjoying the coverage, and if you are, then please do give us a like, consider a share, a subscribe to Alpha Live, hit that notification bell so that you're always aware of what Alpha Live are putting out. Fantastic series that they have coverage of, as it's a full start flag this time around, so we shall go round again. Last time then we'll have this format of a 7-minute heat with plus a lap. As a reminder, it was Ben Hitch who took the win in our first round yesterday. It was Richard Evans in the end who took the win in heat number 1. Hopefully it will be good for a proper green flag race start this time around. Luke Oliver was involved in plenty of battles in that first heat earlier on. Takes this one from pole position in the number 97, having earned pole position in qualifying this morning, which in terms of conditions must feel a long time ago now to Luke Oliver. But it can add to a bit of spice, if you like, in the race. As in, what was your pace like in the dry versus the wet? Away we go. Luke Oliver leads them into club corner. They're all through, but he's immediately under attack from Richard Evans on grid 2 as the spray is churned up by this pack of 16 Rotax 177 karts as they come up to the top of the hill towards Spoon Corner. Didn't quite catch who got to the apex first as they stream down towards the carousel, and that looks to me like Ben Hitch, and it's not, excuse me, that's Richard Evans in the 17 who's through. Ben Hitch is in the mid pack at the moment, but yeah, it's Richard Evans who's to the front of the field in the early stages here as the spray turns the shot into a blur. That's not a lack of focus, folks. That's the amount of water that's on the camera at the moment as they come down the hill to finish lap 1. And Richard Evans is under attack immediately by Scott Smith in the number 38, and it causes Scott to lose all momentum, and he'll surely be under attack by Luke Oliver as they come up the hill. Under braking into the Spoon. And Luke Oliver definitely had the overspeed over Scott Smith, but he couldn't do anything with it. Smith positioning his kart well there to say, yes, I may have lost a lot of momentum through turn number 1 by clipping the curb, but you're not getting by me that easily. So it's still Richard Evans, Scott Smith, Luke Oliver, Shane Collins, Zach Bolton, your top 5. There's the 41 of Ben Hitch, who's there in 7th place, your winner from round 1 yesterday. Coming around to complete lap number 2. Scott Smith clearly strong in that latter half of the lap to get up onto the back of Richard Evans. We'll get towards the back of Richard Evans. A lap ago he was under threat from Luke Oliver. If anything, Luke Oliver is under attack from Shane Collins there, the number 52, all over the back of the 97, but in a similar way to a lap ago for Luke Oliver against Scott Smith. Is there anything that Shane Collins can do with the overspeed? When they get to the top of the hill there with Spoon, or at Spoon corner I should say, stays as they were. If anything, it's allowing Scott Smith to focus on trying to get back onto the tail of Richard Evans. Zach Bolton as well in the 69 there, just to the left of your shot, trying to keep in touch with these drivers. And there's the 46 of Ian Bramfield, who we saw having some good battles in Heat 1 as well. Through Club Corner then comes Richard Evans, and this time Scott Smith is right in the wheel tracks, able to benefit from a slipstream. Definitely keeping the pressure here on the race leader, though the fastest lap of the race just came courtesy of Luke Oliver. Richard Evans, of course, having the benefit of the least spray of anybody to have to deal with. Really quite, when they hit that part at the top of the circuit, you can see the crosswind blowing the spray across the drivers. Much stronger through this last lap of the this last sector of the lap. I feel is Scott Smith. He always seems to be closer to Richard Evans as they come through paddock and onto a new lap. Once again, is he going to have the slipstream? Is he going to be able to do anything with that advantage? Shane Collins now with the fastest lap of the race to bring himself back onto the back of Luke Oliver. I think Oliver and Collins fancy themselves to be positioned to pick up the spoils of anything should a lead battle go a little bit awry ahead of them, or indeed just to generally actually get stuck in if they've got the pace. But there's a look from, now was that an earnest look from Shane Collins, or was that a moment for Luke Oliver? I felt almost it was a wide moment for Oliver. That was from a long way back that Shane Collins had a look there for third place. Richard Evans still leading then. And Zach Bolton and Ian Bramfield in 5th and 6th, the 69 and the 46 respectively, still keeping in touch with these top four. Andy Collinson and James Frost as well, quite close for 8th place at the moment. As there's a look down the inside, that is the 52 of Shane Collins having a look at Luke Oliver for third place, and again having a look as he did a lap ago into Carousel, but he just can't find enough of an advantage to force the move or bring the move home. Closely matched though, these top four. Closely matched these top six actually. Bolton and Bramfield staying in touch with these two, just about. There's Bolton, there's Bramfield. On to lap number 7 then, and it is closing up generally across these top four. Luke Oliver and Shane Collins are getting closer to the top two. It's all coming to a nice, coming to a boil nicely, this one. The fastest lap of the race from Zach Bolton as well shows his, shows a sign of his intent as well to catch up to these top four and get stuck in. And there's a look from a long way back by Luke Oliver on Scott Smith. Nothing came of it. He's just eyeing up the opportunities that might come his way. Down through the compressions. Dare I say it, from my comfortable comms position, it looks out my window like the rain may have let up slightly, although that is a relative statement, folks. I would not take that as a sign that things are drying out. As the top four come up the hill once again, they'll have this lap plus one other. I'd expect the last lap board to be shown next time through for Richard Evans. So it's time to start racking up the pressure even more. Collins is close to the back of Luke Oliver, but Oliver was wise to it and just didn't. He left enough racing room for a kart, but he didn't leave an attractive looking space to put your kart into, if that makes sense, into the carousel. Just took a slightly shallower line just to deter a move from Shane. keeps himself in third place and keeps himself in touching distance of the lead two. As we'll come round, it's going to be close with the last lap board, but it is going to hit 0 on the timer, and the last lap board will be shown. So, on to the last lap. Richard Evans has led this one since the start, but he's been kept very honest since the start by Scott Smith. Luke Oliver and Shane Collins are on the scene as well. We've seen some people attempt some moves from a long way back into the carousel. How's it going to be this time around? Luke Oliver does have a look to the inside. He does have a very honest look to the inside, but he can't get anything done by the second phase. And so as a result, Scott Smith holds on to it. Round the top part of the final sector now. We'll start heading down the hill again. And I think it's going to be difficult for anyone to find a way through now unless Richard makes a mistake. He's going to turn himself into a double heat winner here today at GYG. Richard Evans rounds the final corner and takes the win in Rotax 177 ahead of Scott Smith. Luke Oliver holds on just ahead of Shane Collins for third. Zach Bolton in fifth place with the fastest lap of the race to boot. Ian Bramfield in sixth. Ben Hitch in seventh place. Andy Collinson in eighth. Ninth for James Frost. Stephen Horner is in 10th. It'll be Ben Johnson in 11th. 12th for Dan Miller. And Andy Ward rounds out the 13th place for that one. Well, that brings to an end your heats for the day, and that means we go into the all-important races now. The big points on offer. 60 points for the winners in the finals, and of course that round victory with the trophy. All of that to play for in these continuing difficult conditions at GYG. We'll be kicking those off in just a moment here on your Alpha live stream with Bambino C50 Final. Let's take you through your grid then for your Bambino C50 Final. Logan Hodgetts will start this one on pole position ahead of Noah Wicklow. Hendrix Fallett and Will Wainwright on row 2. Ollie West and Henry Hales on row 3. It'll be Benjamin Schlivar and Ernie Wade on row 4. John Stevens and Calvin Simon on row 5. Alex Marshall and Arlo Gamble on row 6. Raith Owen and Arthur Bowers on row 7. Jesse Bailey and Jax Wong on row 8. Santo Amico and Oliver Daniels on row 9. It will be Max Armitt and Ava Garrett on row 10. And Harry Murphy and Boston Wolf on row number 11. That's how they line up then for our Bambino C50 Final, which yesterday, as a reminder, went the way of Benjamin Schlivar in his debut win in this class. Oh, as we've got a little bit of a ruckus on the formation here. A few drivers off there. So they'll get themselves recovered. So this will be 9 minutes plus a 9 minutes plus a lap for these finals. Slightly longer race. Standing start, of course, for our Bambino C50s. Logan Hodgetts has been, he's had a really good day of it so far. Got the pole position in qualifying this morning. Got the race win then in Heat 1 and was right in the fight in Heat 2, but it went the way of Noah Wicklow in Heat 2. So these two drivers on the front row of the grid have been really closely matched today. It's been fantastic to watch them battle, and we're going to see them and their other 20 competitors behind them do battle one more time for round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. As we head into the finals, just worth acknowledging again, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Please like, share, subscribe. Let's get people talking about this fantastic SuperOne Series and what has been a highly entertaining day of racing so far. Promises to continue being entertaining, and as we go through the finals. I do think the rain has let up a little bit. Still damp conditions, obviously. Still standing water around the track. We've got a driver off to driver's left here. It's Arlo Gamble's 72 kart. Some kind of issue there, unfortunately. So that's disappointment there for Arlo. So I think we're going to go under starters orders. Indeed we are. Eyes on the lights, and away we go for our round 2 final for C50 Bambino. It's a good start from Noah Wicklow, who pulls alongside and has a nose in front as they head into club corner for the first time. Good start for Hendrix Fallat as well, side by side between Hodgetts and Wicklow, who've been battling at the front of this pack throughout the day as they head up the hill, but it's just Hodgetts who gets his nose in front as they get to the top of the hill. There's Schlivar attacking early on against Ollie West and the 57, which is Henry Hales. Down the hill then comes, and that's round for Ava Garrett towards the back in the 44, but she's getting going again. Round carousel they come. Logan Hodgetts here leading Noah Wicklow, Hendrix Fallat, as they started on the grid then amongst the top 3. There was Carmen Simon attacking John Stevens, I think it was, as they come down the hill. Indeed it was. Down through Devil's Elbow. And round to complete the first lap. So Benjamin Schlivar, one of the, not too many moves on there on that first lap. Everyone just, at this point in the weekend, they're used to the conditions and want to focus on a longer race ahead. But there were some movers. Schlivar with a move on Ollie West, as we saw in the early part of the lap. And Santo Amico as well, up 2 positions to get into the top 10 in the early stages of this one. Not too many dramas. Everybody still circulating here. The one drama from the point of view of timing is that Hendrix Fallat is at the back of the pack. That's clearly not the case. That's clearly a timing issue because we can see Hendrix behind Noah. As coming down the hill, Henry Hales in the 57, I can see under pressure there from Benjamin Schlivar in the BM plate. It's the Bayford Meadows plate. Around paddock corner. There's the 21 of Will Wainwright. There's Logan Hodgetts with a fair lead now. I don't see that too often in Bambinos, it has to be said. There's still the 57 of Hales under pressure from Schlivar. That is the 33 Strick, and that's Jesse Bailey, who's unfortunately off into the grass. And there is Hendrix Fallat. So it might not be showing on timing, but Hendrix is definitely there. In fact, as I say that, the timing tower updates to confirm that. Under pressure here from Will Wainwright in what feels like a repeat. I can't remember if it was Heat 1 or Heat 2 where we saw these two battling a lot. It might have been both, to be fair. They've always been in roughly the same part of the track throughout today. Then it's Henry Hales in the 57. Then it's Benjamin Schlivar, excuse me, in the BM plate. Next back is the battle over 7th place. That pack is headed up by Calman Simon in the number 12 car, but it's some 8 seconds off the back. So we've very much got these sort of 2 packs that have formed here. You've got Logan Hodgetts leading by 1.7 seconds, and then Noah Wicklow leads this pack of karts second down through to 6th. And then 8 seconds back from then is Calman Simon leading a long train of karts who are battling away at the moment. Don't forget live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on SuperOne if you want to have a more detailed timing page, which includes a driver tracker. And if you want, I said I'd check this, didn't I? And I never did. If you click on the position number, no, okay. You can't do the thing where you select the driver because that'll show up their individual times. If you click on the driver, you can get detailed timing for that driver. There's the gap I was talking about, and then we'll come through the next pack that's headed by Calman Simon, 7th place. So if you're in this pack, 7th place sort of is coming into the frame as the big thing to fight for here. And Calman's controlling this pack well, to be fair. A little bit of a gap there over Ernie Wade in the number 11, who's running in 8th place, one of our heat winners from yesterday around here. Fastest lap of the race currently sits with our race leader. We've got a stationary cart there at the top of the hill off to driver's left. An unusual spot for a cart to come to a standstill in many ways. You've got so much momentum at that part of the lap. That is Hendrix Falat. That looks like number 15 to me. And if so, that's a huge disappointment for the young driver because he was running in 3rd place. But that looked to me like the card of Hendrix Falat, and your heart goes out to him if it is, because that's a really good result that's gone away from him. Logan Hodgett sets a new fastest lap of the race. If we can pick up the battle for 2nd place just to absolutely confirm it. That's there is Henry Hales, who's up into 2nd place, and he's got by on Noah Wicklow. And then it's Wainwright chased by Schlivar. So yeah, it is unfortunately Hendrix Falat. I'm really sorry to see that. He's driven so well this weekend. Wainwright having to go, well, he's on the inside, half in attack, half in defence. He turns it into attack on Noah Wicklow. That's a really nice move by Will Wainwright in the number 21. And he holds on to it as well. So Henry Hales has got by on Noah Wicklow. Wicklow trying to fight back though on Wainwright. He's going to go down the inside. Will be able to bring it round the outside at the compression? No. Will Wainwright is confident on the braking there and retains the position for now. Noah Wicklow clearly wants to have a go back at this position though and take 3rd place. This battling is allowing Henry Hales to pull out a bit of a gap in 2nd place. Logan Hodgetts leads by 4.3 seconds. Henry Hales in 2nd in the 57. Then we've got this pack of Will Wainwright, Noah Wicklow and Benjamin Schlivar, who are battling over 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively. There's your race leader. Logan just going through the shot. Then here is that battle over 3rd place. Just wondering if we've got drama in the 2nd pack as well, because the 12 of Calman Simon has dropped down on my timing. As here's the battle, Schlivar on Wicklow, and that's a lovely move round the outside of Carousel as well for Benjamin Schlivar, up to 4th place. Brilliant driving from this young driver who took his inaugural win in SuperOne yesterday. And well, what kind of a campaign does he have ahead of him? Really good driving from Schlivar this weekend. Had a bit of a difficult heat too earlier on, but I think at the time I said it could be interesting to see how he comes back in the final, and he is having a really good go of it here. Up into 4th place, now chasing Will Wainwright up the Dragon Straight. Will's trying, or been trying for the last lap or two, to reel Henry Hales back in, because battling over 3rd place, they did let him get a little bit of breathing space ahead of them. I think both of these drivers have clocked that they need to have one eye on the slightly bigger prize of 2nd place rather than fighting over 3rd and allowing Hales to get away. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. Might be a little bit close actually as to whether Logan gets shown the last lap board this time around or next. Further down the order, John Stevens got by on Santo Amico, excuse me, for 8th place, and Jax Wong has got by on Alex Marshall, and Calman Simon he must have had a drama. He's now fighting back up the order. He's passed Arthur Bowers. I'm sorry to say, Calman Simon, who was at the head of that field, and there is the last lap board. He was at the head of that 2nd pack, which now is led by Ernie Wade. I'm not sure what drama befell Calman, but he's fighting back a little bit in these last few phases, which is good to see. Schlevar still putting the pressure on Wainwright. Will Wainwright just now had the fastest lap of the race, which is why he too is putting pressure on Henry Hales. So we're on the last lap, and there's the move for Schlevar, having a look at Spoon Corner. Hasn't quite got enough of his car alongside though. He'll try and get the switch back out of here. Will Wainwright cover the inside? He's going to try, and that's about as late as he could have left it because Schlevar was beginning to pull alongside. This is in some ways allowing Hales to pull away though, but this is the moment. If you're going to battle for a position, now is the time. And Will Wainwright is still holding off Schlevar as they come into the final sector, but ahead of them on the road, Logan Hodgetts is going to come down through Devil's Elbow. He's going to come round Paddock Corner, and he's going to take the win for round 2 of the 2024 Rally Replay SuperOne Series. He lifts his hand into the air, and well he might. Logan Hodgetts is your winner for round 2. Henry Hales in second place. Great drive from him. Will Wainwright in third. Benjamin Schlevar in fourth place with more good points in the championship off the back of his success yesterday. Noah Wicklow in fifth. Sixth for Ollie West. Ernie Wade in seventh. We will expect to come through now. There's Ollie West coming through. Ernie Wade, John Stevens, Santo Amico, Jax Wong rounds out your top 10. Then it's Calman Simon, who clearly had some drive but came back well there to score some good points. Alex Marshall in 12th. Arthur Bowers in 13th, 14th for Oliver Daniels. And then we'll expect to see Ava Garrett come through. No, it's not. It's Max Armitt, sorry, has got by an Ava on that last lap. So that's 15th and 16th for those two. Wraith Owen will come home in 17th. Arlo Gamble, we saw drama for the 72 on the grid, but did manage to get going, which is good to see. And there is Arlo across for 18th. And then we saw dramas, unfortunately, for Hendrix Fallat and Jesse Bailey in that one. Congratulations to Logan Hodgetts. He takes home the spoils for round 2. Next up here at GYG, we've got our trophy final for the Honda Cadet GX200 class. Let's take you through the grid then for our round 2 final for Honda Cadet GX200. Cian Sullivan and Luke McGall are your front row of the grid. Sebastian Burlington and Joshua Bailey are row 2. Ricky Jr. McIntosh and Charlie Quine are row 3. Charlie Gregg and Archie Rutter are row 4. Daniel Hulse and Eloisa Burlington round out your top 10 for this 10-car grid in Honda Cadet GX200. So the story of this class so far today, just to remind you, Cian Sullivan got the pole position and thus had pole in qualifying and thus had the pole for the 2 heats. And he converted that into a win for heat number 1, but it was Luke McGall who took the win in heat 2. Cian Sullivan got the win for round 1 yesterday, but it is by no means a done deal here. We've had some great driving today in this class from Luke McGall, Sebastian Burlington, Joshua Bailey. They've all earned their position there in the top 2 rows of the grid, and I think this could be an interesting one. We've seen some good moves from a lot of people in this class, to be fair. I'm just thinking about some of the moves we've seen from Ricky Jr. McIntosh as well. So this could be an interesting one. Do not make any mistake. There may only, in inverted commas, be 10 karts on the grid, but we've seen some great racing from them so far today. Now you can all roll your eyes, folks. The conditions are marginally better now at the track. It doesn't appear to be a blanket of rain hitting you side in the face. In fact, there's no rain at all. I'm being informed from the trusted method of Luke Woodford of Alpha Live sticking his hand out the window that it is not currently raining. I still say it's very damp conditions though. At the moment out on track. As we're waiting for the carts to get recovered from that last race. Before we wait for our GX200 Honda Cadet class to go out on track. This will be the second of our 8 trophy finals. wait for them to come out. It's just let's wait for them to come out. They're coming out now. But just a note on where else are we destined for on this SuperOne calendar this year? We'll be heading to Roura next. And for all of these, there will be 2 rounds per race meeting. So one on the Saturday and then the streamed action on the Sunday. So on the 4th and 5th of May will be rounds 3 and 4 at Roura. Then on the 1st and 2nd of June at Clay Pigeon. The 6th and 7th of July at Fullbeck. The 3rd and 4th of August at Wilton Mill. And then the 24th and 25th of August, the championship will conclude at Sheddington, taking in some of the premier kart venues of the UK. But we'd expect nothing less from Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Here we go then. Cian Sullivan in that 26 kart on pole position for this final. But there's 9 other drivers who would like to deprive him of the finals win, and it's immediately a false start there. That is quite a stark break in formation there. So we'll form up again. Same race time, 9 minutes plus a lap, unless they commit the offence, or unless a false start happens again for whatever reason, in which case they'll reduce the race time. See what I mean? It's still blowing sideways, but there's no longer spray hitting them sideways. It's a definite improvement. Not sure if there's anyone in the paddock who's just tossing at the notion that things are getting any better out there. I know there's a lot of people who've been putting in, it's a good time actually to shout out the supporters of all these drivers. You know, the mechanics, the teams who are here, obviously the parents and carers who are supporting the younger drivers through it all. Talking to the drivers yesterday, asking them for anyone they want to thank off the back of their success, and it's clear how much effort there is behind each of these entries. It's a huge effort, and in conditions like this it can be particularly taxing, particularly difficult, but fantastic to see so many entries taking it on in these difficult conditions. So shout out everyone who facilitates these entries. Are we good for the start then? Away we go. No, we're not good for the start. It's a false start again, and that means we will see, from my understanding of the rules, we'll see a reduction in race time. We'll go round again. So it's a headwind as they head out of this corner at Spoon and head down towards Carousel. And then they'll have a tailwind as they come out of Carousel. Cian Sullivan in the number 26 kart there. The 15 of Luke McGall alongside one of our rookie drivers in this class. There's no reason to suspect that he can't take the fight here and take the win. He's shown some really good racing prowess this weekend. Behind them, Sebastian Burlington in the 22, Joshua Bailey in the 81. We'll double check on the timing for what the adjusted race time is. Oh, we've got a driver peeling off at the back there. Was that Eloisa Burlington, I think, peeling off into the pits? Away we go, though. Green flag conditions. It was not Eloisa who was pulling into the pits. Away we go. Cian Sullivan retains the lead round the first corner, and it's 7 minutes plus a lap now for this final. It might have been Daniel Hulse who pulled into the pits. He's not crossed the timing line. So Hulse may have pulled in. As they come through Spoon Corner for the first time, Cian Sullivan still looking good at the front, but there's a battle behind him for second place. Luke McGall holding off Sebastian Burlington, but Burlington cannot hold off Ricky Jr. McIntosh, who's had a charging start there and has got himself up into third place. And now comes a different challenge for the drivers. How about spray and sunlight through the spray? That's quite a challenging one. Lovely weather for rainbows, not the easiest weather for karting, and there's a challenge for the lead. Luke McGall throws a move down the inside of Paddock and is through on Cian Sullivan. Cheeky little move there, had great drive through Devil's Elbow, and there is the move for the lead, and this is exactly what we spoke about just before they got going, that McGall can take the fight here. Cian Sullivan's going to try and fight back. He's going to try and tuck underneath as he come up to the top of the hill. McIntosh and Burlington side by side for third place as well. Burlington's through. Sebastian Burlington is through into third place by on Ricky Jr. McIntosh. So it's McGall, Sullivan, Burlington, McIntosh as they come through the carousel. And there's a look from Sebastian Burlington as well. Where did that come from? Great drive through the right-hander there. And he's through on Cian Sullivan. That was a lovely move from Sebastian Burlington. Great drive through the top right-hander. And as they come through to complete lap number 2, it's a very different order to what we saw a lap ago. Luke McGall leads, Sebastian Burlington in second, Cian Sullivan in third, and Ricky Jr. McIntosh in fourth, and then Joshua Bailey trying to stay in touch with them in the 81 kart in fifth. Then it's Charlie Quine, Archie Rutter, Charlie Gregg, and Eloisa Burlington, rounding out the 9 runners we have at this point. Ricky Jr. McIntosh then in that 14 kart, chasing Cian Sullivan, but also Joshua Bailey has had a good first sector there to play himself into this one. At the start of this lap, it was a top 4 with a little bit gap back to Joshua Bailey. Now it's become a little bit more closed up. At a Devil's Elbow through Paddock Corner. In fact, it's closing up quite a bit all the way back to certainly Charlie Quine in that IM plate car. Luke McGall sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 54.531. It's 3/10 better than Sebastian Burlington running in second. He's really trying to show these other drivers a fresh pair of heels, get a bit of a gap for himself. That's Charlie Gregg, actually, all the way back to Charlie Gregg. It's closing up between these drivers. There's your race leader, Luke McGall. Then it's Sebastian Burlington, Cian Sullivan in that 26. Ricky Jr. McIntosh in the 14. The 81 is Joshua Bailey. The IM plate is Charlie Quine. The 20 is Archie Rutter. And the 6 is Charlie Gregg. There they are streaming through. Shortened final due to the number of full starts. This is now effectively the same length as a heat. McGall with good pace here and consistent as well. Just a few hundredths different between the last 2 laps he's done. That's hard enough for the drivers to keep up with behind him at this point. If they start battling towards the end of the race, then it's really, I mean, it's that old thing that we talk about with sprint racing. It's not just about attacking all the time, it's about knowing when to attack or when to work together to try and stay on terms with the driver ahead of you. So you don't, when you are making moves at the end of the race, you're making it for the biggest possible reward. That's why this particular race just calms in a relative sense. They're still pushing hard, but just calms for a moment as Cian Sullivan tries to push up onto the back of Sebastian Burlington. A little bit of a gap opening up now between Sullivan and McIntosh as they come over the crest of the hill into Spoon Corner. Down the hill. It's closed up not just between Seb Burlington and Cian Sullivan, but also Ricky Jr. McIntosh and Joshua Bailey closing up a little bit as well. And then there was Charlie Quine, and then there is Archie Rutter in that 20 kart with Charlie Gregg on his tail, and then Eloisa Burlington a little way back from them. On to lap number 7 goes Luke McGall. As Cian Sullivan continues to rack up the pressure on Sebastian Burlington. Both of these drivers, though, fought well in battles so far this weekend. Around the top part of the lap for our drivers lying second and third. Oh, and there's a little, that was a half look there from Cian Sullivan. I wasn't expecting that. Just trying to eye up one of the opportunities here, and well he might, because we're getting into the closing phases here of this one. It'll be this plus one more lap. Luke McGall now 3 seconds to the good ahead of these two. You have to think he gets to the point where tactically they're going, well, we're not reeling in the win, it's all about the attack for second place. Cian Sullivan knows it, and Seb Burlington will know it as well. Out of Spoon Corner. Oh, and there's a moment round. That's Joshua Bailey in the 81. I didn't see if there was any contact that led to that, but Bailey is round and he'll lose out to the likes of Charlie Quine, Archie Rutter and Charlie Gregg. He might get it gathered up and going again before Eloisa Burlington comes through that part of the lap. As again, Cian Sullivan has a much tighter line there through the right-hander before Compression Corner. Luke McGall, though, will see the last lap board right about now and begin his final tour of the circuit. Well, he's had a really, really good day's racing on a really, really difficult day to go racing as this young man. He had consistent results yesterday. Finished second in the trophy final. And then got his first heat win in Honda Cadet GX200 earlier on, and now, provided he can just pilot it successfully around the latter part of this lap, he is on for his, what I understand to be certainly his first win, at least in this class, as this is the look for second from Cian Sullivan, and he's been practicing this one for the last few laps, and if he can just hold it round compression, which he can, that's a beautiful move from Cian Sullivan. But ahead of them, Luke McGall is going to come round the last corner. It's going to be a challenge for second. McGall wins round number 2. Who's going to finish second? Dragged to the line. It's Cian Sullivan by the smallest of by 18 thousandths of a second. Cian Sullivan takes it. Brilliant win for Luke McGall. Wins round 2 in Honda Cadet GX200 for your Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. Cian Sullivan in second, just ahead of Seb Burlington. Ricky Jr. McIntosh in 4th. Charlie Quine in 5th place. Archie Rutter in 6th. Charlie Gregg in 7th. Joshua Bailey, with that incident towards the end, finished in 8th. Eloisa Burlington crosses the line there in 9th place. A bit of drama there across the line for second place, but it's well done to Luke McGall, who takes the win for round 2 in Honda Cadet GX200. We'll be back here in a moment's time for the final for Micromax and IAME Water Swift Restricted. Let's take a look at your grid then for this final for round 2 for Micromax and the IAME Water Swift Restricted classes. Alfie Garrett and Xavier Ramsey are on row 1. Ansel Murray and Toby Cannon are your second row of the grid. Oscar Kenny and Ethan Lloyd are row number 3. Next up we have Marley Fisher and Daniel Stangerine. Jack Daniels and Elsie Gannon to round out the top 10. Isla Parsons and Morgan Weston are row number 6. Row 7 is where we'll find Travis Giddings and Oscar Churches. And then we'll get into our IAME Water Swift Restricted class, which will be William Crombie, Theo Jepson and Ethan Taylor to round out 17 karts on this grid. We'll be into our finals format, 9 minutes plus the lap. Just to remind you of the story of this class, or these classes, I should say. It was Xavier Ramsey who got the pole position in Micromax, and William Crombie who got the pole position in qualifying, so they started on pole for the 2 heats. But then come the heats, it was Alfie Garrett who took the win in Heat 1 in Micromax, and IAME Water Swift Restricted was headed up by Theo Jepson. And then in Heat 2, Alfie Garrett got a second Heat win in Micromax with William Crombie, your highest placed IAME Water Swift Restricted runner, and also he that took the round 1 win in IWR. Away we go though for the final. Alfie Garrett goes away, but it's a great start from the anti-pole side of the grid, and that to me looked like Xavier Ramsey immediately getting up to first place, and followed through, I think, by Toby Cannon as well. The anti-pole side of the grid had a storming start there as they come up the hill for the first time. And I hate to say it, but I think the rain may have started up again. I assume everyone's well prepared for that by this stage, though, as that's a defensive driving there by Alfie Garrett as he comes under attack from Ansel Murray in the 96 as they went through Carousel. Ethan Lloyd on the scene as well, and that 66 looking to pick up any opportunities that came his way, but there was nothing for now. And then that's the 48 of Oscar Kenny as well with them as well. The end of lap 1 though, it's a great start from Xavier Ramsey off of the start from second on the grid, straight up into the lead. Toby Cannon in second, Alfie Garrett in third. And then it's Ansel Murray and Ethan Lloyd to round out your top 5 as they come over the crest of the hill. Ansel Murray looking like he would like to put a move in. He's going to try and get the switch back down the hill, but he clattered over the curbs just a little bit on exit, and I don't think he's going to have the overspeed to challenge into Carousel. Indeed, he's not. In fact, he actually goes wide, and that allows Ethan Lloyd to put in a move in the second phase of that double apex Carousel corner, and he gets the move done. The 66 now ahead of the 96. Ethan Lloyd passing the winner of round 1, and that's also opened the door. Oh, sorry, that's Ansel trying to come back at Ethan, trying to get a few switchback moves. He'll have good drive off the corners, but can he do anything with it? It's a difficult part of the lap to do something if you've got an overspeed into paddock corner, because if you take an alternative line through paddock corner, you can compromise your run all the way through club and down the up the Dragon Straight. And you can see there Ethan tapping his helmet to say, come on Ansel, let's not lose touch with those ahead of us. Which is always then, it's a question, does the driver behind comply? Do they feel they have the advantage of pace, such they're like, no, I don't want to work together, I want to get by? Or do they hold station and go, yep, no, we need to stop battling? That's half of a look as well from Ethan Lloyd there on Alfie Garrett ahead of him. Xavier Ramsey still at the head of this one, and with a bit of breathing space as well. 1.5 seconds the gap between Ramsey and Toby Cannon in second place. And that's a look from Garrett. That's a look from Garrett for second place on Cannon there, but Cannon has the better drive off of Paddock round the outside. But Alfie Garrett fancies getting himself back up the order here. I'm sure he won't be too happy with how the start went for him, considering he had the pole position. He'd really like to get by. You know, as the old adage goes, catching is one thing, passing is another. Ethan Lloyd trying different lines here to see if he can open up a gap. He's been very creative today, I think, with his lines and his moves, is Ethan. I've seen some really nice moves that perhaps not seen from many other drivers today. So full marks for effort and trying with those, because it's those kind of things that can open up opportunities for a move, but nevertheless it's a difficult one. As I said right at the top of the broadcast, probably not the easiest circuit that we go to for overtakes. As once again Alfie Garrett has a look at Toby Cannon. Will Toby have a good drive off the corner again? There's arms aloft there as Toby Cannon's not happy about something, but he's lost out on that second place either way to Alfie Garrett, and he's under immediate attack from Ethan Lloyd, but it's allowed Ansel Murray as well to have an attack. I spot something off to driver's left there as well as they came through the corner. I'm not sure, I was focusing on the battle. That's all changed there, so Alfie Garrett up into second place. Toby Cannon holds on for second, but it's allowed Ansel Murray to get by on Ethan Lloyd. And Oscar Kenny in that 48 kart, still there, ready to pounce on any opportunities, keeping himself in play. And indeed, Marley Fisher actually in the 81s coming up onto the back of this as well. So second down through to seventh is definitely liable for change at the moment. Xavier Ramsey controlling this one nicely, though, by 1.5 seconds at the front, albeit Alfie Garrett has just shown an amazing turn of pace. 1.1 seconds taken out of the lead by Garrett that time around. If that can be replicated for the rest of the race, this is not a done deal for Xavier Ramsey whatsoever. That is impressive pace from Alfie Garrett. It's the winner of the heats versus the pole sitter after qualifying. As further back there, Oscar Kenny having a look at Ethan Lloyd. Couldn't quite make it stick, but definitely starting to think about turning up the pressure in the battle for 5th place. There is the driver of the 48. Still these damp conditions the drivers are having to deal with here at GYG, albeit hopefully the worst conditions are behind us. There was a time when I didn't want to jinx things, it was then. So I hope the commentator's curse doesn't impact the weather. Ansel Murray in the wheel tracks of Toby Cannon as they come up through the right-hander heading towards Spoon Corner. But Toby covers off the inside there. Can Ansel get a bit of a switchback move and get good drive down the hill? He has got good drive down the hill, but it's not enough. And once again, a little bit of a look to the inside for Oscar Kenny there. But not able to get by on Ethan Lloyd. And there is Ansel having another look at towards Compression Corner. He can't make that stick. He likes trying these little late apex switchback moves to set himself up towards paddock, I've noticed. Can he do anything with it this time? If he gets that right, it will pay dividends because he can challenge them all the way up the Dragon Straight and up the hill. Here he is demonstrating just that. Ansel Murray in that number 96 car in the wheel tracks of Toby Cannon. He's got to have a gap to do something with it at the end of this straight, and Toby's making that very difficult for him with positioning his car very well for defensive driving. What it's actually doing as well is it allows Ethan Lloyd, I mean, don't get me wrong, fair play to Ansel, he's got to try these things. He's got to try and open up these opportunities. As you can see, a dry patch forming on the middle of that track. One makes you wonder if we might see some interesting tyre choices having to be made towards our latter finals. Now that I've said that, it'll probably start, the heavens will probably open again, given my track record today. Oh, a little look from Ethan Lloyd there on Ansel Murray at compression. I'm not sure if that was a move in earnest or just he was gaining on him and they coalesced there in the apex of the corner. All stays as they were though. Ansel Murray with a good run this time, and is he able to prise open the door there on Toby Cannon? No, Toby's able to get back across, I think, and close it off. He's pushing so hard as Murray. Has he been able to prise open the door this time? No, he's not, and in fact, it's Ethan Lloyd who's prized open the door as they come over the crest of the hill. Lloyd's back through on Ansel Murray. Can Ansel Murray have a response into Carousel? He'll be on the inside. He's got to be bold on the brakes and then hold it on the outside of that corner, and he does get the job done. So Ansel Murray with a good counter-attack there to keep himself in the hunt for Toby Cannon in 3rd place. Xavier Ramsey, we've barely seen him. He's controlling this one beautifully at the front. 1.3 seconds, he was able to stem that flow of reducing gap to Alfie Garrett. He was able to match the pace of Garrett more or less. And now Garrett is taking a few chunks out of the lead gap, but it's much less than when we saw 1.1 seconds going. The gap is down to 1 second pretty much exactly between the top two. But I think Alfie Garrett's going to run out of time here to reduce that gap. We will keep an eye on it though. We're looking here at the battle for 3rd down through to 6th. Oh, and that's round. That's the leader. That's Xavier Ramsey. That's Ramsey with a moment at Spoon, and I think that's Ramsey out of the lead. Well, it must be Ramsey out of the lead. He's going to be gutted at that one. I've no idea how that one came to pass. We didn't see what led to that. I can't think. I mean, there was a second gap. 1 second gap between Ramsey and Garrett. So my first suspicion has to be, sadly, an unforced error. As meanwhile, Ansel Murray has a real attack here at Ethan Lloyd. He's going to go through at Paddock Corner. Can he carry enough pace onto the Dragon Straight to avoid being under attack by Ethan Lloyd? Alfie Garrett confirmed as your new race leader, and he's on the final lap. Drama here in the closing stages of Micromax. In IAME Water Swift Restricted, I have to say it's William Crombie running 8th overall, who stands to take home the spoils in that one. Theo Jepson running in 12th place and Ethan Taylor in 15th at the moment. That's how they are in IWR class. But drama here, just to confirm, Xavier Ramsey classifying in 6th now. That's where he's slotted back into the order. You can just see him there in the back of shot. One last chance for Ansel Murray to try and execute a pass here. Battling away with Ethan Lloyd. There's Lloyd through at compression. He's made that move work. Ahead of the move, coming round paddock. It's going to be Alfie Garrett who comes round the final corner and takes the win for round 2 in Micromax. Toby Cannon finishes 2nd. Ansel Murray in 3rd, and Oscar Kenny, just at the last moment by 33 thousandths, beats Ethan Lloyd to the line for 4th. Then it's Xavier Ramsey. A case of what might have been there for Ramsey. Your heart goes out to him there for however that drama unfurled for him. Marley Fisher in 7th. William Crombie crosses the line in 8th to take the win for IAME Water Swift restricted class here today at GYG. Morgan Weston in 9th. Elsie Gannon in 10th. Dan Stangerine in 11th, 12th, and 2nd place in class for Theo Jepson in IWR. Travis Giddings in 13th, Isla Parsons in 14th. Ethan Taylor rounds out your podium for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Oscar Church is in 16th, 17th for Jack Daniels. But congratulations for the overall win there for Alfie Garrett and the win in Micromax. Well, we're well into these finals now here at GYG. Coming up for you here next is going to be race number 20 on your programme. IAME M1's Final. Let's look at your grid then for IAME M1. In the final, it'll be Ralph Martin who leads them away for this one, with Freddie Baker alongside Max Santana and Ethan Holm on row 2. Row 3 is going to be Daniel Genov and Patrick Wood. Heath Smith and Oliver Woodall are next. Leo Harang and Elijah Sang round out your top 10. Jensen James Williams and Ollie West are on row number 6. Row 7 is Buster Scott and Noah Myberg. Mickey Gonzalez and Jesse Plowman are row 8. Freddie Dye and Presley Knight are on row number 9. Running out your top 20 are Logan Edwards and Hugh Riley. Bodie Batch and Seth State-Mackey are row 11. Charlie Holmes and Teddy Smith are on row 12. Then it's Nicholas Anser and Jack Morrell, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite and Archie Ashworth on row 14. And Harley Bev round out a 29 kart field for your IAME M1 class. Let's take you through what the story of this one is so far today. So Freddie Baker got pole position for the heats with qualifying all the way back at this morning, as there's an incident in the pit lane there as they come out onto circuit. That's a little bit of an unusual one there. Support being given there to Jesse Plowman dealing with that. I think it involved Freddie Dye as well there. I think it was the 17 and the 12, so they'll just need a little bit of help recovering for that one. So Freddie Baker it was with the pole position, but in the chaotic conditions, you may remember, look at the heat, the sun streaming down on the track now, as we've got a stricken driver there as well, but I'll carry on just telling the story of this. Ralph Martin took that win in dramatic fashion when the rain hit and they were on slicks in heat number 1. And then in heat number 2, he was able to get the win again, and in that situation, it was one of the closer finishes we've had of the day between him and Freddie Baker. So Ralph Martin's had those 2 heat wins, but Freddie Baker clearly has the strong pace here today in terms of, just by way of comparison, for how that went for things yesterday as they come round to the grid. Ralph Martin took the win in the equivalent of this race yesterday, took the win in round 1 and took the heat 1 win. But Freddie Baker did have the 1 heat win yesterday. And also, I think the driver who's out of position relative to where I'd expect to be. I don't know if there's been some penalties or something like that, not entirely sure. But Bodie Batch, with really strong results yesterday, a 2nd, a 3rd and a 3rd in the final, finds himself a long way down on this grid relative to that standard, down in 21st place. I know we've had changeable conditions, and as I say, maybe there's some penalties. I've not been able to go through and confirm all the results. But he might be one to watch, because conditions are getting a little bit more like perhaps what we had yesterday now. I'm still seeing wet weather tyres on everyone there that I can see in the shot. But yeah, be interested to see how this one goes. 9 minutes plus a lap for this IAME M1 Final for round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024. Stream coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live. Please give them some love on social media if you're enjoying the coverage. Like, share, subscribe. And you can see there, good point that's just been pointed out to me by the producer. I know words. That there's dry lines forming in some parts of the track. Thank you, Stuart. I knew what you meant. So yeah, the wind blowing across the circuit, the sun now, the sun now beating down the track. This is what I was talking about yesterday. Is that you would go if you were outside. I was outside on track, out on track, helping set up some of the cameras. And if a rain shower hit, you'd get drenched. But then within 10 minutes, the sun would be out, and there'd be quite a crosswind, and you sort of just get dried out within 10 minutes and forget all about it. We're now at least now, in those kinds of conditions, as we're under starters' orders. And does that mean that we start to see some interesting tyre decisions? Never mind, at the moment, the focus is on our IAME M1s. Away we go. Ralph Martin leads them away into club corner. Through they go in these still greasy conditions here at GYG. They go 3 wide, even 4 wide on the Dragon Straight as they head up the hill. But it's a great start I can see from Ralph Martin at the head of the field as he leads them up through the right-hand kink towards Spoon Corner. That looks like Patrick Wood making some early moves there, getting by, or battling away at least, with Oliver Woodall. We've seen some great moves from Patrick Wood, particularly in Heat 2. So look out for him pulling some good moves. Ralph Martin, here he is in the number 32 car. Dealt with that start. That's the first pressure point dealt with well. You did a good start off a pole there, and he finds himself in the lead of the race. As they come down the hill here, there is the 12 going. That's the 23 that's out. That means it's Seth State Mackey, unfortunately, who's not going to take any further part in this one as they come around to complete lap number 1. Just the significant thing being there that Jesse Plowman took to the start. So that was one of the karts that we saw, in fact both of the karts that we saw having a little bit of a moment in the pit lane as they got going. Freddie Dye and Jesse Plowman both started the race and are circulating. Just to confirm, here's Patrick Wood attacking Daniel Genov in that third placed 13 kart. Already Ralph Martin and Freddie Baker pulling away a little bit from these drivers. In fairness, that's because I think there was a lot of battling on lap 1 over third place. That's Heath Smith in the 81 who's in 4th, and this is a battle between the 22 of Gonzalez and the 12 of Jesse Plowman. It's Oliver Woodall in the 41 in 6th place, and the 11 of Ethan Holm trying to find an opportunity. So Ralph Martin leading, and with a new fastest lap of the race, takes the gap out to 1.3 seconds. He does not want to be challenged for this win if he can at all help it, as Mickey Gonzalez pulls to the inside of Jesse Plowman there, heading up the hill. Is he able to keep that door open all the way around to Spoon Corner? I think he may have got the job done. There is Woodall and Holm coming through. But I'll have to double check how that ended between Mickey Gonzalez. It looks like the 22 is ahead, and indeed it's given the opportunity as well for Bodie Batch in the 88 to come through. And I did mention Bodie as perhaps one to watch. He's already made his way up to 10th place, I think that will put him in. And that's having started down in 21st place. So Bodie having a really good recovery drive here as Patrick Wood is still defending here against Heath Smith as they come down the hill. Ethan Holm getting involved in this as well in the number 11 kart. 1.3 seconds. The gap is holding now between Martin and Baker at the head of the field. And according to timing, Oliver Woodall had a bit of a drama on that lap. Dropped down 7 places, I'm sorry to report, to 13th place, but he's still circulating, so maybe just It'll be the first time today that I've mentioned it, about getting offline somewhere or a little wide moment, and it can just allow the rhythm to be upset and allow multiple karts to get by. There is Ethan Holm challenging Heath Smith. This is over 5th place. The 81 of Smith versus the 11 of Holm. Oh, and there's a driver off, and that's that's at the top of the hill. That looked to me, well, we'll have to double check. That is the 92. To double check that one. I'll have to check who's dropping down the order. This is the battle for 3rd place, though. This is where our attention needs to be at the moment. Daniel Genov and Patrick Wood, as they head up the hill. Wood will be on the outside. And it's still side by side as they come through the corner there. Genov doing brilliantly to hold the driver of Patrick Wood off, but Wood will have the inside line for the carousel. Surely he's going to try that move. Does he skirt out wide, which gives Genov the opportunity to counter-attack? He does, but I don't think Genov's going to be able to hold on to it. Patrick Wood gets up to 3rd place with a lovely move there. And that was a really nice move from the driver of the number 36. I think it might have been Hugh Riley who was having the drama on the grass last time around. Just basing that off of lap time. Just to follow up on that story. Change for 3rd place confirmed then. Ralph Martin, there's a red flag. Red flag has been shown. So there's clearly been an incident out there that gives race control cause to suspend the race. So red flag's been called up. We've not seen any incident. We've not seen the incident that would lead to this. Being told that there's a kid, there's a cart off to driver's right, heading up the hill. So maybe that driver needing a little bit of attention. The driver's going into single file now, and they'll come around to stop. So here you can see the drivers observing their red flag procedure, coming to a stop on single file. So there's a cart. What we know so far, and obviously under these circumstances we're not going to speculate, but there is a cart off to driver's right as they come up the hill. Just going to have a pause here whilst we wait. But the driver's doing exactly what they need to do, coming to a pause here, coming down. This is just through compression corner. And the race officials just seeing fit to pause the race. We're just going to take a pause here whilst officials tend to the stricken driver there, make sure everything's okay. And as soon as we know something, we will of course let you know. But equally, we're not going to play guesswork here. Driver in question is, we know, out of the cart, and the medical team are with them. Meanwhile, the race is suspended, and the drivers will await instruction from race control. One aspect of this being is that whilst all this is going on, and obviously it's not the primary concern right now, the primary concern is the well-being of the stricken driver, but the an aspect of this is, of course, the sun is still beating down on the circuit and the wind is still blowing. So whilst these drivers are sat here on their wet weather tyres, the circuit continues to dry, and this might, just maybe, you might start to get people considering the slick tyres in the paddock for the future finals. We're just going to take a pause here on comms just whilst we're waiting, but the situation is a red flag during the finals for IAME M1. Where we see, I think we're getting instruction that we might be good to go in a second. We'll just double check that and then come back for the rest of this race. So, as you can see, the field now being ushered into the pits off the back of that red flag. And I believe that's going to be because we'd reached a critical race distance for result to be called. So we're going to see IAME M1s brought into the pits, and we're going to go to our next race. So we're just trying to get confirmed what the situation with that. Provisionally, off the back of that, you'd say that Ralph Martin is likely to be declared the winner on that, but we won't call that for certain at this stage, and we'll try and get you information on the outcome of what was transpiring there. We'll look ahead in a moment's time to our next race, though. The next race will be the final for our Intermax and Honda Cadet R200 class, and we'll be back with that for you on your Alpha live stream in just a moment's time. So just to confirm, we've just done a little bit of calculation here. We're not going to report yet on the driver who's involved in the incident that led to the red flag there in our IAME M1 final. But just to confirm that being as more than 50% of the race had elapsed, by my understanding of the rules, that will mean that the race result will be called as it was one lap previously. So we'll wait for that confirmed result to come through, but that's how that is likely to pan out. And that means that we will then look ahead in a moment's time for our Intermax and Honda Cadet R200 Final, just once the car has been recovered. We can confirm that the kart that was involved, or that was stricken off to driver's right, that was the 23 of Seth State Mackey. We're just trying to get an update on Seth. We did see, not on our stream, we did see on another camera, we saw him being attended to by the medical team, so he got attention nice and quickly there. We'll try and get news on Seth as soon as we can, but his kart has been recovered to the pits, and the result will be called for IAME M1. And in just a moment's time, we'll see the grid go out for the next race, as I say, which will be Intermax and Honda Cadet R200. That's everything we're aware of here in the media centre at the moment. Right now, though, it's time to look ahead to Intermax and Honda Cadet R200. Okay, so we're gonna do this old style, I think. I'm not sure we've got the, we have got a grid graphic. Okay, we're not gonna do old style. Here's the fancy graphic for the grid. There we go. JJ Plowman and Noah Moulton will be on pole, on the front row for this one. Bailey Wolf and Jensen Sale are on row 2. Cian Sullivan and Stanley Stafford are on row 3. Row 4 will be Lewis Hall and Oscar Roach. Lucas Esser and Ashton Redpath will round out the top 10. Jack Holmes and Layla Bell are on row 6. Row 7 is where we will find Jay Birmingham and Charlie Hobbs. Rio Wardley and Alexander Adams rounds out the Intermax runners in this one. And then it will be Austin Mayhew and Peter Webster to round out the 18-kart grid for Intermax and Honda Cadet R200. And already we're coming around for the start. And how's that going to be done? That's going to be an immediate full start. So we will go round again and try that again. Adams a little way off the pack. That may have been the cause of the full start there. So conditions much improved over what we had earlier on. Still quite a crosswind though here at the circuit, and frankly the threat of rain is forever in the air this time of year in this part of Wales. So. It still seems to be wet weather tyres the order of the day, just looking at the field there as they went through the top loop there, down towards compression corner. But it could really get interesting in our last few races in terms of those decisions, because we're definitely starting to get dry patches forming. How about this time then? It's looking a lot better this time. Away we go. And JJ Plowman leads them into club corner for the first time. Noah Moulton with a good start as well. And as they head round to Spoon Corner, in fact, has Noah been able to get by? Yes, he has. Noah Moulton's up to the lead of the race, jostling through position through Spoon Corner. That is Stanley Stafford and Lewis Hall doing battle in the 43 and 44 respectively. There is Oscar Roach on the attack as well in the 96 around Carousel. Go through the top part of the lap. There is Jay Birmingham battling away with, and that's a nice move there actually by Layla Bell on Jay Birmingham there to get through in the 33. So the 33 ahead of the 41. And there is the 25 Peter Webster. At the end of lap number 1, though, it is Noah Moulton who leads. And Oscar Roach and Jack Holmes have both got by on JJ Plowman as well. Heading up the hill there is a battle, well, it's a mixed class battle there, actually, because that was Peter Webster in the mix there. It's Noah Moulton at the head of the field. Austin Mayhew, by the way, is the highest placed Honda Cadet R200 runner off of that start. is Cian Sullivan we just caught sight of in the 26. Well bedded in at this point in the weekend. There's Jensen Sale in the 40. And it's Austin Mayhew there in the 67 behind him. That's the highest placed Honda Cadet R200 runner. Here we are though in the battle for 4th place, and that's a change there. That is the 17 of Rio Warderley going by on JJ Plowman. So Noah Moulton already with a massive gap at the head of the field. And I'd be very interested to know if there's a tyre difference here between these drivers. Has Noah taken a gamble here that's paying off, I wonder? Because that's a big gap to have opened up already. It could be just off the back of some battles, to be fair. So Noah Moulton leads. Oscar Roach in the 96 is second. We're looking here further down the order. This is towards the latter part of the top 10. So the 26 there is Cian Sullivan, who I think has just dropped down a couple of places on this lap, so probably around about 8th or 9th position. Fastest lap of the race from Noah Moulton. There you can see Noah Moulton off into the distance, and there is the 2nd place battle. Apologies, that's not 2nd place, that's the 5th place battle. That is 13 of Bailey Wolf and JJ Plowman battling away. There's the 67 of Austin Mayhew. And I'm wondering, is this a case of tyre differential that sees Austin well up to the field? He's just driving around some of these competitors. There must be a difference going on there, surely. I'll take nothing away from Austin, but these moves are looking decidedly easy at the moment for the driver of the 67. There is the 5 of JJ Plowman, passed there by Cian Sullivan in the 26. Whoa, and that's a moment, that's off for JJ Plowman. And is that him trying to make slicks work on a greasy surface, maybe? Those look like slicks to me. Indeed they are. So this is what we're seeing come to bear in this race. Differences in tyre decision are leading to dramatically different races. And that is why we're seeing the likes of Austin Mayhew there, I think, really making an advance here. Noah Moulton leads then. Oscar Roach is in 2nd. We've not seen much of Oscar. Jack Holmes is in 3rd, and there's a lot of spread between those top 3. Then I believe it's Rio Wardley in 4th, Bailey Wolf in 5th. Although, no, Austin Mayhew's got by on Bailey Wolf now on that lap. This is the battle then between Wolf and Stafford. That's over 5th place. Coming down the hill now is that battle. That's Bailey Wolf in the 13. Bailey Wolf, Stanley Stafford, Cian Sullivan, Jensen Sale as well in this pack, as well as Ashton Redpath, pretty much all the way down to 10th place. So 5th place battle comes over, start, finish. Another fastest lap of the race last time around for Noah Moulton though. That's the 44 of Ashton Redpath. Having a look at the 44 of Lewis Hall as they come up the hill, and I think he's got that job done. In fact, I think he's got more than that job done. He's through on Stanley Stafford as well. There is Ashton Redpath. There is Austin Mayhew, who, as far as I'm aware, sits in 5th place. I say as far as I'm aware just because there's a few transponder issues, and there's a bit of contact on the way to compression corner involving Bailey Wolf and the 26 of Cian Sullivan. And they both keep running. Well, that was a bit of a hairy moment there. New fastest lap of the race from Oscar Roach. But it's going to be a mountain to climb now as it's side by side for 6th place between Bailey Wolf and Cian Sullivan. It's still side by side, and through has gone Sullivan there, and it offered an opportunity for Jensen Sale as well into the 40, but he wasn't able to convert it, and actually that left him exposed to Ashton Redpath as there's a driver moving slowly off to driver's right there, which slightly upsets the rhythm. Jensen Sale in the 40 still battling away with Ashton Redpath in that number 99. Stanley Stafford in the 43 as well. As they come down the hill, and then it's Lewis Hall in the 44. So it's Sale, Redpath, Stafford and Hall. The significance there being that Ashton Redpath is now ahead of Stanley Stafford. Side by side between Lewis Hall and Stanley Stafford there, and Hall has got through in the 44. And that was Jensen Sale getting by on Bailey Wolf as well. Noah Moulton, just for context here, just started another lap whilst we're looking at this battle up at Spoon Corner. That's the nature of the gap. So it's Noah Moulton in the lead by 5.7 seconds. Then it's Oscar Roach. Then it's Jack Holmes. But the gap there is 11 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Rio Wardley's in 4th. Austin Mayhew in 5th. Cian Sullivan in 6th. And then we get back to this battle here, which is Bailey Wolf battling away with Ashton Redpath, although has Jensen Sale got by on both of them? Yes, he has. So Sale's in 7th. Fastest lap of the race again goes to Oscar Roach, but it's such a gap that he's got to close down now. One can't think that there's really time. There's contact there and round for Bailey Wolf. I didn't see the start of that. We just picked up the latter part, but that was contact there between Wolf and it was Ashton Redpath. It ends in a frustrating manner for Bailey Wolf there. And he'll be, unfortunately, I think, chalking this one up as one to forget. He's had some good battles this weekend here at GYG. But he'll be well down the order off the back of that moment. Clock has hit 0 then, so it's now that Noah Moulton will be shown the last lap board on the final tour of the circuit. We've barely seen our race leader be coming up the Dragon Straight now, in amongst some traffic. And Noah's controlled this one brilliantly, it has to be said. And I think tyre differentiation may have led to the size of gaps that we're looking at as our race leader is going through carousel. We're looking at the highest placed kart in the Honda Cadets R200 class, being Austin Mayhew. He's set to take the trophy home in that. We're coming down the hill now through Compression Corner is our leader, and into Devil's Elbow we're looking for the 54. There he is, of Noah Moulton, who will come round Paddock Corner and cross the line to take the win for Intermax in round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series for 2024 here at GYG. Oscar Roach finishes in 2nd, and then it's going to be Jack Holmes who finishes in 3rd place. There he is crossing the line. Rio Wardley will then be a few further seconds. We're looking at this battle here. This is the battle over 6th place. Jensen Sale hounding the back of Cian Sullivan as they come down the hill. He'll try round the outside, and that's a cheeky move from Jensen Sale, and he's made it stick. That's a beautiful move by Jensen Sale for 6th place. Rio Wardley's crossed the line. Austin Mayhew crosses the line to, I say he crosses the line. Yes, he does cross the line to take the win in a Honda Cadet R200. Jensen Sale finishes ahead of Cian Sullivan and Lewis Hall. Stanley Stanford is next, then it's Ashton Redpath to round out the top 10. Lucas Esser, Layla Bell, Peter Webster in 13th and 2nd in Honda Cadet R200. JJ Plowman in 14th, 15th for Jay Birmingham. Charlie Hobbs in 16th, Bailey Wolf in 17th, and 18th for Alexander Adams. So it's well done to Noah Moulton for a well-controlled final. Next here at the circuit, we'll be looking ahead to our final for senior Rotax. Let's take a look at the grid then for senior Rotax. The final for round 2. It's going to be John Hobbs on pole position in this one. George Sanders alongside Elliot Thomas and James Kocholek on row number 2. Row 3 will be Morgan Hudson-Brown and Harry Pullen. Marcus King and Billy Edgecombe are on row 4. Zach Fletcher and Lewis Wald on row number 5 to round out the top 10. Jay Pearson and Kira Harris are on row number 6. Row 7 is where we'll find Ethan Priest and Cameron Crockett. Ollie Naylor and Daniel Beards are on row 8. It'll be William Young and Salvador Newman on row 9. Row 10, we'll see Max Davies start with Alfie Barron-Oxbury alongside Sky Fraser and George Sherwood on row 11. Jake Riches and William Eberhardt on row 12. And rounding out the 25 kart grid, it will be the number 77 of Tom Taylor. Well, this class has provided us with plenty of good racing so far today. It's going to be interesting to see how Elliot Thomas gets on here. I think it's got to be one of the drivers I've got my eye on. We've just seen so many moves from him here today that you wouldn't put it past him having a little bit of a go for the win here. But we will have to see how it goes. Billy Edgecombe, of course, was your winner yesterday. Who's it going to be today on Sunday? Away we go then for the final. It's a strong start from George Sanders as they go around the first corner. And we've got a wide moment on the grass there, just keeping it under control for James Kocholek. But he's going to drop way down the order there as he tries to gather it back up again. I have to say, I'm relieved that he made it back onto the track. It was good kart control ultimately to get it back on track, pointing the right way. I was worried that he was going to spear across sideways across the pack there, but he held it together very well there, did Kocholek. But a costly moment for him as they stream through Carousel for the first time. George Sanders, I believe, is still at the head of this field as they peel round the top part of the lap for the first time in this trophy final and head down the hill. There's the 25 Morgan Hudson-Brown we just saw, and that looks to me like Zach Fletcher being challenged by Jay Pearson as they come around to finish the first lap, though. It is indeed George Sanders who leads, and that to me looks like Elliot Thomas has got up into second place ahead of John Hobbs. It's not reflected on timing, but there's definitely a 37 there. It is, it updates there. Elliot Thomas in second place in the blue suit, kart and helmet combination ahead of John Hobbs. Then it's Harry Pullen and Billy Edgecombe to round out your top 5. There is John Hobbs in that 69 kart. Follow Elliot Hobbs, and they're trying to get back on terms with George Sanders, who's trying to eke out a gap now at the front, having had a strong start there off of the second on the grid. Got by John Hobbs, who was the pole sitter. And there is a battle between the 73 and the 79. James Kocholek and Salvador Newman. Kocholek on a bit of a recovery drive after the squirreling around on the grass on the exit of turn 1 on that first lap. Down towards Carousel. They're coming at this point. As they peel around the top part of the lap. This is the battle over 5th place that just went through our shot. And that's a wide moment there. That's a costly moment there for Marcus King. Does a very similar error to what we saw from Kocholek on the first lap, and that's going to have cost him a few positions in the top 10. Here's the battle, though, over 3rd place. It's John Hobbs versus Harry Pullen. I say 3rd because Elliot Thomas is still circulating in 2nd place ahead of them. Down the hill comes Hobbs and Pullen. Through paddock corner. Building up to this final, but the trouble is, yeah, they're on slicks, and if they get a wide moment at all, the reason we're seeing drivers go out onto the grass, as we see another example of there, is they're on slicks now, and if they catch the slightest damp patch, they're going to go wide through that first corner. And there's not a lot you can do, really. Remember earlier in the wet conditions I said if you're on slicks in the wet, you almost want to keep the power on to get turning. It's kind of what they have to do. They just have to sort of keep their foot, you know, relatively planted. As they come through Carousel. And this battle going through round the top of the hill. As they come down through the S's, through compression corner. That's the 73 of James Kacholek, who's on a bit of a recovery drive now in this one. New fastest lap from Elliot Thomas in his pursuit, trying to close down George Sanders. Sanders coming down now through paddock corner. And as I understand it, Elliot Thomas has been a little bit difficult with the transponder issues, but the gap is closing here for the lead of the race. We know that Elliot Thomas has had some good pace and has made some good overtaking opportunities here today. Or made some good passes, I should say, here today. So here we go. This is your leader, George Sanders. And there is Elliot Thomas closing the gap. And the gap down to 1 second now. And then some 3 seconds behind them is the gap, is the battle over third place, which is John Hobbs versus Harry Pullen. Sanders has controlled this one really nicely so far. Has he got a response, though, to this challenge from Elliot Thomas? Another 0.3 of a second taken out between the top two, and then there is John Hobbs and Harry Pullen some 4 seconds down the road. They'll be hoping that these two start battling nice and early so that they can close up on this. If not, then we'll have to keep a weather eye on them breaking ranks and beginning to battle over third place. Elliot Thomas closing down here on George Sanders. 3 minutes left on the clock. Through Devil's Elbow they come. What's the difference in lap time this time around between our top two? George Sanders crosses the line. It's a 44.795. Elliot Thomas crosses the line. It's a 44.584. It's another 0.2 taken out of the lead gap here. George Sanders is ramping up the pressure here on... Elliot Thomas is ramping up the pressure on George Sanders here at the head of the field. Down into Carousel. Just got that little bit more pace under the kart, but if he does get onto the back, he's also going to need to find a way to get by, which is no mean feat, as we've seen multiple times so far this weekend. George Sanders responds, fastest lap of the race from him, manages to hold the gap, and that is exactly what he needed at this point. Sanders with the perfect response to the pressure. Can he keep that going? There's no immediate traffic ahead of them either that would come into play. The issue is that they're pushing hard here on the slick tyres. If one of them catches a damp patch, it's going to be high drama via a wide moment that may give the opportunity to the other. I believe further back as well, if we take a look at third place, Harry Pullen, I think, has got by on John Hobbs as well. Might see them just come into shot there. Yeah, Harry Pullen has got by for third place on John Hobbs. They'll come through the shot now. There they are. So that is a change for position in third place. Harry Pullen is through into the podium positions in Senior Max. John Hobbs will try and stay on terms with him now. New fastest lap of the race from Elliot Thomas. He responds now. This is a fantastic little exchange of lap times between the top two here. Further down the order, Jake Richards got by on Daniel Beards. That's over 18th place. Third and fourth place then on your screens at the moment. Harry Pullen in the number 3. John Hobbs in the number 69. It'll be this lap that they're going on to now, plus one more. Further up the road as that is the 66 of Sky Fraser, stranded at the side of the road. So yellow flags out at turn 1 at the moment. This is our lead battle coming round Carousel. It's Harry Pullen now who sets the fastest lap of the race. The record last time around, Elliot Thomas was faster than George Sanders by about a tenth and a half. Round paddock corner then, onto the last lap. Who's going to win? Round 2 for Senior Max. George Sanders has controlled this one well. It's a faster lap from Elliot Thomas, the fastest lap of the race, but only by 17 thousandths. I think there might be enough of a gap here for George Sanders just to hold Elliot Thomas at arm's length here. But he is going to be pushed all the way to the line here. And as I say, just the slightest dip onto a wet patch could cause a moment for either one of these drivers. Starting the run down the hill then for George Sanders into compression corner. He'll come through Devil's Elbow. He's been pushed all the way for this one by Elliot Thomas, but it's going to be George Sanders who takes the win for round 2 of Senior Rotax. Elliot Thomas finishes an impressive second. What a run he's had today. Who's going to finish third? It's John Hobbs at the last. He gets by in paddock corner, or even out of paddock corner, and steals it back from Harry Pullen for third place. Billy Edgecombe finishes in 5th, more good points following on from his round 1 win yesterday. Lewis Wild in 6th, 7th for Jay Pearson, Morgan Hudson-Brown in 8th, 9th for Ollie Naylor. Marcus King will round out your top 10. Kira Harris in 11th, James Cacholet recovered to 12th in the end. Cameron Crockett in 13th, 14th for William Young. Jake Richards in 15th, 16th for Zach Fletcher, 17th for Salvador Newman, 18th for William Eberhardt. Daniel Beards finished in 19th, 20th for Max Davis, 21st for Alfie Baron Oxbury. Then it was George Sherwood in 22nd, Ethan Priest in 23rd, and unfortunately Sky Fraser we saw off to drivers left, classified as 2 laps down. That was your final for Senior Rotax. It'll be Junior Rotax here for you in just a moment here at GYG. Let's give you the grid then for your Junior Max final. This is the full 34 kart grid that we've got for you here. Harris Roberts will lead them away from pole. Ben Horner alongside Tom Holden, and Max Rowley will be on the second row of the grid. Riley Bishop and Archie Flint make up row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Jasmine Taylor and Owen Keenan. Rory Hinckley and Kieran Denier round out your top 10. Then it's Max Greatrix, Harry Cottrell on row 6. Oliver Lomax and Lucas Reeves on row 7, Archie Dyson and Elliot Foster on row 8, Arthur Frey and Harry Hurst-Grover are row number 9. Noah Sales and Emily Cotty round out the top 20, and then it's Jack Dimbleby and Amelie Ackett on row 11. Sam Flynn and Theo Gartside are row number 12. Lewis Holt and Alice McGulloch are next, with Molly Pugh and Archie Doherty on row 14. Karthik Kameta and Jaden Robinson round out your top 30. Row 16 is where we find Harney Sadiq and Freddie Snelling, and then Lucas Blanford and Toby Jukes round out your 17 kart grid. So that's how they will line up for the trophy final in Junior Max. The big one there, I suppose, that stands out to me is Lucas Blanford, who was your round 1 winner last time out, and now starts on the back row of the grid. So he is definitely set for a tale of 2 rounds off the back of this GYG weekend. It's not over yet, though. Let's see where he can get up to. We can see quite clearly there that slicks are now the order of the day in the paddock, as the drivers take to the track. Well, I don't want to jinx it, but it does look like we're going to end this weekend with some of the best conditions that we've had so far, at least for these finals races. We've got this Junior Max Final to go, as that's a little late join the circuit of, I think that might have been Noah Sales in the 23 coming onto the track. So we'll have this and Rotax 177 to go. A reminder that the next time that SuperOne will be in action will be on the 4th and 5th of May. Nice and easy to remember, basically. It was the first weekend of this month. It's the first weekend of next month as well. And it'll be the same format. We'll have streamed action for you. We'll have round 3 on the Saturday. We'll have interviews for you to enjoy on the Facebook page, and indeed as part of our stream of round 4 action on the Sunday. So be sure to join us for that. Here, though, we're ready to go for the Junior Max Final. Away we go. Harris Roberts leads them away, but is immediately bested by Ben Horner. And there's a little bit of a ruckus there towards the back. We've got at least 6 karts facing the wrong way there as they come up to the top of the hill. But I think that was Ben Horner who got the better of Harris Roberts off the start as they come through Spoon Corner. We'll have to look on timing to see who's had their race impacted by what occurred at turn 1 there. So come into the final sector though, or at least the lead pack does. Ben Horner leads them down through Compression Corner into the Devil's Elbow. Through Paddock Corner. Ben Horner leads then. Max Rowley in second. And it's a moment there for the 33 of Max Rowley. It immediately allows Harris Roberts through. Harris Roberts is through and up into second place. And that was just a squirrely moment there for Max Rowley. As we saw in the previous race in Senior Rotax, just the slightest damp patch on these slick tyres. And that is going to be the challenge now in this final, is we've got a clear dry line that's formed. But if you go too far off it, you're going to put your slicks onto the damp part of the track, and what it does basically is it makes overtakes harder to execute. Doesn't make them impossible, but it does mean that it's more of a commitment that you have to make the move stick. Although there are parts of the lap where it's quite a wide dry line, as we've got yellow flags out at turn number 1, and that is for a driver who's out to driver's left. 2 drivers involved, in fact, the 13 and the 30, making that Arthur Frey and Elliot Foster respectively. It looks like Elliot might still be able to keep running, but Arthur Frey, it looks to me, is going to take no further part in this final, unfortunately. That was a move by the 14 of Harry Hurst-Grover on Lucas Reeves. That takes him up into 10th place. And we're looking there at Max Rowley versus Owen Keenan in the battle over 3rd. That is the 7 and the 64, so that was Emily Cotty who's got by on Jack Dimbleby by the looks of it. Back towards the front, that's the 33 of Max Rowley in 3rd place, who we saw lose 2nd place to Harris Roberts a lap ago. Now under pressure from Owen Keenan in that 29, who's gaining on that number 33 kart all the way up the Dragon Straight. Behind him is Archie Flint in the 22 and Tom Holden in the 87. Up the road from these two are Harris Roberts, oh sorry, the 2 up the road from these 4, I should say, is Harris Roberts in that 43 in 2nd place, and Ben Horner, who's already got a gap of some 3.7 seconds at the moment. Got a few other drivers, I think, who are having dramas out there. Elliot Foster and Sam Flynn, I think they're both a couple of laps down, so I think they've had reason to pull to the side of the circuit in the last couple of laps. Fastest lap of the race from Ben Horner as he seeks to increase his gap at the front. 3.9 seconds to the good. Harris Roberts in second place. Then we get to this pack led by Max Rowley in that 33. Owen Keenan there in fourth place. Tom Holden in the 87 in fifth, and Archie Flint in the 22 in sixth place. Riley Bishop trying to get onto the back of this train, as that is the 41 off at the side of the road. I think that's through Devil's Elbow. Yes, it is. And that is Sam Flynn. So maybe he wasn't caused to pull to the side of the road. Maybe that was the beginnings of whatever has resulted in looking the wrong way. And that's a moment off. That's a big off there for the 87 of Tom Holden, and that's from fifth place. And did he just catch a little bit of water with his slick tyres as he took the crucial point of commitment around this track, which is that right-hand kink at the end of the Dragon Straight? He went well. I mean, one of the great things about GYG is the amount of runoff, but frustration there for Tom Holden in that 87. He was a long way off the track there. Ben Horner leads then, 3.6 seconds. He's just had 3/10 taken out of him by Harris Roberts, but it's a difficult job now for Roberts to close this gap. Then we're looking at this battle here for third place. That's Max Rowley in the black suit and the fluorescent high-vis helmet. There is the 87 of Tom Holden rejoining the track. Ironically, almost by way of salt into the wound, he's rejoined exactly a lap down from the kind of positions he was battling over. So your heart goes out to him. That's well, it's good to keep be able to keep circulating and bag some points, but yeah, it'll be a case of what might have been for him. Your heart goes out to him on that front. Max Rowley, though, leads the battle for third down through the Devil's Elbow. Owen Keenan right in his wheel tracks. And that's, well, that was a sudden loss of pace there for Max Rowley through there. And that immediately allowed Owen Keenan through. Meanwhile, behind them, that's allowed side-by-side between Riley Bishop and Archie Flint. Riley Bishop is through and up into fifth place. That will be for Riley Bishop, the driver of the number 35. As that's some traffic ahead of them, is there? I think that's a driver a lap down, as there's a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Owen Keenan, and that's opened the door up for Riley Bishop to get by on Max Rowley. Every single damp patch or bit of traffic is causing drama in this pack, and Riley Bishop's immediately by on Keenan as well, side by side between Max Rowley in the 33 and Owen Keenan in the 29. And Owen Keenan has dropped right to the back of this pack that he was dominating a lap ago, because it's allowed Archie Flint as well. Ben Horner leads by 4 seconds from Harris Roberts, who's 5 seconds ahead from this pack that we're following now, headed by Riley Bishop in the 35. Max Rowley in fourth place, Archie Flint in fifth, and then Owen Keenan there in the Lando Norris tribute suit there. So there's Riley Bishop leading this pack. Ben Horner doing exactly what he needs to do at the front of this field, though, putting in fantastic pace, consistent pace. Harris Roberts was faster that last time around, but with only 2 minutes left on the clock, it's going to take something to... that is the 87, I think, just getting out of the way for other competitors. It's good sportsmanship there. But it's going to take, I think Harris Roberts needs luck. He needs something to impact Ben Horner's run, not just great pace on his part at this stage in the game. Riley Bishop, Max Rowley, Archie Flint, Owen Keenan. Then it's Harry Hurst-Grover and Harry Cottrell, you saw there. Yeah, it was Tom Holden, sorry, of course, in the 87 getting out of the way, because he knows that unfortunately he's no longer in this battle after the heart-in-the-mouth moment at the top of the hill. There is your race leader. Not seen too much of him, frankly, because he's been doing such a dominant job at the front of this one. Ben Horner judging this one really nicely. He's just got to get this one around. He'll have 2 more laps after this one. He'll have just about time to do a penultimate lap. In fact, he might. We'll have to see, actually. He might actually get 3 more in. Another fastest lap of the race. Given his pace, he might actually give himself an extra lap to go. This again is your battle over third place. Riley Bishop now with a bit of a gap over Max Rowley in that 33 kart. Archie Flint staying with them in that 22. Owen Keenan as well in the 29. Harry Hurst-Grover in touch. Harry Cottrell keeping in touch as well. Further down the order, Emily Cotty has just got by on Jasmine Taylor for 10th place. And I'm just trying to think, that might be an on-track battle effectively for the Girl Power Award. I'm struggling to think of a, right off the top of my head, of a higher position that we've seen a female driver finish today. Could be wrong. There's a driver off to driver's left there across the start-finish line, and that is the 81 of that's the 81 of Theo Gart's side, and that is a difficult place to be, to say the least. And it's going to cause everyone to take a slightly different line, and I hope that the line is dried enough there at the point where they're turning in on the slightly alternative line they're having to take off the back of it. Coming down the hill now is this battle from third place downwards. There's Riley Bishop, there's Max Rowley. And the obstruction's still there. Last lap board has been shown though to Ben Horner, who's coming around now. Here he is, out of Spoon Corner. As we've got a car, that's Max Rowley. That's Max Rowley who's round. And that's a huge loss for him in the dying moments of this race for round 2 from 4th place. Drama for Max Rowley, not sure how that transpired. This man though has no such concern. Ben Horner will come round paddock corner and take a decisive win for round 2 in Junior Max for 2024 and the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. It'll be Harris Roberts. It has been Harris Roberts. He's crossed the line for second, and there was Riley Bishop for third. And then it'll be Owen Keenan who finishes in 4th place. Archie Flint in 5th. 6th for Harry Hurst-Grover. Harry Cottrell in 7th. Emily Cotty finishes 8th. Ahead of Archie Dyson. Jasmine Taylor rounds out your top 10. Max Rowley, whatever drama it was, it sadly put him down to 11th place. Jack Dimbleby in 12th. 13th is Max Greytrix. Rory Hinkley in 14th. 15th for Lucas Reeves. 16th for Noah Sales. 17th for Hani Sadiq. Oliver Lomax in 18th. 19th is Lewis Holt. Jaden Robinson finishes 20th. There was Emily Ackerts, Archie Doherty, Toby Dukes, Molly Pugh, Elliot Foster in 25th. Tom Holden in 26th. After that drama for him earlier on in the race. Kieran Denier in 27th. Freddie Snelling in 28th. 29th for Kartik Kometa. 30th was Theo Gart's side. He was the driver we saw off to driver's left, so he's classified a few laps down. Sam Flynn, Alex McCulloch and Arthur Frey, all with some dramas that sees them several laps off of the lead. Well done to Ben Horner. A big win for him there. Our final race is coming up though. It's the trophy final for Rotax 177. Here's your grid then for, sadly, our last race of the weekend here at GYG. Richard Evans and Scott Smith are your front row of the grid. Ian Bramfield and Zach Bolton are row number 2. Shane Collins and Luke Oliver are row number 3. Row 4 is Andy Collinson and Dan Milner. James Frost and Ben Hitch round out your top 10. Stephen Horner and Ben Johnson are row number 6. Then it's Andy Ward and Rhys Llewellyn, Keith Mason and Sam Winter to round out your 16 kart grid for Rotax 177. Well, there they are, held on the dummy grid, ready to go. And the story of this class so far today, by way of a reminder, it was a Richard Evans show across both of the heats, taking the victory there. Just going to remind myself as well of how things were yesterday as well, because yesterday it was Ben Hitch who took the final, the win in the final. with your heat winners being Ben Johnson and Luke Oliver. So it's been quite a change-up of the order today in some ways for Richard to have had this level of success so far. But very, very different conditions to when these drivers last out on track. I think that's a key thing to reflect now. This is, in terms of finals races, surely the best conditions we've had all weekend now. Provided you stay on the racing line, you've got pretty much dry conditions, but you've just got to be super careful if you go offline. And that's what we were seeing last race with the Junior Max. It was just instances of drivers, for whatever reason, in a battle or through pushing hard, dipping a wheel onto a damp patch of the circuit, or even perhaps dipping a wheel onto some grass, and after that the slick tyre just could not respond to that sudden level of greasiness, and they were finding themselves going around. I have to say, generally been very impressed with how the drivers have dealt with these conditions. And just as we're going into the last race of the weekend, definitely another opportunity to take a shout out to, give a shout out to all of the teams and mechanics, parents and carers that make sure that these entries are facilitated and can go ahead, and of course to the marshals and the circuit staff who, without whom we could not go racing. Here though, I believe we're ready for our last race of the day, 9 minutes plus a lap to decide our winner in 177. Richard Evans leads them away, but again, a great start from second on the grid. Scott Smith looked like he was driving a different kart for a second there. That's a ludicrous start that he's had as they sprint up the hill for the first time. And it's Scott Smith who leads them as they all stream through Spoon Corner. Now, you have to wonder, is it just the traction that you can get? Because, of course, the anti-pole side of the grid is on the racing line where it's probably drier, and there's just this traction that Scott Smith was able to utilise there just meant he was able to storm away at the front. And I think just those conditions may have compromised the benefit of being on the pole side of the grid, or at least on pole position, who's got to drive around at the back. That is Ben Johnson in the 61, and that is the one car. That is Andy Collinson, who I think has had a slow moment there. At the end of lap one, though, it is Scott Smith who leads by some 2.3 seconds ahead of Ian Bramfield and Richard Evans. And then Zach Bolton and Shane Collins rounds out your top five. And I think, from my perspective, and I'm not sat in the car, these drivers now, second down through the rest of the top 10, they need to, or at least Ian Bramfield, I think he's got a little bit of breathing space behind him, which I think he does. They need to push and see if they can stay on terms with Scott Smith here, because otherwise he's just going to get on up the road here and run home with the baton. Across the line then onto lap number 3, the only significant, a change there for 4th place, Shane Collins ahead of Zach Bolton, the 52 now ahead of the 69. There's Scott Smith, and then we're going to see Ian Bramfield coming to shot under attack from Richard Evans, who wants second place back and has got second place back. The number 17 is up to second place, but that does gift more time to the good for Scott Smith. It has to be noted. Ian Bramfield then under further attack. That's the 52 of Shane Collins having a go, and he's through. The 52 now up into 3rd place. A costly lap for Ian Bramfield. And Luke Oliver now having a look at the back of that 46 kart as well. Scott Smith with the fastest lap of the race, trying to seal the deal as soon as he can. Second and third, Richard Evans and Shane Collins come round. The 97 of Luke Oliver has got by on Ian Bramfield. Bramfield trying to counter-attack, but he wasn't able to do it into the carousel. And that then is a change for 4th place. Luke Oliver in that 97 car, now up into 4th place. Through compression corner. And the Devil's Elbow. And onto a new lap for Richard Evans in 2nd place. Shane Collins and Luke Oliver is sticking with them here and making it a pack of 3, battling over 2nd place. Ian Bramfield a little bit off the back of them now, and Zach Bolton trying to stay in touch with him as well. You'll see him just in the back of shot. Scott Smith, wow, he's had that's another moment there for Ben Johnson round. So not going well, unfortunately, for the driver of the 61. Andy Ward as well is towards the back of the field as well, although he might actually not be in the back of the field after that moment for Ben. We'll have to double check that on timing. That's the 81 of James Frost, who's battling away with Zach Bolton as we cut back to that battle over second place. Scott Smith with another fastest lap of the race, and this is looking very unlikely. I mean, they are working together at the moment to see if they can stay on terms with Scott Smith. They may as well for now. They've got plenty of time on the clock, but there will be a point where they make the judgment call based on current pace, it has to be said. Although there is a fastest lap of the race from Richard Evans, to be fair. That took a little while to come through. But it's only 8 hundredths of a second that they've taken out of the lead gap of Scott Smith. So if I was guessing how this was going to go, there's a point where the gloves are going to have to come off in that battle for second place, where they realise that they're unlikely at this point to reel in Scott Smith. I mean, one must always keep pushing, because you can have something like that, a wide moment where you dip a wheel onto a wet patch and it opens up the door for Shane Collins to streak through into second place against Richard Evans. So that's why you keep pushing, because if something like that or something more dramatic happens for Scott Smith, then the win suddenly opens up again. But that phase of the race where you start to consider cashing in on where you are and fighting for that, as opposed to having your eye up the road to greater prizes in the far yonder. That point, I think, is going to come relatively early in this race, given the gap that Scott Smith has out at the front. Change for position confirmed, though. Shane Collins ahead of Richard Evans. And Richard Evans is under pressure from Luke Oliver here as well. Ian Bramfield, just 1 second off the back of these three, don't forget. Zach Bolton battling away with James Frost and Stephen Horner, and Ben Hitch, in fact, further back as well. So some good battles there. This is not by any means a done deal. In fact, to be honest with you, the most done deal, as if there is ever one in racing, is that lead gap. Scott Smith doing exactly what he needs to do, controlling this one beautifully at the front after a storming start at the beginning of this one. Just over 3 minutes left on the clock. Your battle for second place comes through. Noticing Richard Evans is weak generally in this part of the lap, and once again he finds himself under attack on the way up to Spoon Corner. There was your leader, Scott Smith, but Luke Oliver was having a very earnest look at Richard Evans, and he's through. That's a change for third place. Luke Oliver in that number 97 car, now ahead of the 17 of Richard Evans. Round the top loop and down the hill towards the compression corners. Nice move then by Luke Oliver. Tries to open the door, and as I say, Richard Evans just doesn't seem to have the strongest drive. I don't know if it's out of paddock or he just hasn't got the best turning point in these grip conditions for Club Corner. But you can see him just dropping back a little bit from Luke Oliver on this lap. Now the question is, how does the pace of Shane Collins compare to Luke Oliver? Ian Bramfield pushing to get onto the back of this as well. He's had a personal best last time around. You just saw him at the back of his shot there. There he is, pushing hard in the 46. Personal best last time around. Took 3.5 tenths of a second out of Richard Evans. So Evans needs to keep pushing here. 1.5 seconds. Once again, they were all faster than the leader that time around, but we're talking about hundreds and thousands. That makes me think of sweets. Hundreds and thousands of a second to Scott Smith. If anyone wants to do a motorsports themed sweet. Having a look there, that was a little bit of a dummy, cheeky look there from Luke Oliver on Shane Collins to make him think he was going for the move. It's a sign of gaining a bit of confidence as well in the grip conditions, because just to throw a dummy like that in these conditions, as I mentioned, if you get him on the damp patch, it might look like a different kind of dummy if it all goes to tears. But he did that nicely, I think, just to go, oh, I'm here, don't forget about me. Don't forget about me at all, sunshine, I'm ready. Should you make a mistake. And the clock is ticking down, so we are now very much in the territory where the gloves are off between these, and he's going for it. There's a move from Oliver on Collins, and that's a beautiful move, and it's opened the door as well for Richard Evans, who'll have the inside line for Carousel. Can he get the grip, or are his tyres a bit damp after going offline? No, he's got the move done, and that's all changed there. Luke Oliver up into second, and Richard Evans up into third place. And because of the gap to the leader will not see the last lap board this time around, I don't think. It's nowhere near 0 on the clock. So they'll get 2 more laps to have a go at each other here. And all the time, Ian Bramfield is pushing like crazy and catching up onto the back to nearly make it a 4-car battle over second place. Further down the order, Ben Hitch in the 41 has got by on Stephen Horner. That's for 8th place. But this is probably the battle that's most likely to give us drama as we head towards the finish here. There's your race leader in Scott Smith, who's just done this perfectly. I mean, he had a storming start, seized the benefit of starting on that dry line on the outside, which isn't a done conclusion. You still have to time the start right, and obviously everyone coalesces together at the apex of turn 1. It's not just a given that you'll get there, but he had a great start, and then his pace has been superb to open out the gap. On to the final lap then of the race, of the weekend here at GYG. There is Scott Smith, who just has to keep this one all shipshape for the rest of the lap. But here's the battle for third place. Through on Richard Evans goes Shane Collins, and that brings Richard Evans back into the clutches, does it, of Ian Bramfield. I think Luke Oliver will be able to just about hold Shane Collins at arm's length. We have to keep one eye towards the finish line here, because Scott Smith is coming around the paddock final corner now to take the win in Rotax 177 for round 2 here at GYG. It's going to be Luke Oliver who finishes second. Shane Collins who takes third from Richard Evans at the last there on the final lap. Ian Bramfield in 5th. Then it's Zach Bolton, Stephen Horner, Ben Hitch, James Frost losing a few positions on that last lap. Andy Collinson rounds out the top 10 ahead of Dan Milner. And then Ben Johnson and Andy Ward, I think both had dramas out there. So it's well done to Scott Smith for the win there in Rotax 177 at GYG. Is that Ben Johnson coming through? It is! There you go. Ben Johnson takes the checkered flag and everyone's now classified. Well, that brings an end to today's running here, and indeed this weekend's running here for the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship here at GYG. As ever, just want to throw out a few acknowledgements and shout-outs. I've been Howard Mitchell. I'm part of Double Dash Motorsport Media, providing the comms if you'd like to check out us at Double Dash MM on your various forms of social media. And just speaking personally, it's been my first weekend working personally in the SuperOne paddock, so I'd just like to say thank you to everyone for making me feel so welcome. That segues nicely into thanking Amelia Hoyle, John Hoyle, all the team at SuperOne for organising and running this championship. Huge shout out to the circuit staff and the marshals, without whom we couldn't go racing in these conditions. In particular, we appreciate those efforts. And I'd also like to say a huge thank you to my colleagues in Alpha Live, to Stuart Rice, who's been calling the shots alongside me here in the production office, Luke Woodford as well, who's been running the operation as well. And a shout out to our camera crew on a day like today, on a weekend like today. I think particular thanks go to Chris Simpson, to Morgan Jones, and to Mike Yao, who have been on the cameras. In conditions such as this, you might imagine it's quite difficult to keep everything, all the cameras running. So well done to all the Alpha Live team for that. SuperOne is next in action on that first weekend of May, the 4th and 5th of May, up at Rowra in Cumbria. Great little circuit. Be sure to join us for the streamed action on the Sunday. Like, share and subscribe. Support Alpha Live in the meantime. Hit that notification bell so that you never miss a new video. Thank you very much for your support, everybody, for joining us for today's stream. And don't forget, you can go back and enjoy and watch all the bits and pieces on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Until next time though, folks, thank you very much for watching and take care.